irresistible urge to open with nothing but Back to the Future quotes. Let the posters in the background do all the talking. Thought of to be one of the go-to years of cinema in the 1980s, considering that one of the most popular films of the decade is a movie whose plot revolves around getting back to the year 1985. We gotta get Marty back to the present. The Cold War is still going on. We need all the help we can get. Chuck Norris and Rambo and Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd can't handle everything. Or well, maybe Rocky Balboa can. It's the year where we found out that one single boxing match in Russia, with a powerful speech and kick-in montages, single-handedly ended the Cold War to a rousing applause from the Russian premier. That's why the Reagan and Gorbachev summit meeting in November of '85 was mainly the two making a gentleman's wager on who would win in Balboa v. Drago. Winner gets all the nukes. Also, it's why Roger Moore retired as Bond this year. Stallone's already saved the world, I'm out. But while one may assume 1985 was a successful year for the theater industry, it actually wasn't. The year set a record at the time for most movies released, but ticket sales were down nearly 20%, which was attributed to an oversaturation of movies that wanted to ride the coattails of Spielberg's fantasy films, and a growing number of teen movies all competing with each other that led to the underperformance of stuff like Real Genius and Weird Science. But these great films would luckily find a much bigger audience on video and cable and become some very beloved movies of the year. Though our previous entry, 1984 in film, was 5 hours long, so if we can beat that video's record, I'll consider this a successful year in film. Great Scott! This is 1985 in film! There we go. What better way to start 1985 than going back to 1981?
I'm scared.
The movie was delayed several years because someone still needed to get their driver's license. This is Superstition, where a witch who was burnt to death in the 1600s is back to haunt the descendants of those who wronged her in the zaniest of ways.
One kid was gutted and slashed to death. Yeah, the microwave.
And we melted his mask collection in the microwave. Let's see what he does this Halloween. I'm wondering if the house is haunted or if it's just a money pit causing people to be more prone to accidents.
Come to bad ends.
Honey, get this place insured at once. This was one of the video nasties in the UK, leading to it being banned for some time till it was retitled The Witch, whereas here in the States, it took it 4 years to get picked up for distribution since it was filmed in '81. And I love how so much can change in just a few years. Stylistically, one look at any frame and you can tell this is not a 1985 movie or something filmed in 1984. No, this is definitely the early 80s, where the film stock is as dusty as our polo shirts, short shorts, knee-high socks, and Debbie Boone hair. And did you think that was going to be the only instance of that happening in 1985? Absolutely not. For instance, how about now? Did you pick up on the fact that I'm talking over a completely different movie now? This is Too Scared to Scream, which is another one clearly shot in '81 and delayed for 4 years. The reason being that the production company went out of business, so the film stock collected even more dust. What a cast this one had. has Ann Archer, Ian McShane, John Hurd, and directed by Tony LoBianco of The French Connection, where here it's a high-rise slasher where a killer picks off wealthy tenants. See, I'd know if this were a late 80s movie if the high-rise was taken over by demons. Early 80s has more gags like this.
Aren't you kind of old for that, honey?
Sir, you are way late for the Porky's audition. This is 1985. We're already on Porky's 3. Our next movie does something a little different than Superstition and Too Scared to Scream in that this was filmed in 83 instead of 81. It didn't have to sit on the shelf nearly as long. This is The Mutilator, one where I was like, I reviewed that, didn't I? Okay, yeah, I did. Look, it's called The Mutilator. All you need to know is that fall break is not gonna go well for these students.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Well, you should have told us that in advance, Han Solo. That would have stopped us from being chopped in half by a killer. This hits all the cliched trailer lines.
They thought their vacation would be fun. They were wrong. Dead wrong.
They found out the hard way that they should have told Mom the babysitter's dead. This one's a fairly underrated slasher in that it's one of the most graphic American slashers you could find at the time. The unrated nature of it made it hard for it to get booked at a lot of theaters, but a movie like this is made to do well in the video market. And I like seeing some holdovers like this pop up like a rear-view glimpse of another time. The golden age of non-stop roller coaster ride slashers did peter out around 84, which is another reason you can instantly tell these were made during the early 80s slasher height. Whereas when you get to the mid-80s, it was mainly the franchise stuff that was doing well, like Elm Street 2 and Friday the 13th Part 5, so unfortunately some of those others would come and go because they did give the vibe of something that should have been released years ago. Like a modern example would be when The Darkest Minds came out well past the YA craze. But you're better off watching The Mutilator than that. Way more people impaled with hooks in this one. If you want a little something from the past that has the shenanigans but without the head choppings, Rockin' Road Trip continues the time of clearly this was also shot in 83. Released by Troma, folks just needed a couple years to sober up before releasing it. It's got so much tailgating and drinking and hooking up and more drinking and more sex with groupies that of course this hangover lasted a couple years. But what if the kids want a holdover movie too? You can take the family to see this film. From Martin Rosen, the director of Watership Down? Okay, just make sure the kids aren't gonna get too traumatized first. Oh, they'll be fine. It's the 80s. We came out of that decade strong as an ox because all movies then were gloriously traumatizing. Like Plague Dogs, which got its release in Europe throughout 82 and 83, but finally got to the States in 85 through United Artists. This is a rough story that doesn't sugarcoat its animal testing message. Here, two dogs, Snitter and Ralph, escape captivity where they were being tortured by either drowning or experiments on their brains, and not only do they have to get used to life out in the wild, but also being chased by their captors as the two may have the plague. We'll still give it a jolly good folksy tune.
I'm going home.
Oh dang, I can't see anything through those binoculars. The movie also had two cuts. Guess which country got the one that was 20 minutes shorter to cut out some violent content like an eaten corpse? Yep, it was us here in the States. But you can now easily find both the UK and US edits. Not sure if my son is ready for this one. Gotta dip his toe in the water first. I'll show him Beethoven. That one's also an anti-animal cruelty movie. But if the plague dogs ruined Charles Grodin's business meeting. Between slashers, sex comedies, and adult animation, it was only a matter of time till we get to the January revenge movie.
Walking the edge in a violent city.
Dad! Okay, love the look on this guy's face. He about shit his pants thinking it was Charles Bronson who just entered. Walking the Edge stands out amongst some other revenge movies in that this takes the Death Wish style plot where family members are killed by a vicious gang, only here, instead of the husband being the lone survivor, it's the wife.
Danny was my baby. My son.
My lord, it's like I'm witnessing the most hardcore parent-teacher meeting. She even gets help from other vigilante movies, as the taxi driver who helps her on her mission is Robert Forster, who starred in the 1982 movie literally called Vigilante. Here, though, we'll add in slapstick like you'd see in DC Cab. I'm surprised this stunt didn't come with sound effects. There's other familiar revenge names. Look at the leader of the gang.
We're gonna find that lady and cut her up into tiny little pieces.
Joe Spinell, didn't you learn your lesson when Fred Williamson killed your dog in The Big Score? Also, listen to the narrator.
Walking the Edge, the motion picture that takes you to the depths of human emotion.
Okay, I'm not sure, but that sounds a little like Christopher George, and it also sounds like Ross Hagen, too. I'm leaning on it being Hagen. Either would make sense. They'd want to narrate a trailer instead. They both died at the end of their vigilante movies. Here, though, Forrester wants to take care of these hooligans so he can get back to his, X-rated film festival? I'll bet those are also holdovers from '81 as well. But let's get something more Britishy in here, can't you tell?
Apparently there's a danger of the Cubans invading Cascara, giving us another Falcon situation. Wonderful!
Yes, we must import all forms of dynamite to the United States. And don't mind Michael Caine, he's still on vacation trying to find some way to blame it on Rio again. From Handmade Films, the George Harrison company behind Time Bandits and Life of Brian, here Michael Caine is investigating the Ministry of Silly Walks, as he's a diplomat in a fictitious Indian country that clearly specializes in tomfoolery.
We'll be in my trailer.
That is the governor's wife!
Means she's not the hooker?
Well, whoever it is made someone premature ejaculate. This is all about a drilling company that stumbled upon something way more drinkable than bubbling crude. That's right, it's water. Hell, that's what the movie's called.
How much?
1 cent for every 100 barrels.
Okay, fine, I'll pick up a package of Dasani. This wasn't a successful film for the company, despite an early appearance from Billy Connolly, as well as cameos from Harrison and Ringo Starr and Eric Clapton, and sexual tension putting all the geysers on edge.
If you hadn't danced the cucaracha topless at the reception for the Duke of Edinburgh, he loved it!
I am Brenda Vaccaro. Look at the credit. You will respect me. I love watching a movie where you just know something in the background is gonna explode.
A model of stability, common sense, and tranquility.
Sure, the explosions may look bad, but at least they're not fighting over gasoline. That would have turned the entire country into a gigantic wasteland. Whereas here, just call the butler in and he'll get the table cleaned up for dinner. And the title suggests that you have enough water to put all of this out. Things are a bit more real in other countries, such as let's get the first Cold War movie of the year in here. Gulag is part Golden Girl, part Cold War Midnight Express, where David Keith stars as an athlete who becomes a reporter covering sports in Moscow, who is then arrested by the KGB who thinks he's a spy. It's a prison escape film where he tries to get out of a prison camp in Siberia. Oh, just sleep with Ilsa the tigress. You'll find some way to escape if you enter her bedroom. Speaking of people getting in bed with one another.
Her name is Angel. 4 years ago, she walked the streets of Hollywood.
4 years ago? The first Angel movie was only last year, and many other things have changed since then too. For instance, Angel is now played by Betsy Russell after a salary dispute with the original Angel, Donna Wilkes. Here, Angel returns to her life on the streets to avenge the death of the cop who took her in, and she's packing more than Kleenex in her bra.
Angel's back on the boulevard with a vengeance.
Yeah, she is gonna clear up traffic to make her commute to school go even quicker. Not only does she have to deal with other cops, but
the mob wants her dead.
I don't know how, but Joe Spinell has to have something to do with this too. This time though, she has friends to help.
Real friends like Kit Carson, Solly.
How you doing?
Ugh, you are definitely going to impregnate her with Satan's child. See? Look at his eyes! I think I have my favorite of her friends.
New friends like Johnny Glitter.
Johnny Glitter is gonna distract all the enemies by throwing flare in their eyes. It looks like she couldn't get Robert Forster on the line, so she's got a collection of sitcom characters at her side, like putting a banana peel on the ground. Yes, Avenging Angel is exactly the movie I wish Maxine was, right down to these kickin' streetwalker lines.
Hooker by Night continues.
You're more of a prostitute than I ever was.
Hey, I charge triple for anal, thank you very much. She's packing even harder than Dirty Harry with the magnums and one-liners.
When you get to hell, tell him an angel sent you.
Okay, I guess that's less embarrassing than saying I was shot by a hooker. Like how you can tell movies like Superstition are early 80s, it's pretty clear when we come to the batch of movies that are like, yep, definitely the mid-80s. From the producer of Angel, now we have another fight against the gangs movie. But this one is far more Spaderific. He's the new kid in school and a bad boy.
He's got an attitude.
No bike riding on campus.
That's right, I ride my bike to school. What are you gonna do about it, narc? And he keeps the sunglasses on always.
You mind taking those off? I like to see who I'm talking to.
They've got a problem.
Hey, this is the 80s. I also wear my sunglasses at night, too. Spader is Morgan Hiller, who has his eyes set on the wrong girl and the wrong country club.
You are not now, nor were you ever members of this club.
Check again. I am Abe Froman. But when it turns out that his love is the best girl of the toughest gang leader in town, he'll get them back the only way he knows how. By exploding soda cans on his bike as he rides by. He'll get his revenge after they destroyed his best friend. His bike! Bike vengeance will be a common theme in 85. It's okay, he's got a way with words too.
She belongs to Nick.
Come on, Jimmy, Lincoln freed the slaves.
That's right, I am the Abraham Lincoln of this school. Taking our bikes is just like slavery. I can't think of a better movie of the time that has Ultron and Iron Man taking on street toughs. However, this isn't the only James Spader movie of January of 85 that's about a new kid taking on violent gangs at school. More on that in a minute. But now we have a film that already shows us it has better reviews than most of the other movies this month. It has to have. Not only is this a Coen Brothers movie, but it's the very first Coen Brothers movie. It's got the neo-noir type of plots we'd see in their later crime films, like Fargo or No Country for Old Men. But with kind of a Sam Raimi eye for the violence here. Even the test trailer shot before the movie had Bruce Campbell in it. Plus, Raimi was a budget consultant on the film too. It has to do with a bar owner who discovers his wife is having an affair, so he hires someone to kill the both of them, and it all goes downhill from there, with or without a wood chipper. It's got all the memorable characters, double crosses, and violence you'd want out of a crime film like this, with one of the biggest standouts being the turn by M. Emmett Walsh as the killer PI, where you don't exactly know where his motivations lie. A hit with critics, but came and went in theaters, it's definitely worth a watch for being a very underrated film in the director's filmography. Who needs a critically acclaimed film, though, when we have something that's a hit on MST3K instead?
The authorities declare the Bronx a high-risk zone.
It's been years. Why have you not gotten rid of the rat people yet? Hey, what are you doing? Do you see a rat tail on me? This is highly unnecessary. And all my stuff is in the building? No, I'm fine with the rat people if you just leave me alone. Starring the great Mark Gregory of the Thunder Warrior films. If you think this is also an import from 83, you're wrong. This is clearly the mid-90s, as it's a sequel to the Gregory film 1990 The Bronx Warriors, where it's years later Spader, and our hero Trash, that's his name, fights the city's corrupt extermination unit. But we can't call it Bronx Warriors 2 in the US. No, give it something very Escape from New York-like. Escape from the Bronx. Perfect. It does have the cyborg from 2019 After the Fall of New York in it. Or we could call it Escape 2000 for the MST3K version, not the Brian Trenchard Smith futuristic one. They'll be eating good here. Once they defeat the exterminators, they can cook them all up and eat them like baked potatoes. How badass is Trash? He's hardcore enough to just stand there knowing bullets are terrified of him. He has a good relationship with bullets, like he can just shoot down a helicopter, like it's also in the Batman universe. I need to spotlight these films sometime on the show, too. I do like this movie. With a director like Enzo Castellieri of Warriors of the Wasteland, he'll make sure your pseudo-apocalyptic movies come with plenty of face crushings. And just so you know it's an Italian action-exploitation flick, it'll have that same trailer font that says, if you don't see this in theaters, it'll probably be released on an Anchor Bay or Shriek Show DVD in a couple years. As for the other James Spader New Kid in School movie...
I can get it. Says who? That's me and $50.
How are you supposed to throw that jar off your bicycle if you keep shooting at it? The New Kids is multiverse tough turf, where here the new kids in school are Lori Loughlin and Shannon Presby, who move to a small Florida town after their parents die in an accident, and instead of being the hero like in Tough Turf, James Spader is now the sadistic Eddie Dutra, who is so pissed off that Lori Loughlin turned him down that he will destroy their family business and even try setting them on fire. Jesus! Directed by Sean Cunningham of Friday the 13th fame, it's a fun movie with some tonal issues. There's cheesy sitcom-style humor like you'd more so see on Full House, but when it gets scary, it really does work, thanks to Spader's haunting-ass performance.
You want crazy? Well, I'll show you crazy.
Oh my god, Dutra spilled his cocaine all over the shower. The dude was just waiting for any excuse to snap. One rejection and he'll kill the family dog, battle you on a roller coaster, do a chase with bumper cars, and my favorite part, a literal firefight at the gas pumps. Needless to say, you aren't gonna see a Spader musical number here like in Tough Turf.
Fighting the darkness that breaks our hearts. We hold it.
Sorry, Morgan Hiller, you just made the list. If none of the films of January of '85 are doing it for you, you could also just go see some clips of other movies. If it's specifically dancing you're into, it must be the movie is called That's Dancing, sort of an offshoot of the That's Entertainment series. That's Dancing highlights some of the best dancing moments of the past and present. Hosted by Gene Kelly and Ray Bolger, it caught the attention of die-hard Wizard of Oz fans too, as not only was this Bolger's last appearance before his death in '87, but it also contained the full version of If I Only Had a Brain, which had been trimmed during the Wizard of Oz's editing stage. Truly, it should have waited till next year. Perhaps it could have included an extra long version of the Dancing in Heaven sequence of '85's Girls Just Want to Have Fun. If you happen to be on a date with a tomboy, though, maybe the dancing movie won't be your best bet. You'd be better off with the Betsy Russell offering, because James Spader ain't the only dual-role performer of the month. We've seen Betsy as a streetwalker, and now she's taking on a tomboy role in what else? Tomboy!
She was born a tomboy, but now she's growing up.
How's my Adrienne Barbeau hair? Is it tough enough? Betsy has ditched the thigh-high boots and magnums for this teen comedy about a sexy girl who is even better on the bikes than Spader. What have you done? You just made Morgan go full Dutra! And she doesn't give a shit what her friends are up to.
She's not like the other girls.
Do you want to go up to my apartment?
Oh yeah, be alone with this guy. I don't like his strangler mustache. This tomboy is taking on the man's world head on. She's so good as a mechanic that she enters stock car races so she can not only beat the chauvinist on the track, but also bang him too. It had to make sure no one was shouting, "That's dancing! We don't want to get sued by Flashdance." We'll still make sure she's tough though.
It's not just a man's world anymore.
See, we put a wrench in her nickname. That way everyone will know she doesn't like wearing makeup. Tomboy was actually the second biggest hit of the month, with the only one beating it in January being this highly acclaimed Sean Penn Timothy Hutton film.
Within 18 months, they became the two most wanted men in America.
Ah, We're No Angels! I remember this one. Oh wait, The Falcon and the Snowman. The movie that today would make someone say, "When's Bucky gonna show up?" From director John Schlesinger, who had a good critical comeback with this one after the disappointment of 81's Honky Tonk Freeway, The Falcon and the Snowman is the true story of Christopher Boyce and Dalton Lee, a military contractor and his friend, who sold secrets to the Soviets the only way they know how, using Manimal as their contact. The film received high marks for its lead performances, and also being a nuanced story of how their young and naive idealism can make a person do something with seemingly noble intent, but then quickly snowball right into treason. Don't give away the shocking conclusion where Reagan will negotiate a prisoner trade between them and David Keith. How about something about young people getting in trouble that doesn't involve espionage?
In every living species, there is a stage of growth between infancy and adulthood.
It's called Being an Armadillo. This is a movie that predicted the future. Fandango? That's what I should be using to buy tickets for the movie. This is a road trip comedy about a group of college friends in 1971 who go on one final journey before deciding the rest of their lives. It was the first film for director Kevin Reynolds, and also the first released starring role for Kevin Costner, and the first of their many collaborations, which later included Robin Hood and Waterworld. It was a personal film for the director, as it was based on a 1980 short film called Proof, which caught the eye of Steven Spielberg, who helped fund the full-length version through Amblin Entertainment. Sadly, though, it was screwed upon release, as Warner Brothers wasn't keen on the then unrecognizable cast, and some reshoots had to be done too, but with Spielberg's disappointment in the film, it only got a limited release where they pretty much put it out there to die. Luckily, it did find its audience on cable and home video, and received a critical reappraisal as time went on, noting Reynolds' excellent direction, and the performances and the relatability of these friends going on one final ride with the dark cloud of the Vietnam draft hanging over them. And if there's time, they'll also join Bert and Ernie in following that bird in 85. What could possibly make this month even more January? Ooh, let's see if Trash and Michael Caine can put out these explosions too.
America, a time of celebration.
Oh wait, it's one of the prestigious Cannon films. You know, one of those Cannon movies where they're like, let's make a Godfather-like epic, but also make Emmanuel. This is Maria's Lovers. You got your work cut out for you if you want to top the number of Betsy's Lovers this month. Set after World War II, where John Savage returns home and marries Maria, but he's unable to perform sexually, so there's gotta be some other dick out there.
Keith Carradine is the drifter that seduced Maria.
In your eyes.
My God, I'm even drier than when I'm with my impotent husband. Not exactly a standout in the Cannon library, but if Cannon's gonna do melodrama, they're gonna do it over the top.
You don't want to marry me? Good! I'll tell you how much I love her!
Christ, dude, a box of chocolates would have done the trick. The movie did lead to some good things, as this was the first American film from Russian director Andrei Konchalovsky, who this same year directed one of Cannon's best films, Runaway Train, and action fans will know him too as the director of Tango and Cash. Here the Runaway Train ain't going too fast. You can walk on it just fine. It's not gonna explode. Coming up next, Timothy Hutton is back with a can of spray paint Eating Turk 182, and other troublemakers are stuck in detention in the Breakfast Club, while we get a double dose of heaven with heavenly bodies and Heaven Help Us. We'll see who else has to give up 2 months of their Saturdays.
School is out, but class is in session for a group of high school students learning about life. Hollywood's hottest young talent is applying for membership in the Breakfast Club. Next.
February may be the month of love, but it'll be hard to top the romance of James Spader singing to his lady and Keith Carradine doing the same. Both gals looking absolutely thrilled. It don't matter what the month is though, we'll still get some new kid at school movies. Bonus points if it's 60s nostalgic.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Many of you will be experiencing certain feelings.
Inconceivable feelings. Heaven Help Us shares a little in common with the new kids. Both are about a brother and sister whose parents die and they move in with the grandparents and have to attend a new school, though less murderous gangs and more like a cross between the nostalgia of Diner with the dramedy tomfoolery of Class, since both have Andrew McCarthy in them, and the 7 Deadly Sins, as Wallace Shawn has added up to here with all the lust going on at this school.
Do not waste your time with her. She never made it with nobody, not even me, if you can believe that.
I mean, I'm Johnny Drama. He'd be crazy to turn me down. It's a likable film that underperformed, but worth it for the crossing of worlds between Pretty in Pink and Some Kind of Wonderful, and a nostalgic Dillon Brothers double feature between this and The Flamingo Kid. Either will have a rockin' soundtrack.
Heaven help us. If God had wanted them to be angels, he would have given them wings.
Or at the least a Red Bull. If you want your romance slightly more neurotic, though, there's always the Albert Brooks film.
You're just nervous about tomorrow. You'll get the promotion, we'll move into the new house, and we'll be happy.
Be Like the Boy, Be Like the Boy. Directed by Brooks, who also took on the lead after he couldn't get Bill Murray. And I like how even a great movie like this will still have an Until One Day trailer.
This is David and Linda Howard. They're happily married.
David, you're fired. Fired!
Until one day, he and his wife, Julie Haggerty, leave it all behind for life on the road.
And wind up lost in America.
I prefer the end piece. Let's go to Maine. Like a smarter version of the types of comedies we'd later see, like RV, this is a delicious satire that's easy writer through the eyes of a middle-class married couple.
I think if Liberace got children, this would be their room.
Looking for adventure.
See, they're even playing Born to be Wild. I can't wait for the acid trip. I'm guessing it won't end the same way. The two on motorcycles gunned down by yokels. It tackles head-on the fantasy of hitting the road and seeing the country like Modern Romance meets Vacation. And who hasn't gone on a trip where you'll look everywhere for your lost keys? Now that the road trip is done, we're already driving right back to the 50s again, and we're not even close to getting to Back to the Future yet. No, this one is... Wait, what? Oh, okay, there we go. Well, that's confusing. I know this is a long time ago, but is it in another galaxy? A world where everything is still 1956, and poor Doug McKeon can't get the most beautiful girl in school, Kelly Preston, to like him. But it is the 50s, so you know what to do.
Hey, watch the tongue.
No, don't force your tongue in someone's mouth. The nerds can't win the homecoming carnival again. Ogre is still pissed and taking it out on Albert Brooks. You need to find the cool kid to teach you to be smooth and make sure he loves James Dean.
You seen Rebel Without a Cause?
Twice.
Want to go again?
Yeah, I'm in a bedtime for Bonzo phase right now. And speaking of Back to the Future, did everyone get grabby in cars back then?
It's been 17 years.
Let go.
That's the farthest I ever got.
Hold that pose, you two. This will be perfect for the poster. It's basically a more grounded 50s virgin movie a la Porky's, but there will still be shenanigans, of course, just not nightclub destructions.
There's no time like the first time. Mischief.
If the first time is your best time, you're bad at sex. But I love going through the previous years because I can be spotlighting the films of February and still get an Academy Award nominated movie for Best Picture. Witness is too awesome to wait until November or December. Peter Weir's Witness isn't just one of the best films of the year, but one of the all-time great Harrison Ford performances, and surprisingly his only Oscar nomination. Here he's John Book, who is protecting an Amish kid who's a witness to a murder committed by a police officer in the alternate universe where Detective Murtaugh was murderous cop Jack Travis. This could easily be a routine thriller, but it's not. It's a near-perfect film in so many ways. It's a culture clash movie where we see the violent city through the eyes of the Amish, then the Amish community through the eyes of a tough cop. It has action, loads of suspense, but also a heartbreaking love story with Ford and Kelly McGillis, who have fantastic chemistry.
Everyone has an idea about you and the Englishman.
I mean, he's Harrison Ford, who wouldn't? And Peter Weir gets many beautiful shots out of it to make these landscapes practically a character in the movie itself. It was the highest grossing movie this month, so we'll need another classic to follow this one up. Luckily, that's exactly what we got here.
It is now 7:06. Any questions?
Yeah. Does Barry Manilow know that you raid his wardrobe?
You keep talking like that, mister, and you won't have any free weekend for your Fandango road trip with Kevin Costner. Not just a classic John Hughes film, but one of the most beloved teen films of the 1980s, with 5 kids, all from different cliques, who barely know each other, stuck together for a Saturday detention.
I'm a nymphomaniac.
Are your parents aware of this?
Can I come to your house for dinner sometime? Instead of being a wacky comedy, it gives voice to these teens, making it a very relatable movie for the time, and there's things about it that would be different today, like, okay, downgrade. And there may be more topics that would come up in a modern film, as opposed to this being a reflection of the 80s, but there's still so many timeless themes here that hit hard today too, like how it deals with suicide, parental abuse, parental expectations, peer pressure and academic pressure, and our desire to still rock out to Simple Minds. Plus, if you watch it as an adult today, you may even feel sorry for Paul Gleason too. He's stuck there on his Saturday as well. And it takes some skill to still have excellent pointing game directly after a Harrison Ford pointing so epic it's on the back of the box. But maybe you don't have the money to see all these movies, so how about a mashup of some we've talked about? You could go see the Canadian film The Bay Boy. It has the Catholic school setting of Heaven Help Us, the parental pressure of The Breakfast Club. It's sort of an autobiographical film for Daniel Petrie, like how Fandango was for Kevin Reynolds, and it has a kid witnessing a murder by a cop like in Witness, and on top of all that, you get to see the screen debut of Kiefer Sutherland. Get to it quick though before the title is changed to Bad Company on VHS. You'll be very confused if you rent the wrong movie. However, it doesn't have breakdancing. That'll be for the next one.
But now they've got to hit the place where the best learn their moves.
At the community center that's about to be torn down by the evil businessman? Oh, it's not breaking. Not that you could tell if you take your glasses off, but this is Fast Forward, one of the little scene breakdancing movies of the time, but this one stands out in that it's not directed by Menachem Golan, but by Sidney Poitier? I'm going to need a version of To Sir with Love where Sir Thackeray teaches Lulu to break dance. And it's kinda awesome his name is part of the title, like he's the John Carpenter of dance competition films. We've got another forgotten entry here too, though it's trying its best to be sexy about it.
Ed Oaken can't sleep.
I think Goldblum just always poses like this. His life seems pretty dull. We're gonna need another until one day.
One day, he comes home early.
And finds his wife watching Lost in America without him. Director John Landis gave us many great films in the 80s that it's fun stumbling across one of his littler seen films of the decade, where it's like a Something Wild prototype where Goldblum happens across Michelle Pfeiffer on the run from criminals, but it's one where a lot of Landis's trademarks got heavily criticized. In the past, he'd been pretty great at integrating cameos into his films, whereas this, critics weren't too fond of about 30 cameos from his friends, from Don Siegel to Lawrence Kasdan to David Cronenberg, although with less of the special effects makeup budget usually required for a Goldblum-Cronenberg team-up. I hear there's another mystery here, though. Valentine's Day of '85 contains more murder than you'd think. I'm gonna let someone else handle this. Directed by the late Philip Borsos, who didn't have a cameo in Into the Night, but he did in another '85 film, Weird Science. See, lightning hits these credits too. This is The Mean Season, starring Kurt Russell as a reporter, covering the murder of a teenager who is then told there will be more killings.
Anderson. It was me. I killed her.
Can you say that again? I can't hear you over your creepy talking into the fan voice. Just saying, it shouldn't be too hard to track the person down. Find out who has a grudge against table settings and pillows. We'll tail any cleanup crew going to clean broken dishes. Kurt must think like the killer he's chasing.
Hey now, what's wrong?
By causing his own mess around the newsroom. Rude! Just stay with the Amish and let the killer come to you. While Timothy Hutton had a hit in January with The Falcon and the Snowman, not quite as successful was Turk 182, though this one has more stunts.
Timothy Hutton is taking his story to the people.
Way better alternative than selling to the Soviets. Directed by Bob Clark, reteaming with Darren McGavin after A Christmas Story, and Kim Cattrall after Porky's, but we'll still leave the sex romp to Mischief, as this one wants to be a Capra-esque little man taking on City Hall movie, where Hutton fights for his firefighter brother to receive benefits from the city after an injury, and the way to do that? Spray paint his message over the city. El Barto! I mean, Turk 182. What kind of sci-fi tale is this? Criticized for basically being set in a world of idiots where no one knows who is doing these messages, despite the numbers being his brother's fireman numbers, and he's already confronted the mayor. But I like the trailer for bringing back the early 80s trailer style of a frame of the movie shrinking under the title. Hadn't seen that since around '82 when movies like The Seduction were coming out. Having better success was director Harold Becker, who directed Hutton and Taps, but here directs Matthew Modine in Vision Quest, an excellent film where Modine is a high school wrestler who falls for sexy-ass Linda Fiorentino.
But since he met the girl of his dreams, all he can think of is her shape.
I'll put my sand in her hourglass. I love the 80s, where if you were a wrestler, it means you're also in Devo. I used to watch this a lot when I was a kid, and when I saw it for the first time, yes, it was because it features Jake Ryan from 16 Candles in a Mohawk, not to mention its kickin' soundtrack, which not only features music from Madonna, but actually has her first appearance in a big film, where they wanted to capitalize on her new fame so much that some places even retitled the movie Crazy for You, which she sings in it. But why? Ronnie James Dio is on the soundtrack. You could have retitled it Hungry for Heaven to go along with the other Heaven movies this month. Like Heavenly Bodies. See, A Night in Heaven should have come out this year and not 1983. It'd be more at home, especially because this one has about as good a reviews as Night in Heaven. But with the theme of boring jobs that we've seen this month.
Her name is Samantha Blair, a girl who's about to beat the humdrum.
By giving these hips a workout. Cynthia Dale plays Samantha, who gives up her boring job to start her own studio that focuses not on breakdancing, that's out. We're going with aerobics.
Her moves will leave you breathless.
Get to the part where she becomes a monster. Who needs a plot? The 80s love aerobics. If you weren't falling out your second floor window from your flips, are you even getting in shape? And if you have sex, you'll need to be in a bathtub to contain all this sweat.
A world where body language speaks louder than words.
Yeah, this is the foreplay to the real workout we'll get later with Perfect. But relax, it pretty much has the plot of a breakdancing movie.
Jack Pearson's sporting life is closing down Heavenly Bodies.
Were businessmen just as bored in the 80s? Hey, look, I got too much money to really care about important things. I just want to close some shit down. I got nothing else to do. Tear down that dance hall and tear down that aerobic studio. Good to see that between Tomboy and this, the Flashdance inspiration is still going strong through the years. Forget that, we need yet another road trip bonding movie, but less Kevin Costner in Fandango and more Kevin Costner in A Perfect World, as this is pretty much the same plot. This is Martin's Day, starring Richard Harris, with some tints still in his hair from when he just did a stage tour of Camelot. Here he's an escaped convict who takes Justin Henry from Kramer vs. Kramer hostage, but the two end up getting along, as they have a lot in common, like their names both being Martin. See? The lighter side of kidnapping. Bradley Whitford won't shoot you in the chest if he knows how close you are. Oh, and did you think we'd get out of February without another horror film that was clearly shot years earlier? Fat chance. February saw the release of Night Train to Terror after God and Satan gave it the go-ahead.
The earth is mine. Out of pity, I cast you down on earth. Don't push me.
Who's the practical joker who put God and Satan together in the same sleeper car? Night Train to Terror is an anthology film featuring the two arguing over the fate of three stories, and while that seems like it could be a 60s Roger Corman Poe type throwback, not quite. What it actually is three unreleased horror films, all from different directors, with titles like Scream Your Head Off, Death Wish Club, and Cataclysm, shot anywhere from 80 to 83, but shortened and re-edited with wraparound segments and a mid-80s touch. Everybody's got something to do. Everybody but you. What in the world is happening? Oh, this takes me back, renting a movie with this box cover and bringing it home and seeing Sidney Poitier take a stab at directing Terror Train. Are you sure this isn't a collection of music videos centered around the worst slumber party games?
There is only one master, and his name is Satan!
Ooh, every anti-rock satanic panic parent just got their picket signs ready. I wonder if they saw how holdover horror films weren't doing well, so they thought it'd be less expensive to just release 3 movies as one. We'll make Oh God, You Devil, but with sex appeal.
In the eyes of God, I command you to tell me your name!
I am Ishtar.
Okay, fine. I'll still do ya. Coming up next, the Police Academy get their first assignment, Jason Voorhees takes a rest, and we're introduced to Roy, while Chuck Norris is too busy in Vietnam to help out, and I've made far too many Porky's references for there not to be a third film. It'll be Porky getting his revenge this year, and not Jason.
Duck, it's Chuck. Norris, that is, raring to go in this gung-ho, gun-toting, action-packed prequel. Missing in Action 2, The Beginning, next.
Prepare yourself, March of '85 has a ton of movies to get through. Is one of them going to be the Scorsese film of the year? Whoa, what? No, not that Aviator. This is George Miller's Aviator. And by George Miller, I mean George T. Miller, director of Neverending Story 2 and Zeus and Roxanne. Is it at least gonna be the 40s or 50s nostalgic trip of the month?
It was 1928, and America was about to produce a new kind of hero.
Nope, it goes back even further. Superman rewound the Earth too far.
They were tough. They were hungry. They were adventurers.
Since when does Superman need a plane to get lunch from Hardee's? Oh, careful now. On second thought, let's get Batman to bring us lunch. He's already going through the drive-thru. The Aviator is the story of an airmail pilot in the 1920s who gives a lift to a rich woman, and alright, let's get that ass in there, lady.
Where I come from, people try to be civil.
If you're the future of aviation, I don't like it. You're 105 pounds of freight.
I'm also waiting for the 1985 Scorsese movie. At least in that one I just overdose. Here I'm stuck in the wilderness with a pilot who keeps crashing. And now we have to fight wolves. You know who else could have flown them out in a split second? The Rocketeer. Just saying, I would love to get my mail via rocket packs. The Aviator didn't get the best reviews, but neither did the next one, but it loves announcing that it has Oscar winners.
Academy Award winner Tatum O'Neal.
I know we can beat them.
Academy Award winner Irene Cara.
Damn right. Other movies this year have had Flashdance inspiration. This one takes it a step further by actually starring Irene Cara. However, there won't be as much dancing here, where the movie is like Angel crossed with the Defiant Ones, as a crook and a prostitute are on the run after a courtroom shootout. If they were in jail, it'd be caged fury, but outside, it's certain fury.
I just want a place where I can figure a way out of this mess.
I want you away from me. Now!
Christ, the biggest shock of this is that it doesn't have Linda Blair in it. This was the first film directed by Stephen Gyllenhaal, father of Jake and Maggie, and who knew the Gyllenhaal family would be perfect for some New World Pictures B-movie action. Good Christ, they were safer in jail. Everyone on the outside is trying to attack them. This is just like The Fugitive. If the waterfall scene had Sam Gerard shoot, cause explosions, and running from a certain watery grave. See it in theaters or on Cinemax. Regardless, you won't be bored. And why see one New World Pictures movie this month when you can see two? Clearly they're giving us an epic western of the season.
Comes the mightiest, most inspiring saga of all.
Uh-oh, I sense parody. Not exactly a successful time period for comedy westerns, though here we have Lust in the Dust, starring Tab Hunter and Divine, so it doesn't really matter what it brings in at the box office. It was made to be a midnight movie. I do appreciate that in this world of sexual innuendo and slapstick, Hunter plays it straight.
No one knew the fury of his vengeance.
The others, meanwhile, are hamming it up big time.
She liked her men like she liked her liquor, hard and rotten.
Oh yeah, I'll ask my bartender that. I'm not in the mood to get a brick to the face. And we're getting a Children of the Corn origin out of this.
Courtney Gaines is Red Dick.
Most folks around here call me Red Dick.
Yeah, okay, I'm still calling you Pinocchio. If it's shocking that Linda Blair wasn't in Certain Fury, here it's shocking that this isn't a John Waters film. He actually was asked to direct it, but declined given that he didn't write the script, so instead it was directed by Paul Bartel, which makes sense too. Between his previous 80s movies like Eating Raoul and Not for Publication, I could see him being involved with a cheeky western called Lust in the Dust. As much love as we give to HBO in these videos, this is clearly the month of Cinemax, because here we have a movie that pretty much invented that legendary channel.
With a knack for getting at the bare facts.
Well, these pictures will make me victorious in the divorce. And move over, James Bond, we've got Sybil Danning.
A government agent with her own special skills.
Oh, that's why the Falcon and the Snowman wanted to be interrogated. Most people know Hard Ticket to Hawaii, but that series of Andy Sedaris sexploitation films started here with Malibu Express, here starring Danning and Darby Hinton, which turned into a series of about 12 films, sometimes called the Triple B films, or the Lethal Ladies series, or Bullets, Bombs, and Babes, where there's no cartel around that will get past an army of Playboy playmates and sex.
Sorry, babe, but I gotta have some water.
He can only get aroused when watching Michael Caine films. You fool, you don't know that the whole world wants to sleep with you?
And the girls from the yacht next door just want him.
I understand you're a private investigator.
Help me find my missing grandfather and I'll let you motorboat my ass. Like these movies or not, Sedaris is a director with a signature style that you can tell when it's one of his on TV. It doesn't matter if it's a sex scene or a shootout, it's gonna be over the top and ridiculous, like he's a self-aware Godfrey Ho. And I'm sure you'd be fine watching any of these movies out of order. And speaking of water, we've got another from the George Harrison Company handmade films. However, A Private Function was much more successful critically. Maybe it because it has to do with food instead of water. This stars Michael Palin and is set in the 40s, which you can't have a British movie in the 40s and not have it co-star Maggie Smith. With food rationing going on in their town, these heroes want to provide the best party to celebrate the marriage of Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth, so you have to raise pigs in the pork black market. Ah, the service will be divine. We've also got Mr. Carson from Downton Abbey, but...
I think it's gas. No, I can smell gas.
Significantly more fart jokes, aside from the classic scene when Lord Crowley shit his pants after Daisy prepared a spicy quiche. Sorry, bathroom's full.
You got something we want.
Not the place to ask for the location of the Ark. Come see A Private Function before they all become ghosts at the Overlook. And dang, we're still overlooking the 50s and 60s this month. We've had the 20s, the 40s, so why not get the 30s and the Purple Rose of Cairo? This is one of the great Woody Allen films of the 80s, set during the Depression, where Mia Farrow is broke, in a bad marriage, and uses movies for the ultimate escapism.
I gotta speak to you.
You mean me?
Tom Baxter's come down off the screen and he's running around New Jersey.
Just like in Last Action Hero. Here Mia falls for a dashing Jeff Daniels movie character who literally walks off the screen, and I think we all want to see a version where she went to see Dumb and Dumber and was stuck with Harry. I love how even the other fake characters in the movie come to life too.
I wonder what it's like out there.
Hey, what the hell kind of movie is this?
Why don't you stop yapping? We've got problems of our own.
Oh sure, but when I talk back to the characters in God's Not Dead, I get asked to leave the theater. It's a movie so good, even Woody Allen himself kinda likes it, I think. He's famously critical of his own movies, but with Purple Rose of Cairo, he stated that, yeah, it's close to how I envisioned it in my head. It's a tremendous blend of reality and fantasy coming together for a love letter to old Hollywood and movies in general. It got Woody a nomination for screenplay, and is a great dual role for Jeff Daniels, who is also hilarious as the actor who plays the fictitious character on screen. There's another theme of 1985 that's here this month though, and that's the road trip movie.
Gibson! What? Don't you have an 8 o'clock? What time is it?
Oh god, I missed the auditions for Fandango and Lost in America. I gotta get moving. Director Rob Reiner is also having a good month here with The Sure Thing, starring John Cusack as the wacky type and Daphne Zuniga as the not so wacky.
8 o'clock?
8 o'clock, I don't know. That's when I rearrange my sock drawer.
Look, I see you. You don't have to keep dressing like Waldo to get my attention. You just have to be great in bed.
How would you like to have a sexual encounter so intense it could conceivably change your political views?
Ooh, you were so good I'm a Dixiecrat now. The Sure Thing is another excellent film where Cusack finds out he has a sure thing waiting for him hundreds of miles away, so he and Daphne make a road trip where he can get laid and she can meet up with her boyfriend. And along the way, they can encounter road problems and colorful side characters.
Hi, welcome aboard. I'm Marianne Webster.
And I'm Gary Cooper, but not the Gary Cooper that's dead.
Oh no, Tim Robbins, you're not tricking me into being in fraternity vacation this year. Like with other 85 movies like The Breakfast Club or Weird Science, it takes a plot line where you'd think it'd only be used for Porky's-like humor, but is actually a much smarter movie than you'd expect, as it really cares about these characters and their sweet romance to make a movie more akin to a teenage It Happened One Night than it does, say, High School Malibu Express. Or Deadly Intruder. This killer is so obsessed with his girlfriend, he may do some shenanigans like stick your head in the garbage or chop you up for the garbage disposal. A Halloween knockoff. It's about an escaped mental patient, of course it is, and the cop who is trying to track him down. That's right, Captain Stuart Whitman going undercover as Jack Black. And I don't know if you need to specify that the intruder is deadly. He's an intruder. That should go without saying, especially in the 80s when sex comedies, revenge movies, and horror films all came with some kind of intruder. And let's not forget Tiny Monsters, because I am shocked that it took us this long into 1985 to get a movie capitalizing on the previous year's Gremlins, but for the college crowd.
Jonathan is having a housewarming party.
Wow! And a lawsuit. Oh well, close. Ghoulies was being made at the same time as Gremlins, and Warner Brothers even tried to sue them, unsuccessfully, to change the title. Careful, the movie will put a curse on you.
I got an idea. Let's do a ritual.
Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? Guy who hasn't seen any horror movie ever? From producer Charles Band, who kept the budget small and centered in one location, where a nice mansion warming party is interrupted by a ritual that brings forth the demons of shenanigans. Happens to the best of us.
Well, that was fun.
Once more, but more sarcastic. Who in the hell created these messy demons?
They have very bad manners. And they have no respect for privacy.
Guys, there was no such thing as privacy in the 80s. While written off as a Z-grade Gremlins, it was a successful film that became a series of 4 movies, I'm sure helped by the hilarious ad campaign featuring a suspender-wearing ghoulie that comes out of the toilet and does not happen in the movie. After 2 New World Pictures, though, I think it's time for some canon. But what kind of cannon? Artsy or body parts flying?
Vietnam, 1984. Chuck Norris frees the Americans. Missing in action.
Spoiler, that's right, duck, it's Chuck, as if I'd let that tease slide. That old HBO announcer earned his paycheck with the movie descriptions. In Missing in Action 2, we learn the secret of Braddock's rage. He's Chuck Norris, enough said, end of movie. I've already talked about this at length, don't know what else to say. Last year I covered all 3 movies, but the trivia here is more interesting than the movie itself, where it's a prequel that was intended to be released first, only they realized the second film was actually the better movie, so they released that as the first one instead, and I can see why. Missing in Action 2 isn't a bad film, just a little too by the numbers. It's what you picture in your head when you hear it's a Chuck Norris nom movie where he escapes a POW camp. And while, yeah, not boring, but it's nothing that rises above a standard movie like this. There's gonna be other Chuck Norris movies this year that are way more memorable. There's also a better movie this month, coincidentally featuring another character named Braddock. You're also gonna have to be more memorable if you're gonna be another movie featuring a road trip, and luckily the underrated British thriller The Hit is just that. Directed by Stephen Frears, Terence Stamp plays a witness who testified against the mobsters he worked for, and years later 2 hitmen are hired to take him from Spain to France for an execution. Will they find love for each other, or will he meet his sure thing, death? A well-acted, stylish film with a gritty turn by John Hurt. It's got explosions for the action crowd and the landscape of a character-driven witness-type film, and a Tim Roth to be an early influence on Tarantino, I'm sure. Having another great year is Cher, who had one hell of a revival in the 80s as an acclaimed and award-winning actress, from 83's Silkwood to this year's Mask, a biopic on the short life of Rocky Dennis, who suffered from the genetic disorder Leonidas, where he's played by Eric Stoltz, and the film is about the relationship between he and his hard-ass biker mom, Rusty Dennis, who just wants to live a normal life with her son. It's a sweet film with spectacular award-winning makeup, but the ad campaign for it was a little bizarre. The trailer describes the character's hopes and dreams and also his academic accomplishments, shot like it's the opening credits of Coach, and with lines from the movie.
My mom says I look like a lion, though. She figures that I was a lion in one of my past lives and some of it got left over.
Ah yes, the Bride of Wildenstein biopic, of course! It's odd that it's a heartwarming drama, but advertised like you have to see the movie to witness the monstrous effects, like it's selling a freak show, or the kind of marketing William Castle would have done for Mr. Sardonicus. Sure, it's a great film, but if you leave the theater too soon, you're going right to the coward's corner. Make your choice, audience. Should Rocky graduate high school or not? And if you think Police Academy 2 is going to be the zanier side of law enforcement this month, there's also My New Partner. This is a French film that got its US release in March of '85, where it's about a corrupt older cop who teaches his young partner all about whacking some folks on the head to get information, taking bribes, and going undercover for their own version of cruising. This was a critical success, and a way better showcase for Thierry Lhermitte's talents over 84's Until September. Also in limited release was the drama Variety, directed by Bette Gordon, where Sandy McLeod stars as a woman who takes a job at a Times Square adult theater and develops a fascination with the films and her hidden desires for voyeurism. I hope it's just like Purple Rose of Cairo and Harry Reams leaps off the screen to be her friend. Instead, this is like a female taxi driver, where her curiosity leads her to obsess over a man in the theater who may have connections with the mob, and it's a very character-driven film that's not exploitive, and more a fly-on-the-wall tour through the lost relic of the sleaze-filled 42nd Street of the 80s. Also, maybe not the most uplifting film of the month is Camellia, a highly acclaimed movie from Argentina, which received an Oscar nomination for Best Foreign Language Film and is often brought up as one of the best of the country. It's a tragic love story between a priest and a socialite who run off to live in seclusion so they can be happily married, only they're captured and tried for sacrilege. See, I'd be more familiar with this if it were a prestigious canon film that had Sylvia Christel perform the whole story entirely naked. This is more for the erotic novel crowd. But for those turned on by B-movie action, New World Pictures is leaving their mark this year, come hell or high water. They're going to space to preserve their contributions to film. This is DEFCON 4, the first film for director Tony Randall, later of Hellraiser 2, where astronauts are still out on a mission when World War III breaks out on Earth in what is essentially the better and more ambitious version of ISS. Here the astronauts return to Earth in a post-apocalyptic setting that, again, you'll have to see the movie to see what happens on Earth.
For 3 astronauts, a mission that began in space will have its ultimate destiny on Earth. What they will find is unthinkable.
They proudly attend Rocky Dennis's graduation. Also, of course, there'll be murderous punks. We go into full "you must leave the Bronx" mode after any disaster. Hell, there's a lot of movies this month that would be way sleazier depending on the studio, like the US release of Secret Places, a 1984 British film, which is about the friendship between 2 schoolgirls, one of which being a German refugee. It's another character-driven drama, but has the tagline of "young girls, soon-to-be women, sharing everything except their secret place." Oh no, I'll watch this on TV. I'm not going to jail again after getting a ticket to see Little Darlings. I have good news though. Jake Ryan has grown back his luscious hair after his mohawk phase, and this time he's determined to win the love of Melissa Gilbert, or her horse, not sure.
Melissa Gilbert, Richard Farnsworth, in a film for everyone who's ever been told it can't be done. Sylvester.
That's very true. Sylvester the cat never listened to anyone who told him that can't be done. Or, like bringing back dinosaurs.
1985. A startling event takes place in remote West Africa.
Someone else got hit in the head with a Coke bottle from a plane. Kidding. They've discovered dinosaurs. Dinosaurs? Brah. Give me that skull like your life depends on it. Don't ask why. I'm evil and rich. This movie takes me back. This is Baby, Secret of the Lost Legend, where paleontologists William Catt and Sean Young work to protect a baby dinosaur from the military tracking them down. We'll turn these dinosaurs into a weapon. Somehow. I don't know. I'm still evil. They used to show this movie to us a lot in school, and you know how when you're that young and you think any movie you're shown is insanely popular? It wasn't until some years later when I found out, oh, this didn't get good reviews at all. But it's interesting seeing a dinosaur movie that rips off Spielberg's E.T. formula well before Spielberg made his own dinosaur movie that was nothing like E.T., but maybe Lost World was.
And Mom just wants her back.
Mommy's very angry. Let's move on before it turns into one of those Jurassic Park porn parodies. Dinosaurs and evil businessmen are no match for the most terrifying villain of '85. No, not Jason Voorhees. I mean Roy, because Friday the 13th, Part 5, A New Beginning, was intended to be a new series of entries featuring a different killer each time, with this one being a vengeful father who dons the Jason costume to get revenge on a teen mental facility in the woods. Sure. But while it was a hit, it made back 10 times its budget. The box office for it was technically down from the previous installments, so they thought it best to bring Jason back for the next. That does make Part 5 really stand out in the series, not just for it having a villain outside the Voorhees family, but it does have some of the best kills and best nudity of the series. Maybe due to the supposed drug use on set, you're gonna get an extra dose of sleaze if you got Danny Steinman directing this. He did Savage Streets. Hell, some actors didn't even know they were in a Friday the 13th film, as the shooting title was Repetition, which seems like a joke. Just like them throwing any taglines against the wall to see what sticks.
Mindless, murderous fury.
You had me at mindless.
And suddenly, terror has become child's play.
Those are technically sentences. It was originally written off as a cash grab, which it is, but it did go on to be a beloved entry in the series over the years, where even small roles really stand out, like poor Miguel Nunez dying in the shitter, the fault of too many enchiladas, and Roy being the Ben Tramer of the series, as in the unsung hero of the franchise, who I always love referencing any chance I get. It's also the only Friday the 13th movie I reviewed twice. I had to update the review after the first was shot in my old darkened basement from hell days. You know what that room needed?
A martial arts champion in search of the glow.
That's right, the glow. Or at least an arrow that I could shoot through the DVD boxes. We often destroyed things we didn't like back then. But I would never do that to a copy of The Last Dragon, a film so special I can't believe it's not part of the Ninja Trilogy.
A madman.
Shogun of Harlem.
Snoop, you may be getting a little too into character for this video. Produced by Barry Gordy of Motown, The Last Dragon is about the legendary Bruce Leroy up against every 80s B-movie.
And the glamour, the power, and the sound.
You're gonna work these streets after 4 years of dance classes whether you like it or not. This is like a Motown side quest of the Sgt. Pepper movie. Makes sense, it's from the same director, Michael Schultz. They're gonna beat these hooligans with actual beats.
The Last Dragon.
Whoops, sorry DeBarge. I meant to hit the track for the Vanity song Seventh Heaven. Where can you go when the world don't treat you right? The answer is home. I joke, but didn't we all want the glow back then?
It's about the power of the glow.
But all the nuclear movies of '83 told me that radiation was bad. Do you need me to sell you any more on this film? I think not. But clearly the next one will be the story of ultimate revenge, or at least referencing canon's ninja trilogy.
In the tradition of Revenge of the Gladiators, Revenge of the Ninja, Revenge of the Nerds.
That is pitching me a lot of different tones. It's okay, Porky's Revenge settles on one tone. Stupid! By the way, I love that they were racking their brains so hard for movies that started with revenge that they went all the way back to 1964's Revenge of the Gladiator. You could have just borrowed my copy of Revenge of the House of Usher. Like with Missing in Action 2, don't know what else to say about this. I covered all of these movies recently too. In Porky's Revenge, the gang graduates high school at the young age of 30, and it was the worst of the three movies, reflected in its box office too. Without Bob Clark's involvement, director James Comack wanted it to be just about the shenanigans with no social commentary. So it is technically the most tonally consistent of the three, just the least funny. It does get funny once it actually gets to be about Porky's Revenge.
Innocent, totally harmless kids.
Give or take a few assaults, they're still good boys. Too bad the Porky getting his revenge plot doesn't happen till halfway into it, but Porky still gets some laughs, and Nancy Parsons has some humanizing scenes, and it doesn't seem so bad in hindsight because the 2009 sequel, Porky's Pimpin' Pee-wee, was so bad it didn't just make Porky's Revenge look like Porky's, it made it look like Animal House. Porky's movies are out though. You can't sell a toy line for that. We need something to get the kids to the theater and to the toy store.
In the two worlds of Eternia and Etheria, there is one who commands the power.
It's called The Glow, thank you very much. Live-action sword and sorcery movies may have decreased in popularity by '85, but not when it comes to animated fare like He-Man, so He-Man and She-Ra get their very first movie.
Now, for the first time ever on the motion picture screen, He-Man.
But not the last time. I can hear the producer's conversation right now. Yeah, how do we sell more shit? Do we make a movie? Absolutely. But here's what we do. We stitch together 5 episodes of the She-Ra series to package it as a movie so we can properly introduce She-Ra into the He-Man world.
And introducing She-Ra, Princess of Power.
We got She-Ra for the kids and Sybil Danning for the dads. I was 4 when this came out, so of course I saw it. We needed to know the proper context before playing with our Castle Grayskull toy. See, if Porky's had built an epic shower toy, I'd have seen that too. Come for the drag competition at the local club. Stay for Skeletor. We all love Skeletor the best.
Just like the old days.
Tell me about it. This is a 5-hour-long video about the old days. But we have to sell some toys to the girls too, so we got you covered. There's also a Care Bears movie out.
Up above the clouds lies Care-a-Lot, the home of the warm and lovable Care Bears.
Destroy it! While I didn't see this in '85, on account of not being in the demographic, I was patiently waiting for a Get-Along Gang movie that never came. But the Care Bears are all here.
Grumpy Bear, Baby Hugs and Tugs, and all the rest of the Care Bear family.
Yeah, I don't remember their names. Sleepy Doc, Mo, Curly Joe Dorita, whatever. You at least got your money's worth with this one. It's an original film and not 5 episodes of a show strung together.
You'll meet some new friends who'll help you discover that caring has never been so much fun.
Almost as fun as crashing from this acid we dropped. Relax, there's still a villain.
But be careful. evil spells are lurking about.
Yes, I will put a stop to your aerobics studio. While the He-Man movie made money at the box office, the Care Bears movie was an even bigger success, so much so it set a box office record at the time for non-Disney animated movies. Hell, it did better than the actual Disney movie released in '85. That's because this required you to bring a friend.
The Care Bears movie. Bring someone you care about.
And then talk about it in the car afterwards. We're getting all the popular 80s groups this month, from Eternians to Care Bears, and of course the Yuppies. Yes, Almost You is part of the wave of yuppie-centered movies that popped up around this time, though others had slightly more success, despite some solid reviews for this one. Directed by Adam Brooks, later of Definitely Maybe, it stars Griffin Dunne, also waiting for the '85 Scorsese movie to come along, where he and Brooke Adams are married, and he has an affair in the most New York 80s of ways. It's with his wife's therapy assistant. Honey, I had to. You being in a wheelchair got in the way of our sex life. He'll receive his karma when he's on Frasier. Having better luck in a non-85 After Hours was Rosanna Arquette, back again in Desperately Seeking Susan, also featuring yuppies in a bad marriage, though if Vision Quest was opening act Madonna, this is main attraction Madonna.
A woman of surprises.
What are you doing here?
This is the greatest birthday present of my life! Here, a bored housewife becomes fascinated with a series of classified ads involving a free-spirited woman she begins to emulate. And not only was she into Madonna's style, but so was the country, as this set a huge fashion trend at the time. You'll look hot when killers are after you.
But someone is desperate to kill her.
Killed?
If he can figure out who she is.
I told you I'm not Madonna, damn it, I'm Michelle Visage! A critical and commercial success, with praise given to the performances of Arquette, Aidan Quinn, Madonna, and the rockin' soundtrack notably featuring Into the Groove. While Madonna has done films she didn't exactly get praise for, when the script is right and fits her style, she can act. She's very good in this. It was her first lead role and one of her best, too.
Got a quarter? Wanna play?
Yeah. Madonna was even bigger than King David himself at the time, because not having quite as much success was this biblical epic from Tender Mercies director Brian Beresford, and starring Richard Gere in the title role, looking less like King David and more like he's gonna release a kickin' disco album to be played on the Looking for Mr. Goodbar soundtrack. It was a troubled production from the start, as the director stated they weren't keen on the script and kinda foresaw the disaster ahead. There was also tensions between him and Gere, because he felt Gere was too contemporary of an actor and miscast. Plus, sets had to be rebuilt, extras went on strike, people got sick. The result was a very unfocused film, light on character, where the director was worried it'd kill his career, but he bounced back in '89 with the Oscar-winning Driving Miss Daisy. But hey, it may have been a financial disaster, but the Heaven's Gate of the year would come out later in December. You're gonna need an extra dose of wackiness to be a hit this month.
Lock your doors. Activate the dog. Stand up the man.
See, we got a cardboard cutout of Eastwood. That alone will make this the biggest hit of the month, which it is. While the country was over Porky's, Police Academy was just getting started with its sequels, as Police Academy 2, their first assignment, was released only a year after the first was a surprise hit, as the world craved more.
You gotta build a trust between you and the people, and they'll respect you.
And with a bigger explosion budget, too. Mahoney's back, Tackleberry, Hightower, Jones, and
Commandant Lazard.
And it's the only way to prove his love for Maria. Not a hit with critics, which neither was the first, but goddamn, the cast still works well together.
Now, mister.
This year, they're in charge.
See Police Academy 2 before Internal Affairs gets involved. But back to the bombs, because King David is also fighting the Slugger's wife to see what's the bigger disaster of the month.
When you're as married to your career as Debbie and Daryl, the last thing you do is say,
I do.
You could have helped your marriage and the box office if you just dressed like Madonna. This seemed to have a lot going for it. It's directed by Hal Ashby of Coming Home and Being There. It's written by the great Neil Simon. It's got Rebecca De Mornay plus Michael O'Keefe putting down the golf clubs and trying his hand at baseball, but it just didn't come together. At least some 80s flops remained famous for it over the years, but it's much sadder when it's simply forgotten about. It's a simple story. A baseball player gets married, but they have problems which affects the other's careers. Have you tried a road trip? A lot of the criticism came from the characters seeming like they should be older and not as young as they are. And Ashby would direct his final film the following year, which also wasn't a critical success, but at least in that case, I absolutely adore 8 Million Ways to Die. The Slugger's wife should have been a heavier love story, as in a movie literally called Forbidden, where the romance is between Jacqueline Bisset and Jürgen Prochnow, as she's a countess, and they both find love while also helping the Jews escape Germany. Say, what do you yuppies have to complain about? While released theatrically in other countries, in the US it premiered on HBO in March of '85. Are you sure you didn't want to release it come Oscar season? It has the plot for it. That was a lot of movies. I need to take a breather, so coming up next, we've got Hawks, Cats, Wolves, Burt Reynolds, and girls either just wanting to have fun or just being one of the guys. One will have a classic flashing scene.
Next, Richard Donner is in the director's chair with a magical tale of sorcery and star-crossed love. Lady Hawk, starring Matthew Broderick, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Rutger Hauer. Next.
Alright, it's April, so that means it's time to go on spring break. Where's the first stop on our vacation map? Ah, a little place called Alamo Bay.
Now that there, that is a Texas shrimp. That's what this whole town lives on.
Or as Bubba calls it, heaven. Kidding, Bubba died in Vietnam, which is why this community is so angry at the Vietnamese immigrants.
These Vietnamese, they work cheaper than regular Americans can afford to work.
Vietnamese is patriot for Vietnamese. Here in this town, we speak American.
Excuse me, she don't understand English.
Don't give me that.
No, really, I don't want that. I like stealing oranges. Grab me one of those. This is like a whole 80s movie inspired by the "They Took Our Jobs" episode of South Park. But maybe they can all get along if they wear the same hats.
Does it look nice?
You gotta turn it around there, son. You got it back to front.
Now we're ready to party it up at the Leather Bar. This stars Ed Harris, so mad he'll kick a freaking car. Only his wife, Amy Madigan, can calm him down. If only it were Chuck Norris who starred in the film, it could have been his Gran Torino to Missing in Action's Dirty Harry. What's even scarier than the Klan on a yacht entering the boat race from Summer Rental. Just saying, if them boys can afford a yacht, why can't they fix their damn teeth? Sadly, his wife is turning against him.
Here in Texas, tensions continue to mount between Anglo fishermen and Vietnamese refugees along the Gulf Coast.
Excellent. I could bump them both off at the same time. That insurance money will take care of my debt. That's Alamo Bay. Come for the shrimp. Stay for 50% off white sheets. The Vietnamese could have stayed up in Maine, somewhere around Stephen King land.
Stephen King, your favorite novelist and master of modern horror.
has turned into a cat. If you want to live here, the only thing you got to avoid is the random Cujo popping up or demonic cars. In case you missed the Christine reference, don't worry. The bumper sticker says, "I am Christine." That said, King's anthology film Cat's Eye is awesome. And it's not 3 unreleased films stuck together, nor do Mother Abigail and Randall Flagg debate their fates, from a script by King, in which Stephen King appears to exist in this universe. They're watching The Dead Zone. Here, Cujo and Christine are true stories. This is comprised of 3 stories, linked together by a cat's road trip, 'cause animals can have road trips this year too. This is just great. From Quitters Inc. being a story about an anti-smoking company going to deadly lengths to get their clients off cigarettes. Well, nowadays he would have just switched to Zins. Quitters Inc. and The Ledge come from King's Night Shift, with The Ledge being an intense story of Robert Hayes proving his love for a gangster's wife by scaling a ledge, and then the real hero comes in when the Cat General defends Drew Barrymore from a troll. With cats more often than not being the antagonists in things, I love seeing this because the cat goes into the best action hero mode since DC. And they still let the cat be a dick sometimes.
Cat's Eye.
I make a crosswalk where I damn well please. What's New World Pictures gonna do next to try to out-canon canon?
Meet Joe.
Take off his trunks.
And Mother.
This could be interpreted as perverted behavior.
Excellent spin-off if we followed Tim's Gary Cooper on his road trip in The Sure Thing. Only strip that movie of everything clever and you get...
Fraternity Vacation. It's the best time of the year.
Fraternity Vacation sucks. Here's Stephen Jeffries as Wendell, who joins the popular kids on spring break. Woohoo!
They're 3 fun-loving fraternity brothers on vacation.
Welcome to Palm Springs, you asshole!
I've got 3 broads locked in the trunk and we are ready for a wild night. Porky's Revenge may have made Porky's look like Animal House, but this one goes a step further by actually having John Vernon once again trying to put a stop to all these parties. 1985 was a tough year for Vernon's versus Young Smart Alex. Here the sets of frat boys make a bet on who can sleep with the hottest girl in the resort first, when fellas, you are obviously into each other. Picking up girls was a jumble of words in the 80s.
Can I buy you a drink? Would you care to dance? I guess a blowjob in the parking lot would be out of the question.
Hey, that's my line. While I do tend to like this genre, there's so many things better than this. It has the bet to hook up with a girl plot of Screwballs, only Screwballs was satirical about it. It's got the surveillance jokes of Revenge of the Nerds, only without that movie's heart and memorable characters. And Revenge of the Nerds is clearly what this wants to capitalize on, because like how Porky's Revenge references nerds in the trailer, this one goes all out and references it on the poster. It's pretty much just what makes people today say, that didn't age well, and nothing of what would still make it funny, other than seeing Tim Robbins in a movie like this, or Stephen Jeffries really trying his damnedest. But its biggest sin is wasting the great Charles Rocket in just a random cameo. Give me something different now, please. This better be good. You're under double secret probation, New World Pictures.
The girls of Holy Grace have a reputation to uphold.
Day-o. Say day, you say day, you say day.
Alright, fine. I guess I'll take Adam and Barbara Maitland possessing Helen Hunt. Do you love Cyndi Lauper's Girls Just Want to Have Fun? Well, here's a movie that's titled that, but grammatically correct. The girls are having fun while the guys still have 10 pounds of cocaine left from their fraternity vacation. It's another New Kid in School movie, this time being Sarah Jessica Parker, and it's a cynical film that only goes for the bare minimum. You love SJP and Footloose? Well, here she is as the best dancer in school. This is peak It is what it is. The girls love dancing, so they enter a dance competition to compete against the bitchy girl. And of course, the nuns disapprove of this, and so does her stern dad. That's the whole movie. It doesn't do anything better in this genre, nor is it the worst. It always wants to remain in the category of mediocre. The most memorable thing in it is the use of the song Dancing in Heaven in the climax, because it's the only thing I remember from seeing it when I was a kid. And also this hilarious poster. What is happening here? Why is she upside down? It looks like it's so obsessed with itself, it made its own trapper keeper. That was before we all wrote Save Ferris on our binders, because Broderick is spending this year hanging with Richard Donner in Lady Hawk.
Matthew Broderick, a pickpocket who thought that anything was better.
Oh God, that was before I got shit stuck in my teeth! It's this close to having an until one day!
Little did he know what he'd escaped from wasn't half as strange or frightening as what he'd stumbled into.
Hey kid, you like horse balls in your face? Lady Hawk is a medieval fantasy featuring Broderick preparing for his medieval times duel with Jim Carrey to win the beautiful Michelle Pfeiffer.
Wanted only two things: to free his lover and to take his revenge.
The hell did I do? However, she has a deep secret.
But would you send a thief to guard your treasure?
Jeff Goldblum wouldn't let me fall. Yes, she has the power to turn into a hawk. Excuse me. I already made a manimal reference in Falcon and the Snowman. You're right, though. Should have saved that reference for this one. While Lady Hawk sold the most tickets in April of '85, it still couldn't meet its budget, but it definitely found its audience on video and television, as it's a very entertaining film with a good sense of humor and a badass Rutger Hauer, but with the negative side being its really out of place score by Andrew Powell, but even that adds a little charm in an ironic sense. We had a lot to choose from with animal transformation films this year, and Canon will show New World what's up, as the US released Neil Jordan's The Company of Wolves after a 1984 UK release. Here, girls just want to have nightmares.
Her soul awakened to the call of emotions she cannot name. This is the Twilight World.
Yeah, the Twilight World is scary. Why am I in Charles Band's toy room? The Company of Wolves is fantastic, as it incorporates a lot of variations of the Little Red Riding Hood story, along with Grandma and the Wolf. Don't let Angela Lansbury here make you think it's some kind of uplifting fantasy. Oh no, these spectacular wolf effects will interrupt your own wedding. We're going old school, dark and deadly as shit fairy tales for this one. It's an incredibly stylish film with creepy imagery and injuries. See, even the wolves themselves want to impress Maria and her grandmother. If your dreams are this gloomy and atmospheric, maybe don't eat right before bed. You'll get some digestive fever dreams and wake up in a flop sweat. And if you're wondering why Maggie Smith isn't in that one, well, that's because she's in the next film, the Hungarian comedy Lily in Love, which stars her and Christopher Plummer, where Plummer is a stage actor who wants to star in his wife Maggie Smith's new film.
The best part you've ever written for me.
Fitz, darling, Fitz, come and sit down.
Fitz, dearie, you're just not right for the role of Ron Weasley. So he'll get the part the only way he knows how, by dressing like a geisha. No, that's Shirley MacLaine's plan. Plummer is more intense.
Leave it to the sweet guys.
I can be sweet!
Okay, maybe you can play the prisoner of Azkaban. His plan is to go in disguise as an Italian blonde superstar who looks like he's about to explain what the Matrix is. It's a very post-Tootsie movie, crossed with 60s shenanigans like Critics' Choice or My Geisha. It even gets soap opera-y when she has an affair with his alter ego.
She doesn't know it's me. My wife is kissing another man on his mouth.
It takes two to cheat on you with you. It's also on her for not recognizing her own husband.
Such a shithead. Why you stay with him?
I'm wondering how long we're gonna play this game, Fitz. And that was Lily in Love. I mean, double play? Even the title is disguising itself. But it'll be very hard to top the shenanigans of the next film.
I want some quiet here. We've got a film to show you, but you're not going to see it.
I've seen Police Academy 2, thank you very much. Now, if you think moving violations wants to do for traffic school what Police Academy did for the police force, I mean, pretty much, it's from Neil Israel and Pat Proft, who wrote Police Academy. It was very necessary for this to come out in '85.
In our traffic school.
Never be able to make it.
See, if you want to have more road trips in '85, our actors have to be at their absolute best driving game, with a ton of Bill Murray-style comedy, in that it stars his brother, John Murray. I actually really like this movie, which is full of random sight gags. I'd ask why, but it's really funny. This, along with Night Patrol, are two Police Academy-inspired films that I get a kick of, and a main reason I love eating at a Murray Brothers restaurant like Caddyshack's. I give 5 stars to any restaurant that has a framed moving violations poster in it. And somewhere throughout all this mayhem, John Vernon is still wagging his finger. 1985 also saw the release of the acclaimed documentary Tokyo Ga from director Wim Wenders, shot in '81 as he tours Japan, and all the locations he loves from the films of director Yasujiro Ozu. Plus, there was the 1984 French film Petit Con, which is a coming-of-age film about a teenager who goes through all that awkwardness with his own changing body. I know I can relate to this one. I remember having an affair with an Algerian girl while striking up a friendship with an old hippie while your parents go through a divorce. Son, what did I tell you? You want to grow up to be a man? All you gotta do is dance! Or travel through different time periods, because Matthew Broderick is back, this time putting on turn-of-the-century costumes. Let's see, we've done the 20s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, now we're getting to the 1910s, specifically titled 1918. It's a pandemic film about influenza hitting a small Texas town after the war. What's that? Sounds like a scamdemic if you ask me. Alright, settle down, sir. Now, if you're worried that a movie called 1918 will be 3 hours long, don't worry, it's only about 90 minutes. 1918 was a fast year. It's the year 1900 that's 5 hours long. Just the right length for when I talk about a specific year. But over on the horror scene, they're turning the place into a real hellhole. No, really, that's the name of the next film.
Your worst nightmare is a fantasy come true for the doctors of Hellhole.
But your hair still looks fantastic. In Hellhole, a woman survives an attack from a killer, but has amnesia and is put in a deadly facility that everyone calls Hellhole.
What's hellhole?
Susan, it's very important that you don't ever mention that again.
It's not a very original name. Can you patients come up with a better nickname, like the Shambles? It's not bad enough the doctors are doing dangerous experiments, but the killer she survived also starts working there. I like what this movie does. It combines a lot of exploitation genres, like women in prison films, hairy-faced sexploitation, and also hospital slashers of the early 80s, like Halloween 2, Visiting Hours, and Hospital Massacre. It's this close to also being an Ilsa film. I mean, Diane Thorne is in the movie too. Kinda like how Visiting Hours is worth it to see Michael Ironside as a slasher killer. Here we get to see the great Ray Sharkey go batshit insane, complete with cinematography that makes it look like a music video for Pia Zadora's Rock It Out. Girls sure are having a time in '85, whether they're just wanting to have fun, or trying to seek Susan, or running with a certain fury, or just being one of the guys.
Cherry's a girl who wanted to be taken seriously.
I'm the same age as the teachers. Why won't people take me seriously? Terry is dreaming of being a reporter, but is far, far too hot.
Sometimes I just wish I were a guy.
No, you don't. The male body needs sex at all times. It's a living hell.
Tell that to the girls being injected with the glow in Hellhole. So Terry is gonna get the story of the year the only way she knows how, by going undercover at the school as a guy. The younger generation has She's the Man, but we have the superior film with references to other classics.
What a fox. Dresses like Elvis Costello. Looks like the Karate Kid.
I mean, yeah, I can see it. Oh, and if the Dead Zone can exist in the universe of Cat's Eye, I guess Karate Kid can exist in a universe where Billy Zabka still plays the bad guy here. It's part of the Billy Zabka Bully trilogy of the 80s. I love this type of movie because I don't know if I'd be fooled into thinking that that's a guy. I'd probably just think she's gay. I've seen you at my mom's bowling alley. This also gets bonus points for having one of the best flashing scenes of the decade. What a month for transformations, from wolves to hawks to Christopher Plummer as an Italian and Joyce Heiser as a bro. This will have the most sophomoric humor.
Of course you're confused. You're wearing my underwear.
Gross. That's a dude who definitely doesn't wipe as much as he should. But if Hellhole seems like a straightforward title, so does this film, simply called Self-Defense. But don't let that fool you. This is actually a pretty provocative film, a reflection of its time that is still relevant today, shot in the early 80s, as evidenced by real footage of the Halifax police strike. It's directed by Paul Donovan, who also did DEFCON 4, and think less a vigilante movie and more like a nod to Assault on Precinct 13.
You're trapped inside. What do you do now? Self-defense.
And then after that, move somewhere safer, like the Too Scared to Scream building. What they don't show you in the previews is that it all starts with a hate crime as a vicious gang of killers commits a mass murder at a gay bar, and the lone survivor of the club flees to an apartment for safety, which then gets surrounded by the gang, wanting to eliminate all witnesses. You could still do this movie today with updated booby traps. And maybe less video game sound effects. Personally, I love seeing the gays go all Bronson.
Your last defense is self-defense.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
I'm not part of the gang, I'm just here for my hair appointment! Also getting in on the revenge game this month, Bert is back in Stick.
The mob took his money, killed his best friend, then set him up as the fall guy.
Are we sure that isn't just Christopher Plummer researching another role? Based on the Elmore Leonard book, Stick is a frustrating sit, because you know there's a much better movie locked away somewhere. It was like the studio was deliberately trying to sabotage Bert, who still needed another hit. Bert was a big fan of the book and not only stars in this, but directed it too. He turned in a cut of the film that made him happy. Only the studio demanded half of it be reshot, and the finished product was disowned by Elmore Leonard, and even Reynolds stated that he should have fought harder for his cut. The end result is a mix of tones, from dark thriller to wacky comedy like you'd see in Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. I wish the original cut would resurface. They should have trusted this guy. His previous directorial effort was Sharky's Machine, one of the best of his career. This was sadly another post-Stroker Ace box office disappointment for Bert, but still has some things in it that work, like, well...
Careful. I'll say goodnight.
I guess it's okay, this is the last image I see before I'm burnt to death, or this poor bastard.
Might hit the water.
Falling to his death in a blaze of glory. Coming up next, James Bond, Rambo, Chuck Norris, Fletch, and Hercules all compete to see who'll save the world. The winner will be the one who's the best at Gymkhana.
It's non-stop action like you've never seen before when Police Sergeant Chuck Norris comes out fighting for law and order in Code of Silence, next on HBO.
That's right, May of 1985 starts with a Chuck Norris movie so serious, the HBO announcer couldn't make a duck. It's Chuck joke. Chuck's got no time for laughs here.
Code of Silence. Chuck Norris lays down the law as the toughest cop in Chicago.
And for some reason, the trailer begins in outer space. Don't let that fool you, because here we have one of the best of his career, fighting the exterminators, preventing escape from the Bronx, or in this case, Chicago. They didn't count on Detective Eddie Cusack.
Eddie Cusack is a good cop, having a bad day.
I just installed those new windows. Here, Chuck fights Chicago gangs and also corruption in his own police force.
I want to know where he is, what he's doing, where he lives. I want it.
Look, if you cast Henry Silva, there's gonna be some organized crime. He's got no time for critics in this one.
Hey, you don't want to be in here.
I want your opinion, I'll beat it out of you.
No need for the hostility. This was one the critics actually did like, and for good reason. Originally pitched as a fourth Dirty Harry film before they decided on Sudden Impact, it was directed by great Chicago director Andrew Davis, who not only has a talent for action and suspense, having later directed The Fugitive, but is also great at getting a good performance like this out of his action leads. He also directed two of Seagal's best, Above the Law and Under Siege, but there is something about this that makes me think it's still in the Windy City universe. Detective Cusack is ready to break up Kate Capshaw's wedding due to the advice from Saul. Does he even need an armored car? Watch this.
Chuck Norris.
Just saying his name blew up a damn door. You're gonna need a lot to stop his explosion powers, and running at him with a hammer ain't gonna do it. We've had a lot of Revenge of the Nerds references this year, between Fraternity Vacation and Porky's Revenge, but finally we get a movie directed by Jeff Canoe, the director of Revenge of the Nerds, and starring Anthony Edwards again. This didn't do as well, though. It's called Gotcha, when clearly April was the month of gotchas, from Joyce Heiser being just one of the guys, to Robert Z'Dar being just one of the girls, and Christopher Plummer being just one of the Italian superstars. We'll see if Edwards has some luck with the ladies, though.
I was just wondering if you're doing anything Saturday night.
No, I don't think so.
Would you like to go out with me?
No.
She'll be back when I'm cast as Goose. He's traveling the whole world to get laid, only to be repeatedly turned down, until one day
he meets a mysterious woman.
I like virgins.
Crap, I slept with Judy. Here he travels for a paintball competition when he's seduced by Linda Fiorentino, giving up wrestlers for paintballers, only it becomes an espionage comedy when she gets him involved in a spy plot.
Now the CIA is after him. The Russians are trying to kill him.
Totally worth it to hook up with Linda Fiorentino. But just because you're escaping the Germans and the Russians doesn't mean you can't take Saul's jumping into the water advice in other countries. I imagine it was Saul who gave him flirting advice too.
Gotcha.
Chicks love being shot in the ass with a dart. This was a box office disappointment, but not for lack of trying with its own college-y James Bond theme. Yes, move over, Duran Duran. A View to a Kill ain't got nothing on the hip beats of Gotcha. Though Gotcha still did better than this film, although here's a movie that certainly hasn't been forgotten. A title like Gymkata demands this be one of the widely referenced bad movies of the 80s. It's from director Robert Klaus, who did Enter the Dragon, practically the same movie, only instead of sending Bruce Lee to fight a deadly game, they send Olympic gymnast Kurt Thomas in his only starring role.
His title, World Gymnastics Champion. His assignment, a secret mission for the United States government.
I guess everyone else in the world was busy. His weapon is a mix of gym skills and martial arts, and
that's all he needs.
As long as you don't cut his secret weapon, the preppy mullet. How could critics dislike this masterpiece? Are there any other martial arts movies that come this close to winning a gold medal? I think not. Guys, there's no need to go all out in the gunfire to stop this man. Have you just tried sweeping the leg? Guess no one else knows the art of Gymkata. He can kick right into a crowd of people. Or Gymkata forbids opponents from attacking at once. They all have to go one at a time. Sorry, we obeyed Gymkata rules in 1985. If only we could get something about the making of crazy-ass movies. Well, that's what we get here with Movers and Shakers.
These are the people who decide what movies you see.
Gentlemen, we need even more road trip pictures. Get a car and a camera and we're ready to go. We're keeping the budget low here, sir. Will kiddie cars at the carnival work? Perfect, it's a go picture. Here, Walter Matthau is a producer who wants to make a film based on a sex manual for a dying friend, where Charles Grodin is the screenwriter tasked with adapting it. It's one that has an interesting history. When the film rights for The Joy of Sex were purchased, Grodin was hired to write the script, which was rejected by the time they made that movie, so instead his unused script became this film, which was ironically screwed over by the studio. See, this wouldn't have happened if we kept Sarah Connor locked up. MGM had little faith in the project, so they just put it out there to die, despite its big cast that included Gilda Radner and Steve Martin, but Grodin got some material out of it at MGM's expense by calling them out in interviews in his already legendary grumpy interviewee personality. Don't worry, in a few years you'll be in one of the best road pictures of all time. I guess the studios had more faith in the next one, though.
Ah, welcome to paradise.
Gee, I wonder why. Here at the private resort, you're getting your money's worth in tomfoolery.
For the incredibly wild, there is the club that's mad.
Welcome to the club, boys. Remember, you can look, but don't touch. We're just joshing. You can touch anything you want. Be sure to sign up for the Heavenly Bodies experience, and bundle up if you get that call to leave for Sicily, Alaska. Back then, this was known for being part of the Private series of sex comedies from producer R. Ben Efrain that included Private Lessons and Private School, but today is known for its early starring role for Johnny Depp, who along with Rob Morrow go on their own fraternity vacation, but this one involves fighting a jewel thief played by Hector Elizondo. Okay, I guess the recipe for success here was just to straight up remake Catalina Caper, but with significantly more firing wildly into a crowd of people and being stopped by desserts. We're taking this all very seriously.
Private Resort, the third in the Private School Private Lesson saga.
The word saga is working overtime there. Canon doesn't have to say the word saga, we just assume it'll be epic. And how Hercules is back, and this time with minty freshness, traveling to Earth to defeat the most dangerous chess pieces, armed with the power of stock footage from the previous film. The Razzies may have given some attention to the 1983 Hercules, but there was still enough interest in a sequel that brings back Lou Ferrigno, director Luigi Cozzi, and radioactive extras from The Last Dragon in a movie that'll try to be as unintentionally funny as the first.
The goddess Aphrodite is captured by an evil magician in an effort to trap Hercules.
I will find you!
Hey, I have a lot more new footage than that He-Man and She-Ra movie. Not quite as memorable as the first. I know this because I reviewed the two movies, and the bear scene alone makes me remember the first movie more. This one I at least remember the silly chariot effects, and the awkward and repetitive title. The next one keeps its title simple. Creature? Alright, it's gonna be about a creature. Let's do this.
Your job here is simply to set claim to an archaeological discovery of alien origin.
Well, they're gonna screw that up somehow. Creature, which is about a spaceship crew that lands on a moon of Saturn, only to discover a previous ship had been there with all their crew missing. This was written off as just another Alien ripoff. Hardly. That film lacked the raw, crazy acting touch of Klaus Kinski. Director William Malone stated he was more interested in homaging the sci-fi films of the 50s, like It, The Terror from Beyond Space. This was at least complimented for some of its camera work, though. as despite what people think of some of his films, Malone can get some good shots out of his material, as he later did House on Haunted Hill and Fear.com. Even Hercules is gonna have his work cut out for him though if he tries taking on the women, as in Pumping Iron to the Women, George Butler's sequel to his 1977 hit Pumping Iron, which featured Arnold Schwarzenegger. Here he goes at it from a different angle, as it's focused on Australian bodybuilder Bev Francis, and while it was criticized for seeming staged, compliments were given to its debate about femininity and the bodybuilding world. Whatever. Still totally 100% would. I know Gymkata in the bedroom, too. Whoa, another Cannon film? Wait, if there's more than one Cannon movie, that means it's gonna be a dance film, isn't it?
Party people in the place, pay attention to me. I'm gonna tell you a story about an MC.
Crap, Ice is about to introduce the Leprechaun.
I come from the land of the Irish Spring. Dublin's the place where I learned about things.
It is hard to top Warwick Davis as the greatest rapper of all time. This one will try, though. If Private Resort can consider itself a sequel to the other Private movies, this one tries saying it's the third part of the Breakin' films, despite Ice-T being the only returning actor. It's got the same cheesy lines, though.
My name is Ice and I own this town. That's only when Hood's not around.
Guys, you can't all be named Ice. Here Mario Van Peebles comes back to town to fight evil developers, of course, and bump off Eric LaSalle for taking his gang from Exterminator 2. And if there's time, he may even get a record contract. This could have called itself a sequel to any of these type of movies, from Break-In to Fast Forward, because they all have the same trailer, random quick cuts with someone singing the plot.
Now Rappin' John Hood had one problem at hand. A mean power broker was taking the land, so they robbed from the rich and gave to the poor.
Ah, truly Bryan Adams' best love theme from a classic film. This song goes meta, though, by mentioning that it's a movie.
You must see rapping. This movie had to happen.
Did it, though? See, you need to be jumping off into the water to get our attention this month, like here with Rustler's Rhapsody.
Finally, after years of waiting, the American Western returns to the screen.
Epic shade towards Lust in the Dust. Rustler's Rhapsody is also going the parody Western route, as it stars Tom Berenger as Rex O'Hurlihan in a send-up of the singing cowboy genre, with a touch of Police Academy.
Get him! Now!
What part of you thought I meant to shoot me? I say Police Academy because not only does it feature G.W. Bailey, but it's also from Police Academy director Hugh Wilson, who used the success of that film to make a loving tribute to the old singing cowboy movies he grew up with. And like with Tab Hunter and Lust in the Dust, it has some strength here too, in that Tom Berenger wisely plays it straight, as if he's in a totally legit old movie made in present day. But Anthony Edwards isn't the only one going overseas for a vacation. Goodbye New York stars Julie Haggerty, who wants to go to Paris after she finds her husband has been cheating on her. I knew it! I knew Albert Brooks couldn't resist the charm of Kirsty Brinkley. But instead of going to Paris, she winds up in Israel, so it's a fish-out-of-water story where she finds love after having no money or a place to stay. You had me at Israeli until September. And now we have, whoa, wait, another already? Okay, let's see. We've already had the adventure film, the music film. So let me guess, this will be high art canon.
Katharine Hepburn is Grace Quigley, a woman with a special interest in murder.
And Nick Nolte is Hope, driving her to shoot up the Piggly Wiggly. This was Hepburn's last leading role, and she went out with a bizarre one. The plot here is insane.
What happens when a hardened criminal teams up with a sweet old lady?
Bad reviews. She wants to hire hitman Nick Nolte to end her life, but also doesn't want to stop there. She wants other old people to be put out of their misery too.
You're asking me to commit murder.
It's not murder. Look, they're all thrilled to die. You know what On Golden Pond needed? That's right, assassination plots, where now even the cars are going into the water after Saul shifted them to autopilot, of course. Who didn't want 48 hours to co-star an old woman?
Katharine Hepburn.
Do you mind calling me Mom?
And Nick Nolte. Mom.
And for Cates to call Reggie Hammond his mother. Enough of that. What else are we getting this month? Alright, well, I don't know what kind of movie we're gonna get now. Okay. Ordeal by Innocence. Canon goes Agatha Christie. Got it. Donald Sutherland only has so much time to clear this man's name.
Only two people knew he was innocent. The stranger who could prove his alibi, and the real killer.
But the poor hitchhiker still gets executed anyway, so I'll do my best, I suppose. Like all Agatha Christie classics, there's a big list of suspects.
Christopher Plummer is the adulterous husband.
Adulterous? No, it was me that my wife had the affair with. Who else is on the suspects list?
Sarah Miles, the alcoholic daughter.
I could have killed Diana.
Were you drunk when you asked for that hairstyle? Sutherland is a paleontologist, and I had no idea there was so much crime solving in that line of work.
Have you ever wondered what it must be like to be on the receiving end of one of these little beauties, Doctor?
Not a Kelly's Heroes fan, I take it. I don't know who's gonna be the killer. I just know that I'm putting my money on Ian McShane. I saw what you did when you were an elevator operator and too scared to scream. He better hurry before he gets himself hanged.
Agatha Christie's favorite suspense story becomes Donald Sutherland's moment of truth.
Is his neck as strong as he claimed? But you know what we haven't seen in a while? The hookers.
She dropped out of high school this morning. Tonight,
You're from out of town, aren't you?
she's a Times Square hooker.
Well, I guess the Angel movies really are documentaries. Kids, listen to the movies. If you drop out of school, you'll be a hooker in seconds. This is Street Walkin', a title that sounds like it should also be in the Break-In universe. Melissa Leo runs away from an abusive home, but winds up on the streets where she's controlled by a crazy pimp and also has to sleep with this geek. Ew! Dale Midkiff is no Ramrod from Vice Squad. He looks more like he should have been Tim Robbins' stand-in in Fraternity Vacation. How do we escape such a loathsome creep? Do we throw people into the nearest box of electricity or wild shootouts hoping the right person gets hit? Here's what you do. You throw the guy off by ripping the tweed jacket he stole from his favorite professor. Worth it if you love 80s hooker flicks, and to see Dale Midkiff go insane like it was him buried in the pet cemetery. There's other things you could do to make fast cash. Just listen to Richard Pryor.
You have 30 days in which to spend $30 million.
Wow, okay, this Jigsaw guy ain't as bad as I heard. Brewster's Millions is based on a 1902 book, which had been adapted several times before, but with this being the most popular, Pryor plays a minor league ball player who has to spend $30 million in 30 days to inherit $30 million. And with John Candy at his side, it'll be wackier than the cameos.
How would you like to be my personal driver for the next 30 days at $5,000 a week? For the country.
Ah yes, can't get more timeless than Yakov Smirnoff. I know what he should do. Spend the money to purchase that damn kid as a toy, then buy a bridge to throw him off of. Directed by Walter Hill, making his first full-on comedy, it was a box office hit, making Dean Ulick the most successful Revenge of the Nerds alumni of the month. However, it wasn't a hit with critics, but its reputation grew over time for being one of the more fondly remembered Pryor movies of the decade. So much so, in 2024, it got a sequel that starred his son. I'm guessing not good, cause doing this video is the first I've heard of this sequel. I think we all have a hunch what studio is gonna be next. Guys, you're going a little overboard in trying to top the output from New World Pictures. I'm getting serious deja vu. No, really, that's what it's called. Appropriate. Yes, Cannon's going art house again for this British drama.
He died, was it, tragically, in another lifetime.
Where a Cannon romance still has a fire budget. I love how it's advertised like horror, where he gets recurring nightmares of his former love in a previous life, but then...
Jacqueline Smith is Brooke, the world-famous ballerina.
Then it's a romance about a ballerina, where Nigel Terry seeks the help of Shelley Winters to bring his memories back, where the ghost either wants to kill him or bang him? Never good enough. How the hell can I have deja vu when I don't even know what's going on in the first place? Are you sure this isn't just Dead Again with Kenneth Branagh and a gothic love story touch?
A film of consuming passion that crosses the boundaries of time.
Ooh, nothing gets me hotter than consuming. Meanwhile, I sure hope there's some spare body oil left over from Pumping Iron 2. What's going on here?
Joined Army 6 June 69. Accepted Special Forces.
I bet it's gonna be another art house love story. Just kidding. You know we've got one of the biggest Stallone franchises here.
Expert in light weapons and guerrilla warfare.
Rocky is gonna turn Drago into a million pieces and mix into a protein shake. Wait, that's later in the year. Here, John Rambo is back, and while First Blood was a deeply intense film about PTSD and the treatment of veterans, with one of Stallone's greatest performances, in the second, we've got men left behind and numb, and Chuck Norris can't save all of them, son!
Think you'll find someone? POWs? Doubtful.
Oh, well, guess it's fine then. Back it all up. Movie's over. Stallone goes even harder than missing in action. In this, the Vietnamese have teamed up with the Russians, 'cause 80s. With a script co-written by James Cameron, Stallone added some political touches of his own, with Troutman and Murdoch being opposite ends of the political spectrum, and Rambo as a neutral figure who just simply needs a room to shoot off thousands of rounds and blow off some steam. This divided critics, which whatever, it may not be as good as the first, but it's still awesome, between its bloodthirsty and sleazy villains, the memorable quotes, the badass hunting sequences, and it also taking place in the Karate Kid universe, possibly. Rambo 2 is a great time. It went on to be the second highest grossing film of the year, with the blessing of our president.
Rambo, which is violence.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy that?
Yep.
Did you enjoy that? Yes, there were parts of it that...
Nancy liked parts. I like the Murdoch I'm coming to get you scene. But it did win 5 Razzies, including Worst Picture and Worst Actor. Really? Stallone is still pretty good here. And also, this year has Gymkhana. Were you just mad that Rambo didn't incorporate gymnastics into saving the POWs? Because now I kind of am too. Rambo defeated all of our nation's enemies, though, which is why next, who in the hell is James Bond gonna face this time? Stallone's got the Soviets covered this year. There's gotta be someone.
This man has a secret ambition.
Wow, wishing wells. That's right, it's got the double teaming of Christopher Walken and Grace Jones, but still a warm-up fight with Ivan Drago. Hell yes, and Max Zorin's plan? Well, pretty much just remake Goldfinger's plan, only he wants to destroy Silicon Valley to maximize his own product. As for Mayday...
we're not sure about her. Name's Mayday.
Just saying, she might snap your dick in two, old man. I saw Pumping Iron 2. A View to a Kill was Roger Moore's last outing as Bond, and while it'd be great to say he went out with his best, well, it's something alright. The beauty of Roger Moore, though, is that when a Moore Bond film is good, great. When it's not so good, also great. This has a lot of problems, mainly Moore looking too old for the role, but it has its strengths too, such as the kick-ass theme by Duran Duran, and it takes part in the water theme of the month.
And I'm Dick Tracy and you're still under arrest.
It's official, the Michael Caine film would have made gangbusters in May. It does have some great action set pieces, particularly on the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's got a psycho-ass Christopher Walken performance, who on second thought, I think Walken may have the highest body count of the month. And Tanya Roberts has the right idea. Drive over the bridge, don't jump into it. It's such a goofy-ass movie that while it was panned upon release, its fan base has grown over the years, which how could it not from the casting alone? And mentioning Duran Duran right in the trailer.
Title song performed by Duran Duran.
Play Come Undone! And yes, we know there was a He-Man movie this year and a Care Bears movie, but did you know there was also Here Come the Littles, based on the ABC Saturday morning cartoon The Littles, which ran from 83 to 85? I had to look that up. I barely remember the series, let alone that it had a movie, so maybe that's a clue as to why this didn't go over so well. It's all about a young boy who discovers a family of little people in his home, hence the Littles. Okay, General, we need you to fight more trolls in the bedroom again. This came from Deke Entertainment, which also did Heathcliff and Inspector Gadget, and it was distributed by Atlantic Releasing, which also released Secret of the Sword. But this was one where families were like, hey, we've got the Littles at home, we'll just watch it on Saturday morning. As the movie version was written off as something whose not so great animation gave it a should only be watched on TV feel. We're into history's greatest movie heroes this month.
What is this man saying?
Something to do with magic, golfing, chance? Who's Chevy playing and bumping into now?
Hi there, I'm Harry S. Truman.
I'm Don Corleone.
No, you're Clark Griswold in Murder Vacation. Actually, this is Fletch, one of the great chase films of the 80s, and I love this movie. Based on Gregory MacDonald's Fletch books about a reporter who always goes deep undercover with disguises, and here he's hired by a millionaire to kill him because he has terminal cancer, which leads to a bigger mystery, and also getting so laid.
There isn't a woman he can't charm.
Can I borrow your towel for a sec? My car just hit a water buffalo.
I believe him. That's the only water thing we haven't seen in May. This was a great vehicle for Chase, who got to show off his skills in taking on numerous personalities, and was given a lot of freedom by director Michael Ritchie to improvise, especially with his classic deadpan reactions.
It looks like you two have a lot to talk over. We'll just catch the last 10 minutes of Dynasty.
Alright, you got us. We're watching Dallas. These big movies of 85 are taking all the budget. You're leaving others to shoot on video.
One of the strangest series of crimes in recorded history took place on a small Midwestern college campus.
Be more specific. All colleges in the 80s had a slasher villain. From shot-on-video director Christopher Lewis, this is Blood Cult. I realize you're in college, but why would you join that cult? It's called Blood Cult. Nothing good's gonna come from that. This has a lot of plot. Oh, did you think it was just about a killer taking female co-ed body parts for a sacrifice?
Left a golden amulet near the body. And the only clue, the story of an ancient witch cult of dog worshippers.
What? Okay, I'm listening. Can't tell if this is a satanic cult or if they're also gonna bully Daniel LaRussa. I wasn't expecting so much exposition here.
Could a witch cult begun in 1700 be active today? Could it be killing co-eds? And why?
Well, you're up, Fletch. Dust off your devil horns and go undercover again. This just keeps going.
As he delves deeper and deeper into the mystery of the college murders, he discovers that the blood cult is after him.
Ugh, decaf, you monster! I respect this. It may be shot on video, but the director still works hard to get some pretty cool shots out of it. And where else am I gonna see a movie that combines slashers like Pieces and Blood Feast, but also Race with the Devil and Dan Aykroyd's Dragnet? And with the falling dummies of an action film. Perfect. No need for a second take. But sorry, the movie isn't playing in a theater near you. It went direct to video, 'cause yeah. Getting far better reviews was this film, Sylvia, a New Zealand film, which is a biopic set in the 40s about Sylvia Ashton Warner, who taught Maori children.
Sylvia, you're going to do marvelously.
And also helps them start a dancing competition to keep their school from being torn down. And if there's time, look sexy as hell. Ooh, hot for teacher. Will they break through to the villain's icy cold hearts?
I think we've seen enough.
Aren't you going to hear the children sing? They've practiced for weeks.
I don't think it's necessary.
I mean, look at him. I'm not expecting him to sound like Barry Manilow. It's interesting seeing a dramatic take on this subject matter before Jack Black came in to give us the real story, while the next film goes back to the basics of 1985.
What's up?
It's been 2 weeks since we've had a Revenge of the Nerds callback. Look alive, boys! So what's this gonna be? And will any of these parties have rules?
I even put up with the drug. But tar and feathers, you've gone too far.
The Confederate flag, though? Oh, that's okay. Let me guess, this is called private fraternity, private frat house, private privates. You'll have to do something to shake up this genre.
I want him.
Duh! I was told this was a goofy college comedy! Were you expecting this to be called Future Kill? This actually takes place in a futuristic city where anti-nuclear frat boy protesters look for a mutant, but are instead hunted by the mutants who think they killed their leader. Excellent. Vamp meets the Warriors. Many slashers are like sex comedies where a killer shows up, but this one does that hardcore with really starting out like Porky's Revenge and drifting off into Texas Chainsaw Massacre callbacks.
The stars of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre are back. Marilyn Burns, Edwin Neal,
and the Meat Hook as Dean Wormer II. I think we all know where a future kill might lead. That's right, the kill zone. Jesus, with such a high body count in May of '85, how is there anyone left in the world? It's a good thing this is our last movie of the month, because we are fresh out of body bags. Kill Zone has a lot of catching up to do. It doesn't rip off Rambo First Blood Part 2. No. It's a little B-movie missing in action too.
Nobody cares whether you live or die, whether you sweat or bleed.
Am I supposed to be intimidated by that line read? But it also plays catch up in that it's ripping off First Blood Part 1, where a Vietnam vet is taking part in a training exercise, but thinks he's back in Nam, so he starts murdering people who are part of the exercise. Perfect for anyone who is like, what if First Blood were structured more like a slasher, and we gave Jason Voorhees all the guns, and even more over-the-top kills? Why is that part of our training? Seriously, guys, do we have to keep chasing him? Can't we just let him live out in the woods or the desert or wherever he's going? We haven't even completed our training. Killzone is from writer and director David A. Pryor. Enough said. You had me at from the co-writer of Dancin' It's On. Coming up next, more action heroes, including Clint Eastwood, Sloth, Wilford Brimley, the Brat Pack, and John Travolta's Aerobics class thrust.
It's a bumpy ride on the road to life as 7 college friends discover the hard way. Rob Lowe and Ali Sheedy star in St. Elmo's Fire. Next.
June is here, people, so get your beach belongings together because we're starting with a movie that feels like it should have been released the same weekend as Blood Cult and Future Kill.
It was the perfect house. It had everything they could ever want.
We've got an American flag and a pool table. That's all we need. Take that, frat boys. This is The Dark Power. Thanks for the helpful text so we don't forget. There's some wackiness going on in this house, like it's a prequel to Ghost.
It's guarded by 4 Indian sorcerers.
Girl, you better watch out, honey. Toltec sorcerers are bad dudes.
You in danger, girl. Here, Native American spirits are haunting a couple's house, so they're bringing in all the experts. Even Lash LaRue is here. He's giving them all the info he learned from his Western years, if anyone will listen.
Oh, the dark power, that's scary.
To control the dark power.
Oh, that's just wonderful. I mean, what would we do without an eagle?
Sir, your performance isn't sarcastic enough. But murderous spirits are no reason not to have a house party. Clearly, they're all a superb acting troupe.
Hey, weird company.
What are you doing here?
Well, I know what I'd like to be doing here.
Nice try, Joyce Heiser. We already saw your breasts. Why do I think they're simply filming a trauma movie nearby? The Toxic Avenger is getting antsy waiting for his remake to come out. It's like it's preparing for Creepshow 2, because it's almost a whole movie of the Chief Woodenhead segment. What we need is an exorcist who knows how to rock a bullwhip.
All right, you demonic bastard. Let's take this outside.
No other action line this year can come close to Lash LaRue. At least they don't have neighbors to worry about, I think.
It looks like the neighborhood is going to hell.
What neighborhood? Your house is in the middle of nowhere, and that's Movers and Shakers. Wait, The Dark Power. That was the other movie that kindly labeled what film it was. The next film may end up different, but any trailer that starts with some kind of home, I'm going to assume it's haunted. In The Holy Innocents, though, there's no whip-wielding spirits or meat cleaver cult members going around. Instead, this is a highly acclaimed 1984 drama from Spain that got its US release this month, and it has to do with the relationship between farmers and the evil landowners, obviously trying to take away their dance hall. This was the highest grossing film in Spain at the time, but I think I know what movie the kids will want to see instead.
The Goonies. A Richard Donner film.
I'm not taking you to the Goonies. We're a buttercreaming family. We have the Goonies at home. Kids on bikes? Yep, definitely gotta have something to do with Spielberg. Plus, it was the more successful Richard Donner film of the year, where here our young heroes discover a treasure map, which may help save a home from foreclosure.
Might found the map! Whoa, do you guys realize what we could do? I don't want to go on any more of your crazy Goonie adventures.
What? I'm just suggesting we put it on eBay. We need to find the treasure, boys, so we have enough gold saved up in case of a Red Dawn-like Russian takeover. The gang's all here.
Stephanie. Data.
Goonie Bango! Oh, guys, isn't that neat?
Shorty, where's my razor? Not only are they having an adventure due to everything being a fire hazard, but they've got to avoid a band of thieves. Robert Davi, Joey Pants, and Mama. We're all screwed if we don't get ourselves killed first.
The hidden clues.
Maybe you should all just pool your money together and get some lottery tickets instead? While Corey Feldman may have just had a cameo in Friday the 13th Part 5, here he meets the kindly Jason. He just had to take his mask off. The Goonies is an entertaining film with a great ensemble cast who work brilliantly together, and it's certainly quotable. I like the film a lot, but I can't say I grew up with it necessarily. I did see it in theaters and dug it, but I never rewatched it that much. No knock against it, since whenever I see it, I have a great time. There's one later in the year involving aliens that I was more obsessed with as a kid. Or any movie with John Travolta.
John Travolta, Jamie Lee Curtis. Perfect.
Yes, even perfect, though the advertising is weird.
Mackenzie's having a hearing tomorrow in Los Angeles to try to get his bail reduced.
Guys, I'm watching Perfect here. I don't want to read the synopsis. I'm here to watch. This is peak aerobics class cinema. Travolta plays a reporter for Rolling Stone, doing a story on the health club craze of the 80s, and also their monster hero violence. This place has everything. Coffee, sweat, boobs, and
here we have the co-ed gym.
Ah, so this is where all the action takes place, huh?
Now point me to your smoking section. I'd also like a beer too if you have any on tap. Then he strikes up a romance with Jessie, played by Jamie Lee Curtis.
That's Jessie Wilson. They call her the aerobics Pied Piper.
But really, it's the ass that brings the customers in. A good workout is a bonus. Even she's confused about his story.
I'm a reporter for Rolling Stone. I'm doing a story about the sports connection.
Rolling Stone? Yes.
I'd love to do an interview with you.
Is it a slow news month for the magazine or something? Panned by critics and was sadly one of the Travolta bombs of the 80s, but it stood the test of time by gaining a cult following thanks to the memes. And as far as 80s Travolta movies go, it's no blowout, but it's not terrible. And I do love that all these years later, it found an audience big enough that even Jamie Lee Curtis returned to parody the character. You could almost call it part of the Travolta Olivia Newton-John trilogy. No, she's not in it, but just think of it as a full-length movie version of the physical music video. I swear, I'm just watching the movie for the article. It'll be the next one that has significantly more Oscar nominations than perfect.
For Charlie Partana and Irene Walker, it was love at first sight.
If you wanted to put a hit out on me, all you had to do was ask. Prizzi's Honor is one of the best of 1985, directed by John Huston, who at pushing 80 showed that he's still got it, and certainly better than the one I spotlighted on my channel. Here Jack Nicholson falls for Kathleen Turner until one day.
And then they discovered they had the same line of work.
They're both hotel room cleaners. Actually, it turns out they're mafia-connected hitmen. Will their love outshine the fact that they're both hired to kill each other? Truly the best assassination film since Grace Quigley offered Fletch money to kill her. This puts the dark in dark comedy, as it's a hilarious film with razor-sharp dialogue about the importance of family while trying to kill said members of the family. But is filmed and acted totally straight, making them feel like real people, especially Angelica Houston as Charlie's ex, who got herself an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress, with the movie itself receiving 8 nominations including Best Picture. We're even getting good reviews in the animation department, sort of, as this is Miyazaki's Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, but this is the 1985 American edit titled Warriors of the Wind, which chopped 22 minutes out, leading to a confusing narrative and characters completely removed, which began a new rule from Studio Ghibli that no cuts can be made for any future releases. Fine, we'll just replace everyone with robots and that'll be easier. I'll take one for Daryl. Or do I say D-A-R-Y-L? I know this movie. It's the one that if it was on TV when I was a kid, I'd ask, which one is this? Is this Daryl or The Boy Who Could Fly? I can't remember. Daryl is like if AI didn't start out as a Kubrick film, but was always Spielberg, even if Spielberg has nothing to do with this. In it, Barrett Oliver of Neverending Story is taken in by Michael McKean and Mary Beth Hurt, only Daryl is harboring a secret.
And he was certainly never meant to be with people.
Holy shit. He's a robot?
You said it, kid! Turns out Daryl is a top-secret military operation, just in case we needed to send a young boy robot into battle who can confuse the enemy with his sweet coming-of-age story. While getting a lot of play on cable in the years after, it underperformed upon release, but I'm guessing the creators of Stranger Things are big fans. That's little kid stuff. Where's the sex comedies that the teenagers will sneak into?
If you can't put your feelings into words, put them in a letter.
I made a bet with my friends. Can I sleep with you? This is a real mystery. Who put the love letter in C. Thomas Howell's locker? Is it Kelly Preston up to more mischief? Lori Loughlin sending out a restraining order against Dutra? Is it Cliff DeYoung getting the gas bill from Diane Wiest blowing up the house? Or Dee Wallace turning down the role of Mom in Daryl? I hope it's Fred Ward, who looks like he's going vigilante on anyone sending unauthorized love letters. Seriously, you can keep your farcical teen sex romp. I'll take whatever's going on here.
Take your hands off my daughter, Fruit Lips.
It's like seeing Bronson take on a serial killer in 16 Candles. Secret Admirer is a typical movie of its kind, but with some good lines now and then.
Yeah, what about you?
Me? Oh, I have no standards. I mean, I'd even go out with you.
Yeah, that's right. I was also in E.T. Though some of the cuts are weird.
One more thing, lover boy.
Oh, God.
You get her pregnant, I'll blow you.
No sacrifice.
What? You'll blow him? Why? He better find out who sent this letter quick. Look at the poster. He's only got seconds before he dies of head trauma. The biggest cult film of the month could arguably be this one, or perhaps one later. But for now, New World is slowly catching up to the thousands of releases Cannon had in April. This is so serious, it comes with a warning.
We interrupt this presentation with the following urgent message regarding the stuff.
This better not mean my yogurt is spoiled.
If you see it in stores, call the police. If you have it in your home, don't touch it. Get out.
Yes, they must be talking about grape nuts. It's even addictive and destructive. Oh, if it's that bad, how come Nancy Reagan and McGruff didn't produce a rap song about it? The stuff is Larry Cohen at his satirical best as he takes on the junk food industry with a delicious new product with origins from beyond the stars. It may taste like a heavenly dessert, but will turn you into monsters straight from hell. Gotta be another project from Eddie Deason in Surf 2. The studio advertised it like a straight-up horror film, ignoring the comedic elements, which resulted in not great box office, but found love from fans of horror comedies, especially with another great Michael Moriarty performance in a Coen film. I guess in June of '85, we were more into things coming from space that'll make us feel young again and not melt us. Hell, we'll even get Daryl's Barrett Oliver back in here to make sure we all know it's wholesome. That paid off as Ron Howard's Cocoon became the 6th highest grossing film of the year. After searching through water all throughout the year, it's this film that found the fountain of youth.
I feel tremendous! I'm ready to take on the world! Ow! Ow!
Then Scatman Crothers teaches them to play Kick the Can. Sure, Don Amici won an Oscar for it, but it's the power of Gutenberg that makes this an 80s hit.
Oh, I can keep a secret. I wouldn't tell anybody.
It's hard to know who to trust.
That's just from the shards of glass Rambo stuffed into him. Also, I love that Wilford Brimley is playing a character who's about 30 years older than he is in this film. Seriously, Wilford is only 6 years older than me in it.
We'll never be sick. We won't get any older, and we won't ever die.
And it's totally believable he's an old man, or that I'm actually pushing 80. Originally intended to be a Robert Zemeckis film, but the studio thought Romancing the Stone was gonna bomb in '84, so they replaced him with Ron Howard. I'd say oops, but everybody wins. Romancing the Stone was a hit, this was a hit, and Zemeckis will give us the top grossing film of 1985 later on. And all of them are better than Cocoon the Return. And I've mentioned some anthologies this month, and this film, A Flash of Green, isn't one, but has connections to the genre. It stars Ed Harris and is about a reporter and environmental activist taking on corruption, and was intended to be part of the American Playhouse anthology series on PBS, but was instead given a theatrical release before still airing on the PBS series in April of '86. But canon is here to make it arguable which cult film is the best this month. Is it The Stuff or is it Life Force?
Out of the depths of space, the ultimate terror. Moving, searching, destroying.
That's right, giving our swimming pools that distinct old people smell. Guess evil aliens are still a hard sell this year. Perhaps you should have called it Space Vampires in London. Life Force is great because it's in the Toby Hooper goes completely bonkers genre. It was the first of his 3-picture deal with Cannon, where they pretty much gave him free reign to do what he wanted. So what he gave them was his take on Hammer films and Lovecraft, and showing London coming to an end in the most batshit way possible, from infection to shape-shifting. Its off-kilter approach is what made it destined to find an audience once it hit video, or if you caught it late at night on HBO. We're not done with the cult films yet, because even the kids want in on something that will become more popular well after release. And we're gonna scare the shit out of you with some twisted visuals you'd see in a horror film.
This summer, Walt Disney Pictures presents a motion picture fantasy adventure beyond your fondest imagination.
Bastion not included in this one. This is Return to Oz, as Disney had wanted to get another Oz film made when they purchased the rights to the Baum books in the 50s, and by the time the 80s rolled around, they had to make one or they'd lose the rights. But don't think of it as a cheap ashcan movie. It was criticized at the time for its darker take on the material, but then praised for actually being pretty accurate to the books, plus it features Fairuza Balk in her first film role.
No, Belina, you don't understand. This was the Yellow Brick Road.
Is that Judy Garland she's doing, or Christopher Walken? This was the Yellow Brick Road. Here Dorothy has insomnia and goes back to Oz to take on the Gnome King with the help of Tick-Tock, Jack Pumpkinhead, and Gump. which sounds like a man from Alabama using social media to review a hot topic. It's an Oz so weird it should have had Sean Connery in a loincloth and a handlebar mustache.
And this is the Oz you'll want to visit again and again.
Well, now hang on, I can't have nightmares every night. It's funny that it was written off at the time for being too scary, but that's why we liked it. It treated us like adults. While the Western comedies haven't done well this year either, this Western was a hit, which nixes the comedy elements of the previous Westerns of '85 for Clint Eastwood's return to the genre 9 years after Josie Wales.
They came out of the mountains to ravage and rape a small mining village.
Most casual use of the word rape I've heard in a trailer. Does this town have problems? Nothing that a stranger can't solve.
And hell followed with him.
And termites! God damn them termites destroying our land! This is basically Eastwood doing Shane, as he's a mysterious figure defending a town against a mining company, and if there's time, help Michael Moriarty defeat the evil yogurt at the saloon. Not only was this a hit, but it was the most successful Western of the 80s. And I honestly like it better than Shane, but that's just my taste since I prefer a grittier Western like this. Is it time to wrap up? Oh, nope. That means we gotta reminisce about college. What a year 1985 was. First Judd Nelson and Ali Sheedy are in high school. Now a few months later, they've graduated college in St. Elmo's Fire.
I can't remember who met who first, or who fell in love with who first.
Because you're all drunk and on drugs. Joel Schumacher's St. Elmo's Fire is one of the quintessential Brat Pack movies, mainly because it has so many of them in it, and it was one that every young actor wanted to be in, as it's pitched like the big chill for 20-somethings. However, unlike the other popular Brat Pack films, I wouldn't say this is beloved, as the reaction towards it is divisive. The Breakfast Club was a movie about the characters breaking through their stereotypes, whereas here, they kinda are the stereotypes. It is like you're watching a melodramatic TV series, but there are themes that can still be relatable, especially if you remember that age where you feel like you're a fully matured adult, but you're totally not. There's a lot of things that it gets right about this age, from the bar that you always frequent, to love triangles, to not letting go of your college years, to making an ass out of yourself, and it hits on issues like drug use and switching your political ideologies if it benefits your career. It does let the characters be flawed and shallow, albeit sometimes I don't know if it's aware how creepy some are. There is a bizarre stalker plot in this. It's in this 80s genre of something that seems to have more hatred towards it than love, but is disguised as a classic. I don't think it's a bad film if you can relate to it. There's good things in it, but yeah, it's the John Hughes films that are better written than this one. Though everyone can agree the theme song kicks ass and deserves its popularity. Coming up next, space is back, and so are Westerns, Disney, and Chevy Chase, but most importantly, we're getting Back to the Future, Pee Wee Herman, and Bub the Zombie.
Once upon a time, there lived a young man out of time whose only quest was to get back to the future. Premieres Wednesday, April 1st on HBO.
Well, that promo for Back to the Future was weird, though not as weird as the original teaser trailer. It's the 80s, so I can't tell if this will be a commercial for Coca-Cola, shoes, or McDonald's. I don't even know if it's a movie or a new TV series riding high on that Knight Rider trend. After watching this ad, I'd assume the car could talk. Psych, it's a bitch in sunglasses commercial.
How far are you going?
About 30 years.
Hell yeah, we're going back to 1995, bro. Marty's gonna help me pick out flannel for my first day of high school, and we're gonna talk about the OJ trial. This is a cool-ass teaser, though. I remember it more than the actual trailer, which is more of an Until One Day trailer.
Marty leads an ordinary life, and 1985 is not his year.
Are you kidding? It's the year for Michael J. Fox's crossover into movies. If he wasn't going to the past, he was shooting some hoops as a werewolf. And it is the #1 box office winner of 1985. Hard to think that it took a while to get greenlit because the studios didn't think it was raunchy enough. Just saying, if you go back to the 50s, you have to spy on at least one girl's shower. Talk about iconic, from the characters to their style, and the greatest commercial for a DeLorean that they could have dreamed of, especially considering the DeLorean Motor Company went defunct in 1982, but is now one of the most iconic cars of all time, which represents an entire decade on 4 wheels. Plus, it's one of the best films of the decade, combining 2 staples of 1985, transportation and nostalgia. But through its comedy, its stakes, its legendary musical score, there is so much heart here about a young guy who may be trapped in the past, but actually begins seeing his parents as real 3-dimensional people with hopes and dreams, and not the broken shells he knew them as. Also, your mom's trying to bang you, bro. A near-perfect film in so many ways that while it's so synonymous with the 80s, it has an infectious likability that knows movie audiences so well that the love for this continues to go on through generations after. It makes you feel sorry for anything that tried to compete with it in early July. No offense to the Emerald Jungle.
The Amazon. Mysterious. Powerful.
You will get your dick cut off, but still very nice trees.
Unchanged since the dawn of time until now.
Did they just until one day the Amazon? The Emerald Forest is a John Boorman film where Powers Booth stars as a man very lost during his golf trip. Also, his son has gone missing in the Amazon, and he spends the next 10 years searching these wild forests, battling tribes, snakes, leftover mudslides from Romancing the Stone, all so he can get his son back and they can go to the city and have a wacky jungle-to-jungle style adventure. The movie actually did okay and got good reviews, and while it may not be talked about a lot now, it is an important film as it was the first to create Oscar screeners, where Boorman put the movie on VHS to send out to critics free of charge. Ironically, it didn't get any Oscar nominations, but that's still a practice used to this day, and it reminds you of other Boorman movies.
Director of Deliverance and Excalibur.
Featuring leftover costumes from Exorcist II: The Heretic. Also not having any Oscar nominations.
Her courage was forged out of fire.
Though it should have Best Performance from a Crapping Buddha. Yes, Brigitte Nielsen is Red Sonja, but someone else is gonna be in most of the advertisements.
Only one man on Earth is man enough to win her.
Oh wait, so Conan? Not Conan? Funny story about that. This is one that Arnold isn't too keen on, considering he thought it was just gonna be a cameo as a favor to producer Dino De Laurentiis, but that turned into a longer shoot where through editing, he was extended to co-star with his name being the first one advertised, leading to him canceling his contract with De Laurentiis. He was supposed to be Conan in it, since it's from Richard Fleischer, director of Conan the Destroyer, but because of rights reasons, he isn't called Conan, but it's theorized that Calidor could be one of Conan's traveling names. Red Sonja is many things, boring isn't one. You could watch it right along with Cannon Films' Hercules, so much so I can't believe this isn't a Cannon film. Even Siskel and Ebert, while giving it a thumbs down, were so giddy about how funny bad it was, they came close to ironically recommending it.
Oh, I guess you got to see the movie. I don't want to say that because I don't see the movie.
It was a critical and commercial failure, but gave us one of the all-time best Siskel and Ebert reviews. Even the trailer makes it seem like a comedy.
I make it a rule never to take a woman unless she can beat me in a fair fight.
Are these events related? Is that just what Calidor's dick looks like when he climaxes? Speaking of, I don't know if it'll be good, but I'm watching this.
Deep inside this vertical city, a machine has come to life.
Doc Brown found it best not to build a time machine out of an elevator plummeting to the ground at 88 miles an hour. What do you need to know about The Lift? It's a movie about a killer elevator, and it's taken away jobs from human killer elevator operators. For God's sakes, take the stairs even if you're blind.
But the lift has made itself smarter.
Excellent. Part machine horror, part if you could see what I hear. It's actually a Dutch film from 1983, picked up for American distribution by Warner Brothers, that's a less artsy deathbed, The Bed That Eats, and gained enough of a following through its use of horror and dark comedy that it actually got a remake at one point. And I wasn't kidding about taking the stairs.
Take the stairs. For God's sake, take the stairs.
See, that's the actual tagline. I think we've gone beyond elevators.
The world had been through a trial by fire.
No, Marty went too far into the future! Mad Max returns with Mel Gibson's last appearance in the role in what is kinda divisive for feeling like the most mainstream of the Mad Max movies. Saddled with a PG-13 and more of a summer movie feel, it's either your least favorite or favorite of the bunch, because the people who love it really love it, and I can see why. The Thunderdome action is great, Bartertown is great, the sets, the costuming, Tina Turner's performance as Auntie Entity, but it does lose me when the kids come into it. Like suddenly I'm watching a dirtier Peter Pan. I'd love it more if it had a little more teeth to it. It was still a moderate success, but gave us the most kickin' theme song of the entire franchise. But we're going the Western route again with this next film, which may not have been the huge hit that Pale Rider was, but Silverado is just great, like a bridge between Pale Rider and the comedy westerns of the year, as writer-director Lawrence Kasdan brings the blend of adventure and humor to the western genre like he did with his writing on Raiders of the Lost Ark, as it's about four gunslingers, Scott Glenn, Kevin Kline, Kevin Costner, and Danny Glover, who bring justice to a small town with a great set of villains, including Brian Dennehy, Jeff Fahey, and Jeff Goldblum. It also made audiences and critics take notice of Kevin Costner as an extremely likable lead. It's a real underrated film of the year, one that I wish was a hit because it did tease a sequel at the end. Give us a legacy sequel. Same with this next film, also not The Boy Who Could Fly or Tron. Everyone else had Goonies in '85. I had Explorers, a movie I loved so much as a kid that I didn't realize till I was older that it was a bomb. This is a Joe Dante film about three friends, Ethan Hawke, River Phoenix, and Jason Pressman, who build a spaceship out of a tilt-a-whirl and a computer.
So I used my computer, which is only a 128K, but that should be enough to find out.
Damn, a machine so powerful it could build maybe Lisa's leg or something. Even watching it today, it's still great, or at least most of it is. Joe Dante had a tough time making it, as the studio rushed it for a summer release, meaning he never got to finish it the way he properly wanted to. So you meet these aliens that start out funny with their love of voices and pop culture, then becomes this weird one-man comedy show at the end that's extremely random and long. But I do like that they keep the aliens reveal out of the ads, and when the movie works, it really works. Certainly one that I can't wait to show my son. And it was perfectly logical for me to think that this could be a Coca-Cola commercial, despite that movie's love for Pepsi, because we literally have a movie this month called The Coca-Cola Kid, despite definitely having to say that Coca-Cola had nothing to do with it. It's a fish-out-of-water story, where Eric Roberts is a marketing genius, working to bring the delicious soda formula to the Outback, and I love its take on the Cola Wars.
Well, what the hell is he? A Pepsi man?
Not in my company. Seriously, they filmed this like a science project.
Dark and bubbly.
Ah yes, new Coke, now with more sulfur. I love me an 80s Eric Roberts movie, but this one, I feel like I should love it more than I do. It's not a dumb movie, just random and disjointed, with one part where I was like, how is this movie legal? But it is an ambitious film. I respect its marketing satire, but it needed another pass on the script. If it's a dark-ass movie you want, though, you gotta check what time of day it is.
First, he created the most frightening film ever made.
Yeah, they were dead. They're all messed up.
Then, he took his unique vision of terror one step further.
Minus the mall's killbots. George Romero's Day of the Dead was the first in the series to really be panned upon release, but today is rightfully known as a horror classic of the decade. I wouldn't say that I love it more than Dawn, but if it's pure depression and nihilism I want out of a zombie movie, there's plenty of times where I'm in the mood for Day of the Dead, while Dawn showed humanity clinging on to some sense of normalcy. In Day, mankind has gone insane, cooped up in a bunker, led by a mad military dictator with a scientist who wants to tame the zombies, but it's a little too late to save the world with that, so he too is mad.
They can be tricked into being good little girls and boys, the same way we were tricked into it, on the promise of some reward to come.
Daddy issues. But through his testing, we really see the zombies evolve in this one, specifically Bub, one of the most endearing zombies put on film, up against one of my favorite villains, Captain Rhodes, in a deliciously scenery-chewing performance from Joe Pilato, a man who goes out like a champ with this improvised line. I want that to be my last words. Romero stuck to his guns on this, saying it was his favorite of the original trilogy, with its themes of military action versus science, and Tom Savini's effects are, in my opinion, the best of the series. Rest assured, we are still getting more iconic characters this month.
Hey, Vern, I just saw this movie. It's called Dr. Otto and the Riddle of the Gloom Beam. It's really good. It's about this doctor named Otto and
I think Ernest was Bub before he became a zombie. Wait, this isn't Ernest Goes to Camp. I thought that was the first Ernest movie. Lest you forget Dr. Otto and the Riddle of the Gloom Beam, where the saga of Ernest begins with more of a darker comedic tone than the later films, where Varney also plays Dr. Otto, who has a hand growing from his head, and, world domination. It was more of a supporting role for the Ernest P. Worrell character, but he needed to get his practice in before ultimately saving Christmas. I think we can go even more lower budgeted than that.
Horror House on Highway 5. A horror film truly ahead of its time.
Oh yeah, Nixon masks years before Point Break, and a horror film well before The Tripper made use of a Reagan mask. Horror House on Highway 5 has college students searching for a Nazi, but wind up in a Chainsaw Massacre-esque story about crazy-ass brothers who terrorize them. Gotta love any movie where the trailer guy sounds like a dude at a video store trying to get you to rent it.
They were young and in love. He was crazy. She was dead.
You seem very broken up about it.
You know Jason in Friday the 13th. Now meet Bartholomew.
Yeah, you like that Last House on the Left movie? Well, this one also talks about a house. This one's on a highway or something. Even the characters sound like they're high on something.
You must have a low IQ. You can't be dead.
I would be so annoyed if you were dead. Despite an appearance from the 37th President of the United States, I don't think this one will do as well as Back to the Future. It's the 80s! We want Reagan references. And aerobics! This movie isn't about aerobics, but looks like it is. Instead, this is the Helen Slater cult film, The Legend of Billie Jean.
It began on a quiet summer afternoon when a teenage prank got out of hand.
What do you idiots want with our scooter? We're over here looking sexy for you. It's a teenage outlaw movie that starts over a squabble over a scooter and gets deadly fast.
It's not even loaded.
Perhaps you should take up skateboarding instead. So she and her brother become Texas outlaws, beloved by the public and the news media.
She became a symbol of courage to young people everywhere.
Is this when she becomes the lead singer of Roxette? No, this is Pat Benatar town.
You're getting too famous.
Don't listen to him, he's gonna fall in love with your car instead. It's a movie whose theme song was bigger than the actual film, but it's a fun ride, if anything, because Helen Slater rocks in this. It was hard for a lot of movies to compete this month against Back to the Future and Live Aid. Even Tom Hanks had difficulty.
Why is everyone looking for Tom Hanks?
Show us where the mermaids are. A remake of a 1972 French film, this is a spy comedy where Hanks is pursued by the CIA because
he was in the right place, at the right time, in the wrong shoe.
Why the one red shoe? No one is that hipster. He has to be up to something. Hanks had back-to-back hits with Bachelor Party and his star-making turn in Splash, but I guess he needed his first disappointment in a year that has hit spy comedies, but forgotten ones like Gotcha and this.
And complete strangers are knocked out by his charm.
Something wrong?
No, Mom. How many more years to my Oscar nominations? It's Tom Hanks, so he'll still be likable in it. It really is riding off of the charm that he presented in Splash, with Laurie Singer even looking a little like Daryl Hannah, and James Belushi taking on the John Candy funny sidekick role. Though you really haven't made it as an 80s star unless you do some movie where Dabney Coleman is pursuing you. And in the tradition of movers and shakers and the dark power, it's Weatherby, only because it also has the title on screen for the advertising. This is a British drama starring Vanessa Redgrave, where a man shows up to a dinner party, and then the next day, drama unfolds.
An unexpected return.
I take it you did not enjoy your stay at the bed and breakfast? The death of this stranger brings out secrets from the characters' pasts, including affairs and flashbacks, and how the man may have been driven mad. It has a real ear for dialogue and a love of establishing shots with gunfire.
From acclaimed playwright David Hare. Weatherby.
Hey, where'd the title go? Did he just shoot it? First, Tom Hanks can't win this month, and neither can Disney. But a month of box office disappointments means there's a lot of cult films this month, and The Black Cauldron is certainly one, the most expensive animated movie of the time. This was Disney trying its hand at a much darker sword and sorcery film about the pursuit of a black cauldron before it gets into the hands of the evil horned king, notable for being their first animated film to include some CGI. It's a gorgeous, mature-looking film that got so dark that it had to be recut, which delayed its release, but it does have a glaring problem.
These are our heroes.
It says a lot that the narrator didn't say any of their names, but then he does name the side characters.
Moose. Creeper. A servant of evil.
It'll be everything else but the heroes that you remember here. It's totally worth checking out for the animation and the villains, if you can get over some blandness that keeps it from being a masterpiece. And boy, if there was something that couldn't compete with Back to the Future this month, it's The Heavenly Kid. See, I told you should have come out around Heavenly Bodies. This is a fantasy comedy with Back to the Future-like nostalgia, and the cool kid helping the not-so-cool kid like that film and this year's Mischief, but if he died and came back as a guardian angel, with the looks of the greasers from Sometimes They Come Back, and the fondness for cars like in Christine. Back off, Arnie, she's mine. Though I admire how to the point the advertising is.
Bobby died,
but he's back in the 80s. The Heavenly Kid.
He was sent to the future, dying to bring back the Bryan Adams Reckless album. Having much better luck this month was Kiss of the Spider-Woman, which got an Oscar nomination for Best Picture and got William Hurt the award for Best Actor, as he plays a gay man in a Brazilian prison who is cellmates with a revolutionary played by Raul Julia, whose stories are retold through film narratives until they get fed up since they don't have the proper instruments to play Giorgio Moroder's The Chase from Midnight Express. It's a fabulously acted film where dreams of escape turn to fantasy, with the link in their stories being that of Sonia Braga as multiple characters, and how the two men's life experiences get more and more similar as their stories go on. Also having success, not critically but financially, was National Lampoon's European Vacation.
The Griswolds are going to Europe. Hey Dad, look, bedpans.
Not as great as Vacation or this year's Fletch, but I'll still pay to see Chevy drink from a bedpan. Following a rule of odd films good, even films not so good, European Vacation is no Vacation or Christmas Vacation, and is more of a retread of the first film than the third film is. And while the first had a series of mini shenanigans, there was a flow to it, like you really were on a funny but stressful road trip. This one suffers from feeling very episodic, like it's a series of shorts, beginning with the Griswolds winning a European trip on a game show. But there are still good laughs. I love the part with the dog and the hat. I love the running gag of how they keep injuring Eric Idle. There's a funny bit where their camera is stolen and their sex tape is sold as a porno. But watching it today, it does feel like you're mostly killing time till you get to the much better third film. It figures another transportation movie would still do good this month. Same with the next one, another road movie classic. Like I said about Vacation working because of its flow and story progression, same with Pee-wee's Big Adventure, which brings Paul Rubens' iconic Pee-wee to the big screen with a simple story of a man-child searching for his stolen bike, with Rubens' unpredictable originality, his love for camp, and Tim Burton's eye for absurdity and creepy imagery, making his style known here in his first full-length film. You never know where it's going. What may start out with Pee-wee pissing off bikers will turn into a dance number, and Pee-wee having an aura of innocence, then looks like he will mess you up if you cross him and beat your ass if you steal his bike. It's a movie that loves its side characters as much as its lead, making them fully fleshed out characters even with little screen time, as they make you laugh and scare the hell out of you. A perfect blending of wacky energy for the kids and tons of laughs for adults. It's a real gem that I enjoy just as much at 43 years old as I did when I was 4. Coming up next, Tom Hanks is back, and so are Zombies and Michael J. Fox. We've got 3 science comedies, and even Sesame Street tries its hand at a road movie.
Next, it takes real genius for 3 whiz kids to get back at the campus creep, but there's plenty of laughs along the way. Next on Cinemax.
August is here, and just because it's still the summer movie season doesn't mean we can't have some Halloween horror that asks a tough question.
What would you do if you accidentally discovered the house next door was occupied by something not human?
Well, that sounds like a whole lot of not my business. Yes, it is stressful that the neighbor next door is a vampire, but also that no one believes you.
No one believes you.
Mom, I didn't have a nightmare.
Not your mom, not your girlfriend.
Charlie, is this some sort of a trick?
Our neighbor is the world's most handsome vampire. You'll leave me for him the second we leave the house. Fright Night is a great original vampire film from Tom Holland that puts a clever spin on the vampire story, where William Ragsdale stars as a horror movie fan who is stuck in his own horror movie, which means he goes to the expert in this scenario, the Nazi hunter from Return to Salem's Lot. He's busy. Roddy McDowall in a great role where they turn a Van Helsing type into a horror TV host named Peter Vincent, a hit horror film of the year which spawned a sequel and a remake series. It's like combining a horror film with an episode of Last Drive-In, and it totally works.
This could be the night of your life. Fright Night.
Too much teeth for me. Let's just cuddle instead. It wouldn't be an 80s in film video unless we talked about the magnificent work of Eddie Deason, a man who kept busy in 1984 with 4 movie releases, including one of his best, Surf 2. And there were so many that a couple didn't show up on the movie lists that I work with, like Delta Pi and E. Nick, a legend in his own mind. 1985 will be an easier year to keep track of because Eddie only has one movie and it's a classic.
I'll pretend I'm Donnie.
And I'll pretend I'm Marie.
Boy, this is swell. Yeah, I like this game.
I don't care that I'm 43 years old. Follow That Bird is still one of my favorite films of 1985. Here, Big Bird leaves Sesame Street to live amongst his own kind until he realizes that home is where the heart is. So it's a better version of Square Dance, but more a road movie since it's a 1985 film where the whole gang hits the road to track him down, complete with cameos, and it's great. Every character is given their chance to shine, such as Cookie Monster slowly but surely eating the car on the trip. Even the songs are memorable, from Waylon Jennings to Bert and Ernie singing Upside Down World while doing their own version of North by Northwest. It'll even make the kids cry too, when the Sleaze Brothers kidnap Big Bird and paint his ass blue and make him sing, damn it. Which, by the way, Dave Thomas and Joe Flaherty as the Sleaze Brothers, hilarious.
I'm a rich man, getting richer. Here's my money, let me count it.
Yes, I still sing that song to myself whenever I'm counting money. Sadly, it underperformed due to a lot of stiff competition that summer, which hurt the Children's Television Workshop financially, but it had critical acclaim and a devoted fan base of people like me who watched the hell out of this growing up, and I am always up for watching it today too. Speaking of movies I watched nonstop as a kid.
That's not a bad idea.
What?
Making a girl. Actually making a girl.
Yes, we can take her to see Warriors of the Wind with us. This month in particular is all about science, weird science. We've created hot, sexy life.
Alive! What would you little maniacs like to do first?
Finish watching Bride of Frankenstein? We already made popcorn. It took me a while to decide on which Hughes movie poster to pick, The Breakfast Club or Weird Science. Both films I grew up with, but probably watched Weird Science a little more due to significantly more shenanigans. And it's a great shenanigans film of the 80s, from wild parties, insanely quotable lines, the two Roberts, Rustler and Downey. But what makes this plot work, which is about two teenage losers who create a girl with their computer, is that it actually has heart. This could have gone south and been more akin to Getting It On or Fraternity Vacation. But with John Hughes' love for his characters, they're actually taught confidence, how to speak to other people, how to speak to girls, and how to save the day just in case your party is invaded by Vernon Wells of The Road Warrior and Michael Berryman of The Hills Have Eyes. They may have started out nerdy, but Gary and Wyatt will always be cool to me. And it did okay box office wise, but still had heavy competition from movies geared towards the same audience, such as
real genius.
Another awesome comedy of the year. Here, Val Kilmer is the smartest kid in the smartest university. Also, his shirt implies he loves a good trauma movie, too. He's tasked with testing out material for Up, not to mention being put in charge of all laser technology to get those killbots up and running in '86. Also, they may want him to create a laser for evil.
I don't want to hear about any problems, Don. Just as long as we have a working weapon by the end of June.
I haven't had a working weapon since Korea.
But Ed Lauder's in there. He's never a villain, right? It's bittersweet looking at this again, as I'm writing this not long after Val Kilmer sadly passed away. And it was great seeing him and this movie get so much love. No matter what genre the man did, he could nail it. Dude could do adventure, drama, western, crime thriller, and on top of that, have great comedic timing between this film and his 1984 comedy Top Secret. And let's face it, any 80s movie where you have William Atherton being a hard ass is gonna be a classic of the decade. And who amongst us didn't want a house full of popcorn while listening to our kick-ass Tears for Fears tapes? I bet we're gonna get something different here, though.
My Science Project.
Nope, another science comedy. Like Weird Science, Real Genius, and My Science Project were all trying to destroy each other, especially since Back to the Future was still in theaters. But between all of those, My Science Project was the one that quickly came and went. But why? It may not have William Atherton, but will still make the poster look like Ghostbusters. Hey, they tried making it stand out by saying it's the funniest sci-fi comedy of the summer. Gonna need to fact check that one. Maybe it'll be in the lecture.
Is to instill in you a basic scientific curiosity about the world that we live in.
Damn it, Professor Hopper is high again. This one stars John Stockwell and Fisher Stevens, who come across a mysterious orb that will be perfect for his science project. You rated in old Spencer Gifts, you're not fooling anyone. And yes, it will include time hopping.
We went 2 hours into the future. What?
2 hours? Pfft, lightweights. But someone's having a good time. Oh man, it's like it's 1967 again, man. With negative reviews, it just couldn't compete since there were already better, similar movies that you could see that weekend. This one also has lasers, and there are cool moments like the ghosts of the past haunting their school, and Lisa, now you turned Chet into a dinosaur! And John Stockwell knows better than to try creating an evil car a la Christine, lest you forget your dear departed Arnie. We are getting something different next, though, and foggier.
She was not the first woman to fall in love with a stranger.
And it won't be the last, otherwise the stalker genre wouldn't continue. In Dance with a Stranger, Miranda Richardson is a former prostitute who hooks up with the handsome Rupert Everett, and their saucy affair has some ups and downs involving stairs. However, he wants no more of this, so he ghosts her 1950s style. And on top of that, it's a true story.
The last woman in Britain to be hanged.
Spoiler, I take it not a happy ending then? Why on earth would she want to follow this man around and shoot him?
Look, Squire, the lady said the bar's closed.
Yes, he must be stopped before committing more panty raids. A very nuanced film that humanizes all parties involved, which received high marks for its performances and being an enjoyably depressing sit. Also getting some acclaim this month was Dim Sum, A Little Bit of Heart, a comedy from director Wayne Wang, later of the Joy Luck Club, where a widow is told by a fortune teller that she'll die within the year, enough time to hopefully see her ancestors in China and also make sure her daughter is married off. And if there's time, take in a screening of My Science Project. The poster guarantees success! Or maybe even this next film, also about an Asian immigrant.
He came to America to escape his past.
I am guessing this will have more limbs chopped off than in Dim Sum. Pray for Death is a Sho Kosugi movie where he goes vigilante Bronson style, where the crime syndicates have destroyed this town and his family. These villains look like they're just annoying him.
No ordinary man could do it alone. But this is no ordinary man.
I will snap all of their shoelaces in half. If you're wondering why this wasn't marketed as a fourth in the Ninja trilogy, which also featured Sho Kosugi and didn't have any connected plots, so really this could have been called Ninja 4 and gone right along with the others, but I'm guessing it's not because this isn't from Canon Films. Instead, this comes from Trans World Entertainment. Excellent. That means I can also call it an unofficial Thunder Warrior sequel. You want Sho Kosugi dodging trucks left and right? You got it here, with hilarious lines too.
Pray for death.
Please, kill me!
Well, someone in the audience isn't enjoying that flick. But this next one will win audiences over.
It's okay, Jack.
It's not okay. I got a small plane here. I don't know where it is.
A fly landed on your screen.
Tell me that's not going on at the FAA right now. Carl Reiner's Summer Rental is the far superior vacation film of the season, way better than European Vacation. After leaving his mark in great supporting roles in Splash and, well, Vacation, John Candy was given his first starring role here as a man forced to take a vacation or lose his job.
What do you think of these?
Similar?
I gotta start messing up at work more often. Between this and The Great Outdoors, it was The Great Outdoors that I preferred in terms of John Candy family vacation movies, but there's still fun stuff here, like a funny sunburn gag, and you gotta love a movie where the climax involves a boat race with Colonel Troutman. Having a far worse vacation are the characters from Hills Have Eyes Part 2.
Way out in the desert. Further than the eye can see.
Get used to this film using clips from the first. It's good that Michael Berryman went back home to the family after being kicked out of Gary and Wyatt's party. I remember this being really, really bad, or even the trailer is mainly talking about the first, with Bobby recalling the events even though he's not in the rest of it, which is about bikers who were stranded and stalked by the family of mutant cannibals, and it is still written and directed by Wes Craven, and still features Ruby from the first, and while it may seem like a bizarre choice for this to be Craven's follow-up after his success in '84 with A Nightmare on Elm Street, it was actually shot in 1983, before A Nightmare on Elm Street even came out. According to him, he needed some quick cash, and then disowned the film, which had a lot of financial problems during the making of it, resulting in a lot of padding throughout, and it being dumped on video after a very limited theatrical run. Also getting a quick run in theaters was Key Exchange, another in the line of yuppie-based romances of the time, this one also starring Brooke Adams, who was just in Almost You in '85, and she even stopped off for some yogurt in The Stuff, based on the play by Kevin Wade, which featured Brooke Adams and Ben Masters in the leads as well. It's a commitment romance about the love that can blossom if you simply exchange apartment keys. The most I remember of this movie was getting the rare 0 stars from Roger Ebert. And this next one gives us familiar things from the previous month, such as Kevin Costner and bicycling.
Would you like a ride?
Where, on your handlebars?
He's a loner, Dottie, a rebel. Even before making it as an A-lister, Costner proved himself to be a leading man of sports cinema, this time involving bicycle racing.
They're having the time of their lives.
We don't have to do this if you don't want to.
Yes, we do.
Be my bicycle seat, baby. This is director John Badham's American Flyers, another underrated Costner film of the year, like with Fandango, as both involve friendship and hitting the road with tomfoolery. Only here the car ran out of gas and they had to bike it. No matter who wins or loses this match, one thing is for sure, Kevin, you've gotta shave the mustache before hitting superstardom with the Untouchables next year. You can grow the stash back for Wyatt Earp. We may be past the science comedies, but I'm sure Gary and Wyatt will be following up their viewing of The Bride of Frankenstein with this film, The Bride.
He desired something beyond love.
I might make the new woman, Clavel.
Every little thing she does is magic. Hey, remember that time Sting played Dr. Frankenstein in this Mary Shelley adaptation where he created Jennifer Beals? Sting was wanting to cross over into leading man territory with this, right after his scene-stealing role in Dune. And this is like he wants something in his filmography akin to David Bowie in The Hunger. Though The Hunger I certainly remember more. Despite negative reviews and poor box office, Sting is a very good actor. But sorry, if you're gonna create a girl this month, you gotta get drunk in a blues joint. While George Romero went the very dark route in zombie cinema with Day of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead co-writer John Russo helped with Return of the Living Dead based on his book, and it's also the directorial debut of Alien writer Dan O'Bannon. And it better be very 80s. It is, and it's hilarious. It shows love for the genre by having the characters actually talking about Night of the Living Dead in it, and the laughs come at a good pace, because it actually starts out pretty creepy, with everything in the warehouse coming to life, then gets bonkers with its talking zombies, and is a real punk rock horror film too, with a group of partying rockers also facing off against the zombies. It was very influential to the genre, like Night of the Living Dead was, whereas here, they gave us such tropes as the zombies specifically wanting to eat brains, and also them hilariously chanting, "Brains, brains." I respect the hell out of this film for balancing the two tones of horror and comedy, and also having the balls to give it a seriously dark ending, which makes you go, oh, well, thinking about it, that probably is the best option. What started as a nice homage to the Dead films became a franchise in and of itself with numerous sequels of varying quality, but this first film is still a gem with likable and cool characters and fantastic effects work on the zombies. And John Candy may have proved himself a great leading man with this month's hit Summer Rental, but we need his supporting help here again in volunteers. If the man with one red shoe wanted us to remember Splash, this definitely does, as it reunites Candy with Tom Hanks, who stars as a wealthy snob on the run from his gambling debts and stern dad.
You've been a constant embarrassment ever since your mother and I brought you home that day from the orphanage.
I am not adopted.
I know, but please allow me that little fantasy.
Aw, heartwarming family drama. So what do when the parents won't bail you out? You hop the first plane out to join the Peace Corps in Thailand. Good God, they're willing to die chasing this man. Hanks has a ton of fun in this, in a better fish out of water story than the Coca-Cola Kid.
It's not that I can't help these people, it's just that I don't want to.
You mean you've just been trying to go to bed with me?
Well, on the plus side, you get to meet your future wife, Rita Wilson. He teaches these people all about his homeland, specifically gambling. Lots and lots of gambling. I love a story about a comedy character who looks like he's ending up in a Chuck Norris war film. Hanks and Candy once again play well off of each other. And it's got all kinds of familiar 80s side characters. Geddy Watanabe from 16 Candles is here too. Not the most famous of the 80s Hanks comedies, but a decent one. Better than The Man with One Red Shoe. Here's something that I do wish did a lot better. This is Year of the Dragon, which was Michael Cimino's first film after the 1980 box office disaster Heaven's Gate, and it stars Mickey Rourke as a cop battling triads in Chinatown. Hoping it would be his comeback after Heaven's Gate, and going back to the critical acclaim he had with his Oscar-winning The Deer Hunter, Cimino sought the help of Oliver Stone in co-writing the script, so he could get it done in time, but sadly, while it did have some decent reviews, it didn't achieve the success of The Deer Hunter. But damn, Cimino does crime films well, as this one harkens back to his work on Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, but more of a gritty New York City cop film. It's beautifully shot with a great Mickey Rourke performance. And it doesn't hold back in also tackling the issue of racism when handling a case like this, which did get a lot of criticism at the time, but also defenders in that it made it feel real instead of sugarcoating all these characters. It's a tense, ruthless thriller and a real underrated cop film to check out. If it's a cult film you want though, you've got that in full force here with Better Off Dead.
Does it ever feel like everyone's got more going than you do? Oops.
Oh man, Jake Ryan read my love letter too. I don't know why critics disliked this at the time. It's the far better movie of the year to feature Porky himself from the Porky's franchise. John Cusack stars as Lane Meyer, who loses his girl to the hottest skier in town, and nobody cares. So he turns to suicide and even fails at that, too. That's right, it's a wacky suicide comedy, but it's the 80s, so it'll have skiing and Curtis Armstrong. Panned by critics, and even John Cusack didn't like it. But over the years, it has developed a die-hard following, thanks in part to the truly absurd and offbeat humor from writer-director Savage Steve Holland, that it's part 80s ski comedy, part quirky, weird kid student film.
Better Off Dead.
That's a real shame when folks be throwing away a perfectly good white boy like that.
Someone will remember that line when Men at Work comes out. Far more inspirational, though, was Crossover Dreams, in that it has to be inspiring enough if it wants to stand out amongst the other films this year that stick their title on the trailer the whole time. This is a simple story of a musician who dreams of making it to the big time, but what it has going for it is Ruben Blades in the lead role in a very likable performance that helps it stand out amongst this common genre, where the trailer also goes back to the shrinking image over the title feature. See, Turk 182? You're not the only one this year. And oh, thank God New World Pictures is back. I was starting to worry that I hadn't seen a New World or Canon movie in the last couple months. And New World is making up for it by bringing back a legend.
In 1956, he first appeared on motion picture screens across the country.
That's right, Moses is back and he is pissed. Could be talking about someone else.
His acting technique was revolutionary. His presence overwhelming.
Ah, got it. Sterling Holloway in Shake, Rattle, and Rock. Oops, my bad. It's Godzilla. I often get him confused with Moses. He is ready for the 80s. Witness Godzilla with a Jerry curl. So this is the American version of Return of Godzilla, which was re-edited by New World Pictures, which changed the tone of the original film. And while either version is a direct sequel to the 50s original, this one makes it a direct sequel in the American sense too, in that they brought back Raymond Burr to reprise his role as Steve Martin from the 56 release. Plus, the American scenes make it a big advertisement for Dr. Pepper as well. While The Return of Godzilla received praise in its 1984 release, the Godzilla 1985 edit did not. But I can't hate this movie. It's sentimental to me because it's the first Godzilla movie I ever saw. I wouldn't dare pass up renting a movie with that box cover. Edits will be a common theme this month, where we also have The Protector, like it's a Jackie Chan, Danny Aiello buddy cop movie edited into the world of Year of the Dragon. This was Jackie's second lead role in an American film, coming after the big brawl in 1980. With way more blood and gunplay than you're used to seeing in a Jackie movie. That's because this is Jackie seen through the eyes of director James Glickenhaus of The Exterminator, and boy, you can tell. No spark of electricity was wasted in that fall. Here, two New York cops look for a missing girl in Hong Kong, and they'll take all their explosions with them. Ooh, the NYPD never let me do stunts like this. Glickenhaus and Chan fought hard during the making of it, which led to two versions, one the Glickenhaus cut and the other the Jackie Chan cut, which had whole new subplots in it. I kinda like this for its mixture of Jackie Chan-style action comedy, but with a grittier Glickenhaus touch, like, will someone make sure that guy survived that fall, and give us the Aiello cut, the one that's just about key exchanging. When I posted the segment of July of 1985 asking what people's favorite movie of the month was, it was easy to predict that a majority would say Back to the Future, with a lot also saying Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Well, August has you covered because we've merged Marty McFly and Francis into one film. We've also created Teen Wolves.
For Michael J. Fox, life hasn't been easy.
Why are the trailer guys always picking on Michael J. Fox?
And 1985 is not his year.
Again, he's having the summer of his life. He's a box office king, and he can drink now.
His voice is changing.
Give me a keg of beer.
Then he ripped the man's head off when it was a Coors Light. While movies like The Heavenly Kid and My Science Project were given no favors by being released so close to Back to the Future, that aspect benefited this film big time. I mean, look how they advertised it.
Teen Wolf, a new comedy with Michael J. Fox, star of Back to the Future.
Yes, we love Michael J. as Marty, so why not see him turn into a wolf? It'll be playing in the same theater.
He's always wanted to be something special.
I really want to see him crash into a manure truck, not to mention...
He's got style.
It properly concludes the Saturday Night Fever trilogy. Not as acclaimed as Back to the Future, but still a hit. Michael J. Fox starring in it was the reason I saw it. But it is funny that it's a franchise that has even more entries than Back to the Future. It's got a sequel, a cartoon series, a live-action series that turned it into a drama, and then a movie version of that. I respect the fact that Back to the Future kept it a simple trilogy, a cartoon series, and one of the greatest theme park rides ever created. Whoa, what the hell is going on here?
These are the signs of warning. Symbols of danger.
Are we getting gritty TV series Back to the Future? No, warning sign is another outbreak film of the month. Think less zombies walking around screaming brains. And more, we need Sam Waterston and Yaphet Kotto to help contain a deadly outbreak. We don't have the budget yet to adapt The Stand. And okay, I know what's going on here. G.W. Bailey's involvement means that Mahoney did something to trigger a viral extinction event. Let's see if my wishes came true, though. Yes, I knew once I saw the New World Pictures logo, Canon would be right around the corner. Whoa, what? Are we getting a Ninja 4 from Canon that I was unaware of?
The sacred art of the ninja has been guarded in the East. Now, it has come to the West.
Ah yes, clearly the American edit of Pray for Death. Kidding. Originally intended to be a Chuck Norris film, but instead this turned Michael Dudikoff of Bachelor Party into an action star who, what do you think he does? He's a ninja and he takes on criminals in the Philippines, of course. He's our only hope.
The only American who is capable of defeating the secret Black Star Army.
Well, borrow Aiello's gun from the Protector. That should mow them down quick. From director Sam Furstenberg of Revenge of the Ninja and Ninja 3, this one isn't a stealth entry in that series, though, as it started its own franchise, as American Ninja brought in such a good profit against only a $1 million budget that of course 4 sequels came after it.
The deadliest art of the Orient is now in the hands of an American.
And if there's time, he'll kick ass performing Wham's Faith at karaoke. So many dead bodies this month, I can't believe we're just now getting a funeral.
What can we say about Bruce flight state.
Like I know who the hell that is. Did Dudikoff stick a sword through his head? This is Compromising Positions, which is such a screwball rom-com sounding title that I can't believe Dudley Moore isn't in it. This has to do with the murder of a dentist who is also a man whore, which prompts Susan Sarandon as a former journalist to investigate. And if there's time, fall for the dashing police detective Raul Julia while cheating on her husband Edward Herrmann, a go-to man in the 80s to play the no-good husband in a comedy. Clearly, this is just another story Raul and William Hurt are telling each other in prison. Ever tell you about the time I nailed Susan Sarandon, bro? Going back into cult film territory, though, we have Flesh and Blood with Rutger Hauer laying claim to all the prop swords he can find in 1985. This one, though, being a much darker tone than we saw in Lady Hawk, with its story of medieval mercenaries, revenge, kidnapping, and all the flesh and blood the title promises. This was the first English-language film from Paul Verhoeven, and took a bit to find its audience, as it barely made a dent at the box office. But Verhoeven didn't let that get to him. He wondered if the story was too dark and cynical for audiences, so he moved to the US to get a better feel for the country, and later giving us some of the best violent satires of the decade. But his Flesh and Blood did eventually find an audience on video and cable, from people who absolutely loved its unsentimental look at morality. And we have one more release suffering through edits this month, and that is the awesome Dario Argento movie Phenomena. Why are you asking what it's about? Look how gorgeous this is. You know you want a ticket for this. Argento movies are brilliant at selling it on the cinematography, where here Jennifer Connelly has psychic powers, which links her to insects, and she uses that to help catch a serial killer preying on schoolgirls. I love that they didn't stop at young psychic communicates with bugs. No, we're also making it a giallo thriller with classic Italian gore. The Italian release came out in January of '85, where it was a gigantic hit in Italy, making American distributor New Line interested in releasing it to the States, but they butchered the hell out of it and chopped it down from 2 hours to 83 minutes. Here's how it was advertised in the States.
Jennifer is the new girl in a strange school.
Until one day, she finds out she can talk to bugs like Dr. Doolittle. And we got Dr. Loomis here, regretting he didn't just shoot bees at Michael Myers to take advantage of his bad allergies. And just look at what they called this version.
Dario Argento's Creepers. It will make your skin crawl.
Excellent. I'll rent it right along with Squirm and Slugs. Or wait for the uncut Anchor Bay DVD to come out. Coming up, we're finally getting the Scorsese film of the year, After Hours. Will Griffin Dunn have as stressful of a night as Chuck Norris in Invasion USA? Find out next. The summer movie season is over, so what does that leave us with? September, dumping ground month, the January of the fall, can't you tell?
At the beginning of the next century, 15 years after the Great Plague swept the earth and left a world of orphans.
It's been months and you still haven't gotten the message that you must leave the Bronx. I don't know what John Stockwell did in his science project, but whatever it was, seems to have destroyed the whole world and left us with motorcycle gangs.
A young adventurer goes in search of a legendary band of teenage warriors.
Warriors? Last week I was the manager of an arcade. These bikers know how to party, theater kid style.
No more killing. But all this is about to be shattered.
They even got Charles Aidman to narrate their trailer like Vincent Price. Here, rival biker gangs come together to take on an evil corporation holding our nation's best supply of Kim Cattralls and Robbie Bensons. Yes, this is City Limits, but let the trailer guy tell you that.
Fugitives in their own home. The Clippers seek help outside the city limits.
Dan, boy.
Welcome to Post-Apocalyptic Porky's, boys. My coat is made from meat's body hair. Just imagine Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome if it had the spirit of a 60s Ross Hagen biker movie. Hence why this was also featured on MST3K. But with John Stockwell in it, I won't make another Christine reference because the movie already does it. The hell? Christine is in this too? Between this and Cat's Eye, Christine is in as many movies this year as Stockwell and Keith Gordon. No guardrail will go unbroken, no door unopened, no biology class left interrupted, no explosion left undetonated. At least they're keeping all this legal by still doing it within the city limits.
They are the knights of the future, and the only hope for a better world. City limits. Sometimes you have to fight for your future.
Yeah, but if it's all the same, I'd rather stay home and watch movies about fighting for the future. More relaxing, and I can get takeout. What else is on the lineup?
Meryl Streep is Susan Radley. She dreams of a land of plenty.
Doubtful this will also have Christine in it. This is Plenty, a hard drama about a woman who fought for the French resistance in World War II and is about her post-war life and fulfilling her dreams.
I want to have a child, and so I had the idea of asking someone whom I barely knew.
That smile went away fast. I can create you a child in my lair. The movie spans decades, where she does what she can to settle down at the expense of all those around her.
You could make an impact.
See, she's keeping the neighbors awake with her gunfire. This seems like a period piece war drama that would be put out in Oscar season. What's it doing out in September? I'll tell you why. They have another Meryl Streep epic that will be coming out in December, as Out of Africa will get slightly better reviews and golden statues. But I like how this one sums up the cast of names.
Sting, Ian McKellen, and Sam Neill as Lazar.
Take your pick, ladies. It's an acting legends edition of the dating game. But we've seen Dr. Grant's younger years, but what about Ellie? Here she is, as Laura Dern stars in the coming-of-age film Smooth Talk, where come hell or high water, we're going to the mall.
So you'll be at the mall for 6 hours.
Relax, once lasers are perfected, the killbots will once again send her home in good time. It's the 80s, Mom. We live in the mall. Or at least some of us do.
Not me. I'm going to the beach.
Ugh, lame. There's no Montgomery wards at the beach. But then she meets the sinister Arnold friend, a smooth talker.
I've been watching you.
Learning his moves from Manny from Scarface, with a dash of James Dean, like it's a serious version of what we saw in Mischief, based on a short story by Joyce Carol Oates, or I don't know if he's the one to take your virginity.
You're not saying these things. Hell, everybody's scared the first time. That's why I'm so specially nice.
See, Mom? Sailor Ripley ain't so bad in comparison, is he? Hell, it's shot like Chainsaw Massacre. Smooth Talk was a very highly acclaimed film, which, considering the subject matter, we're all glad John Derek didn't direct it. We can still get some critical hits this month. For instance, we have After Hours, one of my favorites of the year.
I met this girl tonight, okay, in a coffee shop.
I feel like something incredible is really going to happen here.
Director Martin Scorsese gives us the ultimate having a shitty night comedy, where Griffin Dunn is Paul, who goes out to meet Rosanna Arquette, but when that goes south, it turns into an odyssey of a man trapped in Soho, looking for a way home, and encountering a set of characters, each one crazier than the previous, whether they're sicking a vigilante mob on him, wrapping him in plaster, or wanting to kick his ass.
So I go back to the girl's apartment, but her roommate's really pissed off at me for the way I treated her friend.
This the guy?
It's yuppie culture meeting the overnight culture, as Dunn turns in a great lead performance as this guy stuck in a labyrinth where around the corner is something unhinged and emasculating. Like with the king of comedy, Scorsese shows a real flair for dark comedy, as this features an ensemble cast including Catherine O'Hara, John Hurd, Terry Garr, and a Mr. Frosty ice cream truck.
So now she's the one in the Mr. Softy ice cream truck who's trying to kill me!
No, you can't leave before Cheech and Chong steal your body in a cast, my favorite movie of the 80s featuring this duo. Truly one of the best, most unpredictable films of the year, and an underrated Scorsese classic that if you take one thing away from this video, it's watch after hours. There were some award contenders on television, though, as CBS aired the TV adaptation of Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman, which got it 10 Emmy nominations and 4 Golden Globe nominations, including for Best TV Movie, and it got Dustin Hoffman the award for Best Actor in both awards shows, obviously snubbing the year's other TV movie, The Midnight Hour with Sherry Belafonte. And while Charles Durning could be seen on TV in Death of a Salesman, he could also be seen going vigilante in Stand Alone.
He was just an average American, an innocent eyewitness to a senseless act of violence.
God dang it, is my flag okay? How are you missing this man? Worst villains. They want him dead for turning them in.
He is about to become a target.
Don't even try to outrun me. Pam Grier will give him some pointers. She's been in the revenge movie game for a long time. She'll tell Charles to grow out an afro and hide razor blades in it, and to also rent Last House on the Left and Home Alone.
He's fighting mad, and he'll defend his home any way he can.
Oh, God! I'm just here to read the meter! I'll give it to this one. It stands out for having an unconventional lead in a film like this, as Durning's presence drives home the ordinary guy pushed to the edge gimmick.
I am death.
I am gonna carve your body into cold cuts with a side of mashed potatoes. If you weren't already getting a Walking Tall vibe from this, the poster looks like my school janitor creating his own Joe Don Baker fan art. Now, while August was full of science comedies for the teens, September gives us a science comedy for the grown-ups, as Peter O'Toole stars in Creator, where med student Boris is having a regular year in college.
It was another predictable year at college.
Hi.
Same faces.
Hey, when'd you get back?
Same classes.
Same fraternity vacations, too much chicks to handle. Then Boris meets Dr. Harry, who assures him they will not test out their experiments in the Twin Pines Mall. It's the Lone Pine Mall now. Also, Harry wants to use science to bring back his dead wife with electricity and shenanigans.
I'd like to get back on the registration line. Experimenting with new subjects?
The hell? Did they just fall out the window? Harry will get Boris so laid.
I'm Melly, Dr. Wilbur's 19-year-old nymphomaniac.
What are you up to, Harry?
I can only pay you in broads, damn it. I spent all my money on purchasing Sting's notes on body reanimation. Is this about science or getting laid or both?
All we want to do is unravel the world's mysteries. Look, I know what you're thinking.
Didn't this movie used to be about resurrecting a dead wife? Based on a novel by Jeremy Levin, who also wrote the script and had a lot of control over it. You give me a Peter O'Toole 80s movie where he loves to chug some booze, and I'm in.
I want to be like you.
I'm not sure that the planet Earth is ready for two of me.
This guy says skip creating a girl and take me right to the blues bar to get shit-faced. And that was Peter O'Toole and Vincent Spano in my favorite science year. Anyway, we got some more leftover sets from Once Upon a Time in America. Give us a coming-of-age story that also features James Woods as the adult version, but following the 10 Commandments.
There's 10 Commandments. It's like an exam, right? I figure you get 8 out of 10 right, you're pretty much at the top of the class, aren't you?
I like his logic. I followed most of the commandments, the important ones. This is Joshua, Then and Now, a Canadian film from Ted Kotcheff, director of First Blood, that follows a writer from his dreams of the written word to his adult life with shotgun weddings and awkward bathroom run-ins.
Are you feeling well, Pat? Are you okay? You can look, but you mustn't touch. This is my chastity belt.
God, Quitters Inc. will try anything. Based on the semi-autobiographical book by Mordecai Rickler, who wrote the script with no science added, will he find inspiration and his lost love?
I don't want primal scream therapy or any of the other mumbo-jumbo you fakers are into. I just want my wife back. Ah!
You had me at see anything you like, baby. It is the cast that sells me here.
Goodbye, Angela.
Is that how Alan Arkin always delivers himself to movie sets? Hurry, we got more crime going on!
Criminals went free.
What are you all wasting my time for? I'll be out tomorrow.
Not if Charles Durning and his flag can help it. This one is more about bribery, though.
Officials were bribed.
That's right, bring me 12 McDLTs, half-priced. I don't think that Marie is about Sissy Spacek hitting the streets gun in hand. No, she uses troublemaking.
You are a troublemaker.
That is a lie.
Chris started it. Marie is the true story of a woman on the Tennessee Parole Board who is asked by corrupt politicians to set the guilty free, but when she says no, they'll do anything to take her down. It's the Silkwood of '85. Naturally, Sissy Spacek got high marks for her performance, but the big standout was the character actor turn for politician and actor Fred Dalton Thompson, where here he actually does play himself, because he really did serve as the attorney for Marie Reggianti. You know it's going to be a hard-hitting expose on corruption in the press when it includes picture effects.
Sissy Spacek in an explosive true story.
I see no explosions in the trailer. Point city limits. And I think I recognize this trailer voice too.
He was an intellectual who advocated action.
John Larroquette? Why are you narrating the Chainsaw Massacre-esque shot from Smooth Talk? If we got a Scorsese movie this month, that means we also gotta get a Paul Schrader movie with some other names attached.
Francis Ford Coppola and George Lucas present a new film by Paul Schrader.
I'll wait for the special edition with updated CGI typewriters. Mishima, Life in 4 Chapters, is another movie of the month about an acclaimed writer, this time being Yukio Mishima, and is a fictional account of his life combining several of his books to really drive home the inspiration of the man.
His flamboyance captivated a generation. His vision challenged the conscience of his time.
Oh yeah? Well, James Woods flashed his wife. A very near and dear film for Paul Schrader, who still considers it his best work as a director, but for me, it's still a toss-up between Hardcore and American Gigolo. From one acclaimed director to another, we have Norman Jewison behind the camera for Agnes of God, with a great cast, as Jane Fonda is a psychiatrist at odds with Mother Superior Anne Bancroft after a nun, played by Meg Tilly, is pregnant and claims it was divine inception. Whatever, clearly the work of another smooth talker. This was a divisive movie of the time, as it's one where the performances got great reviews all around, with Fonda and Tilly being nominated for Oscars. But people were divided on the script, with many feeling that it didn't reach the high standards of the director or the cast. But some did praise the disturbing nature of it and the subtle pacing, while others felt that given the subject matter, it plays it safe like a standard procedural involving murder.
Why would I lie? Because it's murder we're talking about. I panicked before or after you killed the child.
Personally, I love seeing a film directed by Norman Jewison, which would definitely be the plot of a nunsploitation film directed by Bruno Mattei. And if CBS can have a film this month, so can NBC, but theatrical, as it was NBC's first theatrical film. Titled Codename Emerald, it's a World War II spy thriller where an agent is sent to rescue an overlord who knows the date and location of D-Day. And if Agnes of God was doing mainstream nunsploitation, this goes for mainstream Nazi-sploitation like Salon Kitty, because Helmut Berger is the main villain in this film too. But I'm sensing it'll be action-sploitation that we're getting next. Oh, don't let that jolly music and Christmas setting fool you. This isn't heartwarming canon. Just wait for the turn.
No one thought it could ever happen here.
Perhaps Santa should just go back to delivering coal to the bad kids. This isn't just any canon film. Invasion USA is one of the signature movies of the company, one of the most canon movies to ever canon, where Soviet terrorist Richard Lynch leads a guerrilla attack on America.
18 hours from now, America will be a different place.
Yes, constant all-day traffic jams, but they didn't count on one thing.
It's time to die.
Good God, he blew the guy's head off so hard the shockwave killed the truck. Forget assembling the Wolverines to take down Soviet-controlled America. We just needed Chuck Norris to do it himself. Rocky may end the Cold War this year in the boxing ring, but for Chuck Norris, the whole country is his ring.
Didn't work, huh? Now it will.
He's also beat the explosion count from City Limits. This movie is a lot, so much so that even Chuck Norris said that maybe it was a bit much, but that's when you know you gotta watch the hell out of it. And I will be spotlighting this on the Cinema Snob come Christmas time. What a year John Cusack has had too, with the rom-com A Sure Thing to the surreal comedy Better Off Dead, but now there's something for the family with The Journey of Natty Gann from Walt Disney Pictures. This isn't lighthearted Disney fare though, as it's set during the Depression and is about a young girl who runs away to find her father and bring along her two fists.
She went searching for her father.
Calling my dad a commie?
Yeah, you want to make some out of it?
Yeah.
Well, come on, try it.
She's spunky enough to also stop the Invasion USA. On the way, she befriends a wolf and also John Cusack. Why not? He's already hit the road on an adventure this year. He'll know the right routes to take so they can stay on track instead of ending up in wacky shenanigans. This had better success critically than the year's The Black Cauldron, which was also Disney wanting to get adults into the theaters too. But this one succeeds more in the character department, as it's a sweet, heartfelt story for kids and grown-ups. Now, we've already met Marie this month, but now it's time to meet Maxie. But in order to do that, we gotta meet Jan first.
Everything about Jan is nice, until one night.
That variation of until one day shows that it will be Marie who has the superior reviews over Maxie. This is what I call a September dumping ground movie, as Glenn Close is a woman who is possessed by an old flapper girl named Maxie.
Jan isn't just Jan anymore.
Not only did they put the dog reaction in the trailer, but they also put the dog reaction on the poster. Maxie's ghost is even ruining her marriage to Mandy Patinkin.
Would you be so kind as to explain your behavior this evening?
No one here can love and love.
This feels like it'd be a Madonna movie of the late 80s crossed with a sitcom.
Maxine Malone was in my body and you slept with her.
Honey, I told her to leave.
Laugh track not included. It's like they wanted to ride off the success of the body possession comedy All of Me, but ended up with an alternate pilot for the short-lived series Jennifer Slept Here. Although with Glenn Close and Mandy Patinkin in the cast, we still get to see them acting their asses off with a script that has the polish of a Hallmark movie of the week.
Get thee behind me, Satan!
I'm warning you, Maxie, I don't want to have to resort to force.
Well, I can't wait to do an episode on Invasion USA. I'm not gonna lie, I'm thinking I need to do one on Maxie as well. A true what the fuck Hollywood movie of the month. Glenn Close will have a better time in October, as we're getting Jagged Edge, plus science goes horror with the Reanimator, and whatever villains Chuck Norris didn't kill in Invasion USA, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Remo Williams will take care of next month.
Schwarzenegger is all bulging biceps as he muscles under the Sunday night movie. If it's a mission no ordinary man can survive, Arnold is the commando who will. Next.
It's October of 1985. Are we getting anything scary this season? Or will the horror movies just be reserved for my background? Wait, always? The Spielberg movie from 1989? We're getting an ultra-advanced screening? No, different always. I'm sure there was one guy in the video store who made this mistake. This is written, directed by, and starring Henry Jaglom, and is about a near-divorced couple hiding their separation during a huge dinner party. Perfect for the Halloween season. There's nothing scarier than awkwardness. Just like Came a Hot Friday. Perfect timing. October is the hottest month of the year.
At last, a film so crazy everyone can enjoy it. Came a Hot Friday.
What is going to happen to that water? I haven't forgotten about all the water antics from earlier in the year. Came a Hot Friday is a hugely successful New Zealand film, breaking records and winning awards in its home country, and is a zany comedy about con men who love to dance the night away and checking out where she's hiding the extra chips. Sorry, she wanted me to check her ass, boss. These local heroes of slapstick bring the world of illegal gambling to a small town, and you know what that means. It's going to include explosions somewhere in the plan and massive amounts of property destruction. This is what happened when Tom Hanks tried teaching gambling too, but with maybe a bigger explosion budget. Christ, it's a wacky comedy that has frames out of a Chuck Norris movie. Or this next film.
They hunted him down.
You know, Colonel, we went to a lot of trouble to find you.
Also partly a wacky comedy. Vernon Wells was so eager to get his power back after being kicked out of Gary and Wyatt's party, and Michael Berryman's venture into the hills didn't work out, so Vernon's gonna kidnap Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter. Arnold will play ball, I'm sure.
Then you gotta cooperate, right? Wrong.
Forget all of these weapons, he only needs a handy set of one-liners to take down these mercenaries and dictators.
Hasta luego, fellas.
You're a funny guy, Sully. That's why I'm going to kill you last.
I love this movie. It's all the greatness of Arnold in one film.
Don't disturb my friend. He's dead tired.
As much as Conan and The Terminator elevated his career, it's the success of Commando that really sealed his action hero personality. From the one-liners, the over-the-top violence, and both.
Remember, Sally, when I promised to kill you last?
That's right, Major. You did.
I lied.
If David Patrick Kelly is in there somewhere, you're gonna have a good time. You know what you're getting with this, and the movie knows too. It's a film where Arnold escapes by jumping off a plane wheel during takeoff and getting the most stunt work out of the Sherman Oaks Galleria. Commando is quintessential Arnold and a must-watch. We're now getting something for the Halloween season, though, with a costume budget, too. This is The Doctor and the Devils.
In a time when men of science...
Do you realize the progress that could be made in medicine?
...worked hand in hand with men of evil.
Hey, remember that time Mel Brooks produced a serial killer movie? And what a cast it has, too. Timothy Dalton is a doctor who needs cadavers to study, and since there's no electricity to bring them back to life, two murderers, Jonathan Pryce and Stephen Ray, begin killing people left and right to sell the bodies. Based on the Burke and Hare murders of 1828, only with a little help from Patrick Stewart and Julian Sands, they would have gotten the case solved much quicker. Whoa, another spoiler? You mean they weren't just asked to pay a fine? What a weird month this is. Now we're getting Dream Child, the Freddy movie of '89? We haven't even gotten to Freddy's Revenge yet. This isn't quite that, but still some excellent puppet effects like in a Freddy movie. For those who were surprised that Ian Holm wasn't in The Doctor and the Devils, he's busy here playing Lewis Carroll in this fantasy film where the older Alice reflects back on her life as she receives an honorary degree. Fantasy elements are brought into it via Jim Henson to show her complicated feelings about the author, who used her as the inspiration for Alice in Wonderland.
It's an emotion which has always frightened me, but I can always recognize it when I see it.
I wouldn't change one hair of your head.
Are you sure you want him at the tea party?
It was time for Alice to have some tea.
He gets cranky when he doesn't have enough sugar. A story of innocence and adapting to the new world at an old age, complete with eerie visuals.
Or did the looking glass reflect a different picture?
Even Lewis Carroll knows to stay out of room 237, and that's Dream Child. No one sucked into a comic book and killed in this one. Murder is saved for this one, hence why another familiar voice is back.
It was a crime so violent, a murder so well planned.
Bodies turned into beef jerky. And an attorney possessed by the soul of a dead flapper. Not really. As much as I'd love a Jagged Edge and Maxi crossover, this is an excellent courtroom thriller, directed by Richard Marquand, a huge step up from his previous film, Until September, where Jeff Bridges is accused of killing his wife, and is represented by Glenn Close in court, who is also trying to investigate the crime, while getting to the heart of the case in bed. It does a great job of constantly making you wonder whether Jeff Bridges did it. Perfect casting and getting an instantly likable actor. And as great as a majority is, the ending's not that good. I'd have preferred a more ambiguous ending, plus the ending really doesn't make that much sense. It just goes for a stock climax, but as a whole, the movie is worth checking out. Oh, and we might have some guns left over from the Commando trailer too.
His name is Mitch Garnett.
Sorry, you're getting all geared up for nothing. John Matrix has already let Sully go. This, however, has a little Rambo thrown in.
I want you out of the park.
What are you hassling me for? Don't treat me like I'm some kind of junkie. I'm a vet.
I want you out of the park.
Take me to your nearest Brian Dennehy. What a great title it has. The Park is Mine. Great box cover, too. In it, Jones is pushed to the brink, so he takes over Central Park until the Yankees win. Or maybe he just needs to use all these explosions before they expire. The plot has him seizing control of the park as a way to shine light on veterans issues, particularly veterans of the Vietnam War. Why couldn't we have had an Italian knockoff of this? Just saying, the plot is ripe for an action-sploitation version where Mark Gregory takes over the park. It's already got booby traps.
And he's going to war against the city of New York.
Crap, maybe he should have just painted Turk 182 everywhere. It's nice seeing someone test out Ed Harris's plan from The Rock. Ed Harris was far too busy in the next film. They switched things out. Here, Ed Harris is a Tommy Lee Jones type from Coal Miner's Daughter. But in this case, it's a music biopic on Patsy Cline, starring Jessica Lange, who received an Oscar nomination for her role. I'm assuming it'll have some marital drama. I asked for extra skin in the KFC bucket. You can't have the classic song Cheating Heart in a movie that doesn't have cheating. The film was praised for its performances, but heavily criticized by Kline's family and her second husband, Charlie Dick, as it takes several liberties, even in her death scene that adds mechanical failure to the plane crash. Speaking of accidents... The The scream says this is tragic, but the sign says it's quality at work. This is a Z and 2 knots from director Peter Greenaway that asks all the tough questions about death.
Is death more efficient with a striped tiger than it is with a spotted dog?
I don't know why y'all bringing me into this film. I ain't caused no accident, except on the rug. In it, 2 women die in a car crash, both of whom were married to twin zoologists, which only elevates their fascination with animals.
How much do you know about animals? Should you know more?
Did you know that octopuses have 3 hearts? Fascinating. I miss my wife. The brothers start taking an interest in decomposing animals because why wouldn't they? It has 2 staples of 1985, transportation and reanimating things or creating life, with a little quirkiness too.
What is that this for? Zebra. Do you think Adam was a Siamese twin?
Yes, it was us that told Eve to eat the apple. Of course, you cats had something to do with original sin. But on to the next film.
America's top security experts have chosen this man.
A wise decision. Fred Ward took out our nation's secret admirers with just 1 brick. Based on the Destroyer pulp novels, Fred stars as hard-edged cop Remo Williams. '80s Matrix kicks ass. Until one day, he's declared dead and the CIA needs his help on a top secret mission.
Take a look at this. High-altitude reconnaissance probe.
Yes, we make them.
Our nation's Atari games have gotten too self-aware. First, we need some training. How are you gonna save the world if you can't become an instant carnival daredevil? I demand more Fred Ward physical comedy cop films.
I did not say keep them there.
Before he's through, he'll learn to move faster than a bullet.
I didn't realize till now that Fred would make a great Sergeant Kabuki man. This movie's actually kinda great. It was intended to be the start of a franchise, hence why the full title is Remo Williams' The Adventure Begins, but it turned out to be the Buckaroo Banzai of the year, in that both are now cult films with a very devoted audience, but failed in their original theatrical releases, which is unfortunate. Both deserved sequels. If anything, for this film's standout set piece on the Statue of Liberty, which was going through a restoration at the time, and director Guy Hamilton of Goldfinger made fantastic use out of that. I think now we're getting some Halloween horrors, though.
It began in May. And every month after that.
Yes, I know. Movies about reanimation and science experiments. I'm well aware. This isn't that, though. The full moon says there will be werewolf activity. While William Ragsdale was convinced his neighbor was a vampire, here young Corey Haim is trying to get anyone to believe there's a werewolf lurking about and rigging basketball games. What else could it be? Only a mythological creature could make Lawrence Tierney look this scared. Based on Cycle of the Werewolf by Stephen King, Silver Bullet is just great, with a screenplay by King, where the King twist is that Gary Busey isn't the one turning into a wolf and killing people. Careful with those bullets now.
Silver Bullet, the last glimmering hope.
See, you just wasted our only shot in killing this beast. We'll need those bullets because, what's going on here? Is this some kind of corrupt deal in distributing old war footage? Get more footage by the end of the business day.
During the death throes of the Third Reich, 3 Nazi generals make a pact.
Don't tell anyone I shot you in the head. This is the Holcraft Covenant, in which Michael Caine inherits $4 billion, but there's a catch. You must spend it all in 24 hours on wartime products. Actually, the $4 billion came from Caine's father, who was one of Hitler's financial advisors, and the intent of the money is for Caine to use it as reparations for the crimes of the Nazis. But when neo-Nazis hear about this, they want that money for themselves. Based on the Robert Ludlum novel, and directed by John Frankenheimer, with a good cast.
Starring Michael Caine.
I like
Anthony Andrews.
You said you'd keep my role to yourself. We had a pact. It didn't get much promotion though, and came and went fast, as one of the writers didn't even read the book. But we got a cool bullseye effect, so that means it'll have some espionage in it. Just like this next one shows that something is gonna end the world.
At 6:12, precisely.
I'm still tired. I'm gonna hit the snooze on the apocalypse. The Quiet Earth is a New Zealand film in which a man awakens to find that something called Project Flashlight has caused an extinction event. However, he's struggling to find any bodies.
If there's anybody out there, though, could you please contact me at home?
And our phone lines are open for your requests. It's an end of the world weekend on Cool 101.9. We'll have Tears for Fears coming up after the break. I sense he's gonna come across a gang of bandits. Ooh, get your motorcycle races ready! Huh, that went in a different place than I thought. This apocalypse is too nice. It's like a cross between an end-of-the-world Cold War movie and an I Am Legend style survival film with music video effects.
Zach?
Yes, thank you for this. The future's so bright, I gotta wear 3D glasses. At least the roads are open for them to go as fast as they want, provided they watch out for some vehicles left behind. We have to put some obstacles there to explode. Don't know what caused this, but I guess it has to do with Saturn? This trailer's a bit too spoilery. And we've teased it enough, so yes, it's time to get to the ultimate Reanimator movie of the month, since, well, it's called The Reanimator. Wait, the trailer says it can only be viewed by adults only? So I take it did not play in front of the Care Bears movie? From the mind of H.P. Lovecraft, we have this great horror comedy.
Herbert West is at the top of his class in medical school.
How can you teach such drivel? These people are here to learn, and you're closing their minds before they even have a chance.
We must document the benefits of sticking an electric eel up a corpse's ass. Jeffrey Combs stars as one of his most famous characters, Herbert West, who has created a formula for reanimating corpses. He's only a med student, and already he's surpassed Sting in The Bride and Peter O'Toole in The Creator. Of course, it starts to go south, as it should. We need to get these spectacular gore effects in here, which, as gruesome as it is, it's funny to think that at one time it was pitched as a TV pilot. Between Return of the Living Dead and The Reanimator, walking cadavers have never been so funny. And if the mall from Chopping Mall is going to be featured this month, then Chopping Mall's Barbara Crampton can be here too. I dig this movie, but the first time I saw it was bad timing. It was the 90s and our family cat had just died, so I was like, oh, watch a horror movie I hadn't seen before to cheer myself up. Big mistake. It didn't cheer me up given all the cat stuff in it. Still a good movie though. While Guy Hamilton has Remo Williams, other Bond director Peter Hunt has Wild Geese 2. Didn't see Wild Geese 1 from 1978? That doesn't really matter. The first Wild Geese featured Roger Moore and Richard Burton, and was a big enough hit in other countries that with this sequel, it was supposed to star Richard Burton again, but he died shortly before filming, and then Roger Moore turned down the script, so no characters from the previous are in it, and they cast Edward Fox to play the Burton character's brother. This is mainly a Scott Glenn vehicle, where he leads a group of mercenaries wanting to break Rudolf Hess out of prison.
In its cells, the most closely guarded and perhaps the loneliest man in the world.
Well, a tuck and roll out of car will brighten up his day. They're gonna break into this place if they have to dress like all the village people and other 70s references.
If we pull this off, it makes Watergate look like kid stuff.
Oh, please, we would never have something more scandalous than Watergate. I'm mainly wondering what the rest of the Silverado cast would do in this situation, and look who they got to play Hess.
Laurence Olivier as Rudolf Hess.
He can also play Rex Reed and not have to change his makeup. Come see Wild Geese 2, where they fly again. Just not in this film. Don't know what the old cast is doing now. You don't even need to send in these men. The next movie shows that you need a dog to stop the war. I told you I had better things to do. I'm gonna go poop in Rudolph Hess's shoes. Actually, by war, it means the biggest snowball fight the world has ever seen.
That's quite an army you got.
Now this mission is more my speed. Guess we ran out of ways to put Christine in a movie. Now Cujo will make his second appearance of the year after Cat's Eye. You know what the best part of a snowball fight is? The sound effects. Why is it edited like any minute now it's gonna be a PSA where the bad kids offer them the devil's weed to improve their throwing skills? Weed could help these sound effects. Am I watching a movie or am I babysitting? Joking aside, this Canadian film was a huge hit in its country, as it was Canada's highest grossing movie of that year, and is a Christmas movie staple for some people, except for that kid. Is he dead? Randy laid there like a slug. It was his only defense. It's the heartwarming tale of how LARPing was created, and how the dog created the ultimate weapon, yellow snow. It'll be the next film that has the second best poster of the month. First there was The Park Is Mine, and now there's my man Adam. Mom, look what I found in the yard! Ha, can I keep him? I bet this will be super raunchy. When it sticks the title on the trailer, it puts the mature logo next to it. You must be 18 to hear Leroy's fantastic narration.
That be my man Adam. Nice dude, but with fistics for brains and fools for friends.
Why is he pitching it like it's the Dolomite trailer? He's got an all-girl army that knows what to do. They're foxy as hell and practice kung fu. So poor Adam meets his dream girl, which gets him involved in a murder plot, but he's got Leroy to help.
But looky here, that lucky fool done come to Leroy. Man, what the hell you done?
I'm the one who killed Monday, whooped Tuesday, and put Wednesday in the hospital. What in the world is happening? Did they just bump off Jeffrey Giraffe? I am shocked this was never remade with Michael Cera and Kevin Hart.
Against the world, one-on-one, what's gonna stop us? My man Adam. Together, we something else.
Damn right, homie, but I prefer the poster tagline. Don't get mad, get Leroy. I'm making that my motto in life from now on. We've got one here that's trying to get some Oscar attention in October. This year's successor to Terms of Endearment? Something no one said about the Evening Star. You'll love these people and you'll love this movie. I'm not trusting you, Rex Reed. You're Hess. Even picky Kathleen loves it. The first 4-star movie of 1985? You obviously didn't see Fraternity Vacation. This is all I need, though. Siskel and Ebert loved it. I'm in. Nowadays, Rotten Tomatoes complicates things, but back then, we only needed these two kings to give me advice on movies. So what is this movie already? It's Twice in a Lifetime, worthy sequel to the classic Talking Heads song Once in a Lifetime. It stars Gene Hackman, and it's a midlife crisis film involving infidelity. But I'm more impressed that we first saw Ali Sheedy in high school, then we saw her post-college, and now she's getting married? She's living decades worth of a life in 1 year. And yes, I'm aware that when I said Ali Sheedy and Judd Nelson reunited from The Breakfast Club, I forgot to say Emilio joined them too. That omission has driven me nuts for hours. Now let's get back to the mall, as in we've had Commando, then we had Barbara Crampton, now we need the Crush Groove stand from Chopping Mall.
Hey, check out the stars. Sheila E. The Fat Boys.
Yeah, the Fat Boy! Where in the hell is Leroy? A slightly different music biopic than Sweet Dreams. What this does is shows a fictionalized origin of Def Jam Records, where Blair Underwood plays Russell Simmons, here called Russell Walker. Like it's about Def Jam, but in the universe of The Last Dragon. Possibly, it's from the same director, Michael Schultz. I feel like Leroy would have been well suited for this trailer too. I called up Thursday to tell Friday not to bury Saturday on Sunday. I don't even care what it's about. I would go see this for the music, and a lot of people did. It made back 3 times its budget and was the basis for an important bet between falling angels. If you want something that's not so much a classic, wait till you see this one.
This man is a threat to mankind.
Josh Mistel? The trailer narrator is talking like it's Fuck Saul, the movie. I wish he was still playing Saul from Windy City. This seems like something Saul would watch a dozen times in the theater and be the only one. What is it? I'm glad you asked. It's Stooge Mania, where Josh plays Howard E. Howard. Cute. He's a man who is so obsessed with the Three Stooges, it starts possessing him and making every second of his life slapsticky. He's so taken over by Stooge power that his friends have him committed over it, where apparently there's a hospital dedicated to people possessed by the Stooges, and he even begins seeing them.
'Cause they breathe.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
Sometimes it's called Party Stooge, and it got a quiet release in 1986. But it was in 1985 where the luckiest of the lucky got to see its premiere in Boston. For someone like me who absolutely loves the Three Stooges, this movie seems like a bit much. And I've gotta write this down to spotlight it along with Maxie. Coming up in November, we've got 2 vampire comedies, 2 ways to end the Cold War with White Knights and Rocky IV, and the body count continues with Death Wish 3, Elm Street 2, and the Rainbow Bright movie. It'll be a slaughterhouse.
Yo, Adrian, I'm going to Siberia. I'm gonna prove that steroids ain't no use against the Stars and Stripes. A man's gotta do what he's gotta do. Rocky IV is next.
What the hell was that? Is the HBO guy doing impressions now? He's the funniest one in the office. Remember how he introed Commando?
Schwarzenegger is all bulging biceps as he muscles under the Sunday night movie.
Does the announcer want to bang Arnold? There's no reason to get silly. If you want me to know that I'm about to watch some 80s action, you just gotta show me one thing. Oh yeah, I sense some street toughs nearby.
New York, a city pushed to the edge. People pushed to the limit.
It's official. They are not leaving the Bronx, and they are pissed. These gangs are so violent, they've been attacking women on private property. Only one man can stop this. When Ed Lauder is police chief, it's gonna get extra crazy.
One man who won't be pushed. Charles Bronson.
What's the problem?
Careful, Danielson. When Bronson sweeps the leg, he blows it off. I dare the HBO guy to impersonate Bronson. He'll get a bazooka up the ass. This movie is insane, and I love it. It's a movie where the police are like, yeah, we know you're a vigilante, Paul. Just do your thing and let us know beforehand. And Paul Kersey's thing? Saving the city by leaving it in ruins at the end. Wanna know why I said Invasion USA is one of the most canon films to ever canon? Because the other one is Death Wish 3, and the 2 movies are in the same year. A great explosive year for quintessential canon. As absurd as it is, it's extremely entertaining. And is sentimental to me because it was my first introduction to Bronson. In 1985, we taped Goldfinger off of TV, which was our main copy of Goldfinger for years, and the commercial breaks showed this trailer a lot. Because of that, it's one of the most memorable 80s trailers for me, and I can still hear these trailer sounds like I'm 4 years old again.
Charles Bronson. Death Wish 3.
I love the 80s where an action-sploitation canon film like this had a video game adaptation. I think someone else may be getting some Bronson dreams too.
I will always love you.
I promise I won't steal any purses. Don't shoot me, Paul Kersey. I've not seen John Malkovich go on a revenge quest before. Here he plays journalist Nicolas Gage with a G. As much as I'd love an 80s movie where Malkovich plays Nicolas Cage, this is based on Gage's memoir, which incorporates flashbacks to the Greek Civil War of the 40s and has him returning to his native village to investigate the murder of his mother at the hands of communists.
No, I was never.
Why are you still alive? How can you live knowing what you've done?
I love seeing Malkovich in hero mode here, taking on the bad guys by creeping them the hell out. And let's face it, his nightmares could be worse. You know how?
Someone is coming back to Elm Street. He is not friendly.
Weird. He looks like he'd be friendly. 1 year after A Nightmare on Elm Street, we have the sequel, Freddy's Revenge, with no involvement from Wes Craven, but it is better than the actual Craven movie of '85, with a better trailer too.
He is not patient.
Kill for me! Losing my patience over here, Jesse. I love Elm Street 2. I have since I was a kid, and I'm so glad people have turned around on this film. Growing up, this was always called one of the worst, and I felt so alone in my love for it. I love that it doesn't just do the first one again. It has its own take, where Freddy possesses a teenager and makes him lose his mind in an attempt to break into the real world. Given that it uses a lot of symbolism in being a coming out of the closet story, it's like it's an A24 Freddy movie.
Help! Daddy can't help you now.
It's okay, you can call me Daddy, Jesse. There's great effects here, great characters, a great 80s dance scene set to Touch Me All Night Long, a song which I love, and shout out to Grady, one of the best side characters of the series. But what always made it work for me was the lead performance from Mark Patton, who really captures the stress, burnout, and helplessness of the situation. For me, it's one of the great underrated horror performances of the decade, which I'd compare to Keith Gordon in Christine. Patton acts his ass off in this, and of course, Freddy has some classic lines too.
You are all my children now.
Phenomenal shot from the series. God, I dig this film, which honestly is the one that I watch the most. However, this month has something for the mockumentary crowd too.
In 1979, an event occurred that changed the history of mankind as we know it.
The Warriors made it okay to walk around the street in costume, so this is a mock doc that concerns a wrestler named Mad Dog Joe DiCurso.
In a remarkable demonstration of wrestling artistry, Mad Dog employed a new and devastating combat technique.
That's right, decapitation.
Oh no!
He decapitated his opponent.
Whoa, what? Really?
Mad Dog fell into a deep depression and 120 feet into the San Francisco Bay.
Okay, color me intrigued to watch a Spinal Tap style wrestling movie. This is Grunt, the wrestling movie, where it's years later and the legend of the Mad Dog lives on as people begin wondering if he's wrestling under a new alter ego known as The Mask.
Follow investigative director Leslie Uggams and creepy Dr. Tweed as they fearlessly expose.
Do we really need the creepy doctor? They're all having a blast in this. Each person makes the most of their screen time.
Do you think there's going to be a decapitation?
No. Well, okay, maybe we do need the creepy doctor. You know what could make this even better, though? Malkovich investigating the same mystery. Too many people have been hanging out above ground, though. How about what goes on in the subway?
Subway.
Il y a quelques jours, vous avez eu le son.
Ugh, sandwich commercials were pretentious back then, but they had fantastic chase budgets and cinematography. So this is a Luc Besson film, which stars Christopher Lambert as Fred, who is on the run from gangsters after stealing documents, so he hides in the subway where he finds his true calling, freedom from the stress of the above ground. It's like a world where street toughs just want to hang out in the subway and not blow things up. Instead, they just want to start a band, and that's what he does. He joins a subway band, in between some blackmail schemes and his love for Isabella Johnny. It's got a great style to it, but does hit a wall at a point where it's like, is this going anywhere? I'll always remember the scene, though, where Jean Reno drives Lambert nuts with his drumsticks at the table. The movie's not bad, it's actually kind of cool in parts, but there is a way better crime thriller this month that's also very stylish. And that movie is William Friedkin's To Live and Die in L.A. And like how Richard Marquand bounced back with Jagged Edge, Friedkin comes back after his '83 disappointment Deal of the Century to give us one of the best films of his career, in which William Peterson is a Secret Service agent hunting a counterfeiter played by Willem Dafoe. It's got the style and edge of a great Miami Vice episode, also in that it makes its city a real character in the film too, particularly in one of the all-time great car chases. The characters aren't one note either. The film focuses a lot on their jobs and even the precise details that go into counterfeiting, and has a challenging, non-Hollywood ending that sticks with you. Watch it alongside Year of the Dragon, and you'll have a great night at the movies. While we've had a mockumentary this month, how about a music documentary? And of course it's about Sting. The latter half of 1985 wouldn't be complete if there weren't a Sting movie of the month, directed by Michael Apted. It's about Sting's first solo concert and tensions among the band, and it leads to the birth of his son. It's interesting and all, but what we really want to know is where his love of science, reanimation, and bitchin' thongs came from. If you want the official story, though, I guess you'd have to go to the movie called The Official Story, where sadly, there's no Sting in it. This is an Argentine film that is a big story of political turmoil, but also a personal drama where a woman seeks her adopted daughter's origins that ties into Argentina's dirty war. It was such a well-received movie that it went on to win the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film of the Year. But I can't tell if the next one will be another mystery or a documentary.
Chris Lloyd is at the age when he doesn't want to slow down.
The story of Christopher Lloyd's troubled upbringing? No, this is Target, also about the search for a missing woman.
What the hell are you talking about? How come she hasn't contacted us?
It's you, Chris. She's very disappointed in you as a son. So father and son, Gene Hackman and Matt Dillon, travel the world to find her. It's like it takes all of those father and son movies of 1984, one of which had Gene Hackman in it, and makes a kidnapping thriller out of it. I'm in.
He's living an adventure he never dreamed he'd be part of.
I'll definitely call you in an hour.
I'll wait for you.
He's still very concerned about his missing mother. What sells it, too, is the reuniting of Gene Hackman and director Arthur Penn, who previously directed Gene in Bonnie and Clyde and Night Moves, and while not as well known as those two, this is worth watching if you're looking for an overlooked Gene Hackman film after his recent passing. But where there's one outsider, there will be another, as this next film is also based on a novel by S.E. Hinton, and while the book was set in the 1960s... I'm guessing the movie version isn't. It comes across like a modern set James Cagney film, with two delinquents who grow apart over the years, where one matures and the other stays in his rebellious ways.
And Brian is Mark's only friend.
Sorry, I don't like you that much. Say goodbye to your left arm. I'm a big Emilio Estevez fan. Part of the reason was the extra level of ambition he had amongst the other Brat Packers. At such a young age, he had a keen interest in writing and directing, and while he didn't direct this film, he was such a fan of the book that he adapted the screenplay himself and played the delinquent character so he wouldn't be typecast. However, his early efforts in production, particularly his directorial debut Wisdom, showed that while his passion was there, he still needed a lot of practice, and this is one of those cases. It's a bit too TV melodramatic, but he's a guy where you can see his talents grow over the years to become a pretty good filmmaker, with his later movies like Rated X and Bobby. And I've got a special fondness for Men at Work. I love that wacky-ass movie. This one's more like a decent try. Uh-oh, did I say wacky?
It began as a routine assignment.
Transylvania.
Just like Silver Bullet, only instead of bullets, it's a squirt gun, as two reporters search for Frankenstein, wolves, and other creatures.
I'm investigating Frankenstein.
You mean the monster?
Why are you surprised? This mission seems like something Jeff Goldblum would do. Goldblum and Ed Begley Jr. proved to be a great comedy duo together, along with a big ensemble cast of comedic talents. I remember first coming across this film, and with the title being Transylvania 65000, I saw that at the video store and thought, they made a movie of the classic Bugs Bunny cartoon? Who are they gonna get to play Count Blood Count? It wasn't a hit with critics, but developed a cult following over the years for fans of horror comedies, especially in a year where there were plenty to choose from between Teen Wolf and Return of the Living Dead, but the cast and the unapologetic stupidity really sells it. It probably should have been released in October, honestly. Same with this next film. I wasn't lying when I said there's a lot of horror comedies to choose from this year. Here's another.
Beautiful lady vampire Lauren Hutton knows a delicious young virgin when she sees one.
Is this a movie or a dating ad? Another one that turned into a cult film over the years, due to it being the first lead film role for Jim Carrey. See, I knew it. He's the answer to who is really the mask. Basically a vampire version of Teen Wolf, itself a modern comedy version of I Was a Teenage Werewolf. Here Carrey is a high school student, seduced and turned into a vampire by Lauren Hutton, which is ruining Mark's life.
Now, he's losing his girl,
Bit my lip.
his customers.
Get out of here!
Oh, things aren't too bad for Mark. It's bringing about his talents for physical comedy. Poor other Mark was turned into a monster and killed his beloved Grady. It's not a great film, but worth it as a curiosity to see this early Jim Carrey vehicle before his A-list turn 9 years later with Ace Ventura.
Once bitten.
I don't want to be a vampire. I'm a day person.
You can see that early Jim Carrey spark in there, but I'm thinking the kids will drag you to something else this month.
Rainbow Bright stars in her first full-length feature film.
I mean, not me though. I'm still gonna see if Dad will take me to Death Wish 3. Hey, if the Littles can have a movie this year, why not a movie based on Hallmark greeting card character Rainbow Bright? It is also from Deke Entertainment, who put out Here Come the Littles, released before the Rainbow Bright animated series. It showed in theaters exclusively at matinee screenings, but what of the film reviewers of the time who totally would have seen it at midnight and reviewed it in a car? It did technically set a record at the time. It only took 3 months to make, which was the quickest production time for an animated film, though I don't know if that's a good thing. I'm not the demographic for that film anyway. You know what my demographic is? Anything with Steve Guttenberg.
You've got to accept me. My parents will be destroyed.
Jeffrey Marks wants to go to medical school.
Oh god, can't stop dreaming about Malkovich's mom. In Bad Medicine, Guttenberg keeps getting turned down by all the medical schools until Dad gets him enrolled in the best school he can find in Latin America, where it's run by a dictator and a nasty dean.
You dare to bring a gun into my house? You kill me, I'll kill you right back.
Sign me up for Latin America Police Academy. Certainly another fish out of water film of the year, like The Coca-Cola Kid or Volunteers, only with far better bedside manner, and most importantly, significantly more Curtis Armstrong, continuing his funny side character saga of the 80s. Though it doesn't have as much gambling as Volunteers did, that's where the next film comes in.
Gamble? Do you?
Who doesn't?
I'm betting it all, even my prized Madam Web popcorn bucket. This is Fever Pitch, which wasn't an Oscar contender of the month, but was a Razzie contender. Just imagine perfect if it were about gambling, as Ryan O'Neal is a journalist doing an expose on gambling addiction, but he too is a gambling addict. Widely panned upon release for not being the best representation of addiction, it got the coveted 0 stars from Roger Ebert, but does have some defenders for its style and editing. It's directed by Richard Brooks, director of one of my favorites, Looking for Mr. Goodbar, and he chalked this one up to a lot of studio interference, and sadly it ended up being his last film. But it does make me want to stay away from gambling.
For Steve Taggart, it's not just the hottest story of his career.
The hell, if I lose this hand, will the police shoot at me? I'm keeping my Madam Web bucket. I'll take it to the next movie. Gonna have to work hard to out-canon Death Wish 3. And this one tries. Canon wanted their own Indiana Jones franchise, so they go right to the source by adapting King Solomon's Mines. Hell, it's even still got John Rhys-Davies in it. Here, Richard Chamberlain is adventurer Alan Quatermain on a trek to find Sharon Stone's missing father, and if there's time, Matt Dillon's mother. This will have more stunt work, though. It's exactly what I love stumbling across on cable, during my nights of wondering what Indiana Jones would be like if it were directed by J. Lee Thompson of every other 80s Bronson movie and writer Jim Silkey of Ninja 3, with an extra dose of cheese.
I will have only 2 words to say to you. Talk or die. That's 3 words. Huh?
Not hammy enough. Needs more face grease. Like with the first 2 Missing in Action films, Cannon shot 2 movies back to back, which means we'll get to the sequel in 1986 in film. 1986 will be here soon though, because here in 1985, we're starting to get the Christmas films. One of a few Christmas movies released this month. Here's Disney's entry, On Magic Christmas, where Angel Harry Dean Stanton teaches a mother, Mary Steenburgen, the true meaning of Christmas. Interesting casting. I would have thought it'd be the canon Christmas film that Harry Dean Stanton would have been in. This one, however, was another forgotten Disney entry of the year, still making Natty Gann their best of 85. Now how about an animated movie of the month that definitely took longer than 3 months to make? In fact, it took years. This is Star Chaser, The Legend of Orin, which actually confused me at first. I was like, did I make a mistake and talk about this in 1983 in film? In my head, I was blending the titles of Space Hunter 3D and Metal Storm, The Destruction of Jared Sin. Honest mistake, because this is also in 3D. And if you're thinking that it should have been released in 83, given its 3D gimmick, it was supposed to be released in 83, but applying the 3D process to the animation and its incorporation of early CGI extended its production time by quite a lot, leading to a film that was dismissed as a Star Wars knockoff. But in a year that contained a lot of TV animation, like the He-Man movie or the Rainbow Bright movie, this, like Black Cauldron, are at least ambitious looking despite their flaws. It's unfortunate it was delayed, because even with the bad reviews, it probably could have done a little better if it actually had been released during the 1983 3D trend. The next one, though, could have been out any time in the early to mid-80s. You know why? Cold War film. And it's awesome! This is Taylor Hackford's White Nights, where Mikhail Baryshnikov is a Russian-born dancer who defected to the United States, but after an emergency plane landing, he ends up stuck in the USSR under the care of tap dancer Gregory Hines, where the two must dance for the Russian ballet while simultaneously looking for a way to escape back to America. It's a good friendship film where the two get close but don't know if they can trust each other. Plus, the dancing is phenomenal, obviously, as is the rest of the soundtrack. soundtrack, which includes Say You, Say Me by Lionel Richie, which won the Oscar for Best Song. The movie had me at Flashdance meets Gulag. However, the Cold War wasn't ended from that film's events. For that, we need to dance in the boxing ring.
Today, the Soviet Union has officially entered professional boxing.
But how is he at ballet? A special place in my heart because Rocky IV was the first Rocky movie I saw in theaters, and I watched it on repeat when it hit video. Emotional tragedy and all.
He could have stopped the fight.
But if he did, there'd be no movie. Stallone had a killer year in '85, with this being the third highest grossing film of the year, behind the second, which was Rambo 2. Rocky IV may not be the best 80s movie necessarily, but it is the perfect 80s movie. It has nearly everything in it that makes an 80s movie. It has the Cold War, it has revenge, it has machismo, it has montages, there's a robot in it, there's more montages, and on top of that...
Has the fight date been set yet?
December 25th.
Where?
It's in Russia.
He's joining Invasion USA to fight the Russians at Christmas. It really is the thinnest script of the Rocky films, and is this close to being more akin to a Saturday morning cartoon. But damn, I love this series, and Stallone is so good at making an audience film with an unforgettable villain. Like, yeah, the padding with the montages is obvious, but it's so good at the montages that it still does what a Rocky film does best, which is inspire you to be your best, even if this does it through the simple use of music from Survivor, Robert Tepper, and John Cafferty. That was enough for Rocky to end the Cold War years before Reagan and Gorbachev. Guess we should get a more traditional Christmas film in here, though.
The prophecy has come to pass that there would come to us.
Wake me when Santa Claus goes 15 rounds with Ivan Drago. Your feelings of Santa Claus the movie aside, it's certainly the most epic Christmas film of the year, as this is produced by the Salkins, who are behind Superman the Motion Picture, and they bring that kind of comic book style origin to Santa Claus here, with the first half being this grand backstory of Santa, where dear God the money is on the screen. Then another plot sets in, where it becomes a Dudley Moore movie with a shady Lex Luthor type villain played by John Lithgow.
Merry Christmas! It certainly should be.
Until now.
Whose delicious scenery chewing makes even the second half watchable. It is like two movies fighting each other with the David Huddleston Santa stuff, and the plot of the Dudley Moore elf character Patch finding out about the evil scheme to make Christmas 2 with exploding candy canes. Like he's a family-friendly Connell Cochran.
Well, nothing. We're going to give them away free.
For free?
Well, that's how we do it at the North Pole.
Well, that's not how we do it here!
Huge mistake not nominating this man for all the awards for Best Supporting Actor. The film could use a lot more focus, for sure, but Dudley Moore and John Lithgow make it work. It was a bomb, but a fascinating one. Up next, we say goodbye to 1985 with Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, Al Pacino, Spielberg, Terry Gilliam, and the Academy Award winner for Best Picture.
Whoopi Goldberg made her stunning screen debut in the tragic yet triumphant story of a young girl's growth from cowering child bride to radiant womanhood in Steven Spielberg's The Color Purple. Next.
December is here, the holiday season. Students may be out of school for Christmas, but the movies are still in class. Oh my God, I was hoping for naked lady pillow fights, but I've stumbled across murder. With a death like this on campus, leave it to the kids to solve. Even the inspectors need a holiday too, and the kids need some kind of assignment.
Before a lifetime of adventure came the adventures of a lifetime.
What's your name?
Just get Dumbledore to give you the answers. Years before Robert Downey Jr. showcased Holmes' bitchin' jujitsu skills, we had young Sherlock Holmes with a lot of names attached. It was produced by Spielberg, written by Chris Columbus, and directed by Barry Levinson, and it has some props left over from Midsummer Night's sex comedy, and has the first fully CGI character on film. But it didn't become the franchise they wanted when it underperformed in the States, but was a worldwide hit. As long as we break your glass so no more spying through the windows. This next one has a name attached to it too, but it's trying to trick you. What's this? Appointment with Fear? From the man who brought you Halloween? Is this a John Carpenter film I'm unaware of? No, it's from Mustafa Akkad, the producer of Halloween and wanting a little Freddy-like dream horror. You know how it goes. You fall under an Egyptian curse, and you'll just kill anything to become king of the forest. What?
Where life becomes death.
Must kill his baby in order for him to be king for another year.
Aw, I remember my son's first demon eyes. Shot under the title of Deadly Presence, but a lot of it was reshot after the director was fired, and he used the infamous Alan Smithy pseudonym. Perhaps you should have used the cover that makes it look like another wacky science comedy of the year. We're getting all the great directors this month: Barry Levinson, Alan Smithy, and now Robert Altman. What company put out this film? Okay, a Robert Altman canon film? If it has ninjas popping up, they'll make you think philosophically about life and love. Starring Sam Shepard and Kim Basinger, and based on Shepard's play, it has the crashing through the doors of a canon film, but normally that door would have exploded off the hinges. Fool for Love features great performances from the cast, as Basinger is a woman waiting in a hotel for her boyfriend when ex-lover Sam Shepard shows up to take her back, with a twist between the two characters as well. He wants her to get out of there before she runs off with Randy Quaid. He'll get you in a lot of trouble, sweetheart. Look at that face on the credits. You can tell he's up to no good. I have a hunch things will work out fine when Harry Dean Stanton teaches them the true meaning of Christmas. See, I knew we had to get another Harry Dean Stanton canon film in here, even if it's awards season canon, which we'll get another one of those this month as well. In fact, it's due to arrive right now. Directed by Andrei Konchalovsky, who directed Maria's Lovers for canon this year, but this is the far superior film. Invasion USA and Death Wish 3 may be the most canon movies, but Runaway Train is one of the company's best, a true underrated classic of the year, which was based on a 1960s Akira Kurosawa script that was shelved, where John Voight and Eric Roberts play two escaped convicts. And just these two surviving in the wilderness would be awesome enough as it is, but it adds on top of that an intense as hell disaster film where they're stuck on board a runaway train along with Rebecca De Mornay. A fantastic piece of suspense filmmaking, with the two giving incredible performances that earned them each an Oscar nomination. It sadly underperformed, but word of mouth over the years easily turned this into a must-watch action film of the 80s. And in another instance of a director having two films this year, with the second one being better, Spies Like Us is from John Landis, who previously directed 85's Into the Night, but this was a much bigger success, as it was the 10th highest grossing movie of the year. Like with Ghostbusters, it was conceived by Dan Aykroyd to be another pairing of him and John Belushi, but after Belushi's death it went to Chevy Chase, already having a successful year as it is. Though no actor's year is complete in 85 without something related to the Cold War or ninjas, it's important to also get ninjas in there after they were missing in Fool for Love. Here they're two government employees who find out they're actually tools to bring about nuclear war. Seems like something Homer Simpson would get himself involved in, and good news, the magnifying glass may be broke, but we got something else to spy on the girls. An extremely fun movie, appreciated by audiences more than critics, but worth it because obviously these two play well off of each other. But how about another comedy-adventure duo with much more sexual chemistry?
Ira, how'd you get this number? Nah, I'm doing this one on my own.
Yes, the dynamic duo of Danny DeVito and Ira from Romancing the Stone. Oh, and Michael Douglas and Kathleen Turner. This sequel goes the slasher or canon route. Not that it is a slasher or a canon film, but it's a sequel that's out only a year after the previous. Produced so quick, it doesn't have director Robert Zemeckis or writer Diane Thomas on board, and it's even got a trailer in the style of the first, where Danny DeVito is describing the action to the audience. There's clever touches. I like the opening where Jack and Joan have traveled the world so much that they're bored and looking for another adventure. Other than that, there's not that much I remember about it, because it's always the first I go back to. It was still one of the 10 highest grossing movies of the year, but didn't have the critical love of the first, so all the potential sequels they were planning after stalled and were later canceled, but the on-screen chemistry is still there.
And if I gotta go, you gotta go.
That's right, Danny seducing me into the theater with his bedroom eyes. Having the opposite effect was Clue, which wasn't a success upon release, but found a far, far bigger audience over time.
Every person in this room has the perfect motive for murder.
What do you mean, murder?
Because it's got Tim Curry in it. Of course it's going to be a cult classic. Based on the board game, they assembled an all-star cast to make an 80s version of other hilarious mystery comedies like Murder by Death, and it shows a lot of love for the game in that it was released to theaters with multiple endings where you didn't know which one you were going to get. But we're going to get some great line reads.
Professor Plum, who's looking for a way?
I'm looking.
It's a mystery. I need my booby magnifying glass. I didn't grow up with this one. I didn't even see it for the first time till I was a bit older, all thanks to cable networks like Comedy Central showing it a lot back in the 90s. I was like, where's this movie been all my life?
Or did the butler do it?
No.
Curry's got quite a month. He'll make us laugh here, but scare the shit out of us in the next one.
Does the gun not please you?
I knew it. It was the butler who did it. He's Satan. In just 2 movies, we see the amazing versatility of Tim Curry, completely unrecognizable as Darkness in Ridley Scott's film Legend, where Tom Cruise and Princess Mia Sara set out on an adventure to stop the Lord of Darkness from killing the last unicorn, which would send the world into an eternal night. This is also one I didn't grow up with. I didn't see it till my 20s when a friend loaned it to me, and I thought it was just okay. It's a great looking film with a fantastic musical score, whether you're watching the Jerry Goldsmith version or the Tangerine Dream version. It's a Tom Cruise film. I gotta go with the Tangerine Dream score. I love the scenes with Curry, but something about the rest of it never grabbed me. I've seen it more than once, and there's such a blandness to a lot of the characters and the script that I'm usually just bored by its fantasy porn. Maybe I'd like it better if I gave it another chance. That happens. It took Dune a while to grow on me, but I'll still go with Clue instead. And where there's a Robert Altman film, there will also be an Alan Rudolph film. This one all about starting over.
Trouble in mind.
There's a place people head for when they need a second chance.
A windowsill to ponder about life at your most badass. Trouble in Mind is set in the fictitious city of Rain City, which reunites Rudolph with Chris Christopherson, who he directed in '84's excellent songwriter, and, well, Keith Carradine is in most Rudolph films, so he'll be here too. A neo-noir where the city is under military and gang control, where the lives of people at a cafe intersect, with the main one being ex-cop Christopherson, wanting to put his life back together after ending up in prison for shooting a mob boss, and even includes an out-of-drag against type role from Divine.
And Divine is Hilly Blue.
The trick is surrendering on your own terms.
Now if you'll excuse me, I've got a brothel to run over here, sweetheart. It's the season of overlooked gems, and this is one of them if you're up for a cool near-future crime film. But if it's weirder and more futuristic that you want... Yes, the long-awaited sequel to Puma Man. Or is it?
Do you wake from your finest fantasy only to return to your daily nightmare?
And how this multi-hour episode of 1985 will be done soon. Please just let me rest. Brazil is a true Terry Gilliam masterpiece.
Does the woman of your dreams...
I love you. In my dreams, I love you.
In 1985, we use all of our dreams to profess our love for Grady. Brazil is the tale of a dystopian city, not taken over by roaming street gangs necessarily, but by bureaucracy and spectacular special effects. All it takes is an everyman like Jonathan Pryce to take on the system and the corporate machine, literally.
And the nightmare of reality.
Is his dream to find the most beautiful woman or to appear on a Sweet Queen album cover? It takes a bleak-ass future like Orwell's 1984 or Orson Welles' The Trial and makes a sharp, darkly comedic vision out of it about the real desire to escape the mundane real world. You just gotta make sure you don't get the love conquers all ending with Deckard narration. Obviously, we're gonna get some blockbuster-style adventure here with Steven Spielberg. The color purple? Ooh, I bet it's an extraterrestrial's favorite color.
It's about life. It's about love. It's about us.
What? Where's all the amazing Indiana Jones-style stunt work? Yeah, Spielberg takes a break from his blockbuster status for this wildly acclaimed drama featuring Oprah's first film appearance and was the breakout role for its star Whoopi Goldberg, plus an ensemble cast of memorable characters.
Shook. Old mister?
I have a name, it's Carl! A life story of struggle and triumph with Celie Harris mistreated by her father and husband, who through her sisterhood with Nettie and Suge, achieves independence after a life of abuse. It's a strong, uplifting film, one of 2 Danny Glover movies to be nominated for Best Picture this year, with many thinking that it should have won the award, but that would be the next one.
It's an odd feeling. Farewell. Men go off to be tested for courage.
Ah, Robert Redford and Meryl Streep in Shaft Out of Africa, winner of 7 Academy Awards, including Best Picture and Best Director Sidney Pollack, set in Kenya where a woman has an affair with dashing hunter Robert Redford.
Is life really so damn simple for you?
Perhaps I ask less of it than you do.
I don't believe that at all.
Oh yeah, poses a scarecrow for me. Pollack goes for an old Hollywood romance here, with extra praise given to its beautiful landscapes and the supporting performance of Klaus Maria Brandauer, who really steals the show. It had many viewers sucked in by its romance, the nuanced and deeply flawed characters, and finding the meaning of love and loss. It also had other critics and viewers saying, boring! This was a divisive win for Best Picture, where the other nominees, Witness, Kiss of the Spider-Woman, The Color Purple, and Prizzi's Honor, still being more talked about today than this one, not uncommon for a Best Picture winner. But it wasn't a winner where everyone was like, what's that? I've never heard of that. No, it was the 5th highest grossing movie of the year. It's a very melodramatic story that happens to be well shot, but it is that kind of cinematography that made it worth the ticket price, especially if you miss those epic romances of the past, like Dr. Zhivago specifically. Me, I probably would have been at the screening for Appointment with Fear. Or maybe auditioning for a play.
I'm 18 years old. Well, in last September.
And I'm black.
Sorry, we have no use for you in this stage adaptation of Out of Africa. Michael Douglas is back this month, and Richard Attenborough's adaptation of the Broadway hit A Chorus Line, still the story of aging directors looking for another chance and the young folks chasing a dream.
They'd come here by the hundreds with a dream.
I didn't know Glengarry Glen Ross required this much dancing. I mentioned earlier how I didn't see Clue or Legend till I was a bit older, but I still knew what they were at a young age, whereas with this, I didn't even know there was a Chorus Line movie till I was in my 30s. It just escaped me for some reason. Due to the film's negative reviews, It got suggested to me a lot as a possible Cinema Snob musical March in September episode, but I never did because I'm not an expert on the show either. The show was known for shining a light on the fears and backstories of its struggling actors, whereas the movie was criticized for being a very flat take on the material and playing it safe by all but omitting the experience of the gay characters and removing a lot of the music too, even though it did still bring a lot of actors from the show into it. Needless to say, probably not a film for purists of the play. And it's the holiday season. We want to go to space anyway.
Marooned on a desolate planet.
Damn right, where Terry Gilliam gave us futuristic satire, Wolfgang Peterson gives us futuristic friendship, as soldiers from rival sides of an intergalactic war end up stuck on a planet and have to rely on each other to survive.
I don't love you and you don't love me. We're stranded here, you understand?
Just like The Odd Couple, if Felix or Lou Gossett Jr. under pounds of alien makeup. They do have the banter of a classic sitcom.
I need to look at another face, even as ugly as yours.
Hey, you look like my balls after a week of jock itch. Enemy Mine is another of the month that became more of a hit on video and cable after a theatrical release. There was a gigantic ad campaign for it, selling it more as a sci-fi horror movie than a friendship movie. The ad blocks and print ads became so much that other studios even got annoyed, so it was one that fared better overseas than it did here, but worth it for this two-man Dennis Quaid and Lou Gossett show where there's even a baby.
You must take my place.
Protecting a life.
What did we do 9 months ago? Still, what a month. We're practically getting 2 Kurosawa films, first with his story credit on Runaway Train, and now with Ran, directed and co-written by Kurosawa, as his interpretation of Shakespeare's King Lear, here set in Japan and about an aging warlord dividing his kingdom amongst his 3 sons. Even in his mid-70s, Kurosawa delivered an epic masterpiece about the addiction to power, heartbreak, and conspiracy, and uses these elements of classic storytelling to apply them to Japanese history, with stunning battle sequences, and it's a personal story too, with a character looking back on his own life just as the director was doing at this age. Going back to romance though, we have another successful romance of the month, this one more so a rom-com than an epic drama, and that's Murphy's Romance, which had a limited release in December of '85 so it could compete in the year's Oscars, before getting a wider release in January of '86. Here Sally Field moves to a ranch and gets close with James Garner's Murphy, but aw hell, the ex is back again. Better break the door down quick before Sam Shepard gets near it. A very likable film thanks to the chemistry of the leads, and Garner did get an Oscar nomination for it, but like how I said I'd probably watch Appointment with Fear over Out of Africa, with this, it'd be Friday the 13th 3D. You know why? The scene I remember the most here is the scene where they see Friday the 13th Part 3 and then walk out. I love how they stayed for a long enough time. That's maybe about an hour into Friday the 13th 3D. They were cool with all the bloodshed before then. Maybe they were just mad that they weren't at a 3D screening. What a ripoff. Perhaps Murphy would have a better time at the next film.
Party time!
Because who doesn't have a blast watching Howling 2? It's a sequel with 2 titles, both great. Sometimes it's called Howling 2, Your Sister is a Werewolf. Sometimes it's Howling 2, Sturba Werewolf Bitch. This is a crazy-ass movie, which was made so the producer could receive profits he didn't get due to financial mismanagement of the first, so they did the sequel, which is an extremely campy Sybil Danning movie where she wants to achieve werewolf world domination and only Christopher Lee and Reb Brown can stop her. Like I'm watching Fright Night take place in a Babel music video. It retcons the first film hard and comes across like they based the sequel not on the first movie, but on a crazy Ghana-style poster of the first, meaning it's entertaining as hell. And what else are the old people gonna go see?
I would like a ticket to Bountiful, please.
Where?
To Bountiful.
I too would like a ticket for Friday the 13th 3D. I do love me that Shelley. This is the trip to Bountiful, which won Geraldine Page the Best Actress Oscar for her role as Mrs. Watts, who wants to return to her hometown against the wishes of her son and daughter-in-law, so she heads that way via bus and strikes up a sweet friendship with Rebecca De Mornay, also opting to take the bus due to a little runaway train incident she just had. You give a movie this kind of setting, and it's still gonna remind me of a horror film. I'm getting more Chainsaw Massacre flashbacks. Why isn't Lara Kett back narrating this trailer? We could see the friendship before it gets to the cannibalism. We've also got some other directors wanting to do their own take on traditional Spielberg. Enter this early entry from Roland Emmerich.
Joey's just an ordinary kid.
Did you see that?
That seems like a toy my son would want to go along with his demon eyes. This is Joey, also known as Making Contact, where Emmerich wanted to do for German cinema what Spielberg did for American cinema, as it's about a kid who wants to communicate with his dead father, but accidentally brings about poltergeist-like demonic forces. It was less Germany's E.T. and more their pod people, with its mix of Spielberg-like adolescence and horror, and despite the good intentions from Emmerich, it received mostly negative reviews in its home country, and here in the States too, where it went under a severe re-edit. It does work as a curiosity factor, though, in seeing the work of a young, up-and-coming Roland Emmerich. We've come to the end of 1985. Will we be saving the best for last? Depends on who you ask, but we did save the year's Heaven's Gate for last.
All these men here, we all fought for something. You take it from us, and we're gonna fight again.
Yes, an out-of-place Al Pacino traveling to the Revolutionary War. I'm not kidding with the Heaven's Gate comparisons. Revolution is another where you can go down a rabbit hole on the production of this. It was a highly anticipated movie. It's from director Hugh Hudson, fresh off his hits Greystoke and his Oscar-winning Chariots of Fire, and the studio was so intent on getting it out for a Christmas release for Oscar season that they put it out before anyone was satisfied with the edit. And even Pacino begging them, don't release it now, it's not ready yet. So not only was it savaged by critics, but it was such a financial disaster, making less than $1 million on a near $30 million budget, it severely hurt the British film industry and made it hard for them to get financing for a while. And Pacino was so disappointed, he took a break from films until his 1989 comeback, Sea of Love. But also like Heaven's Gate, it got a critical reappraisal over the years, with a much better director's cut, with a tighter edit, where you could at least see more of the director's intentions, and the focus on what did work in the rough cut. But I still think I'm going to a Friday the 13th 3D screening. What a year for classics of the decade. Yeah, sure, it'd be easy to say what the best film of the year is. I mean, as a child of the 80s, I gotta say Back to the Future. But that wasn't the only film of the year that was truly a cornerstone of our childhoods. But this is mainly where I like to point out all the hidden gems that you should check out. Whether you like them or not, they're movies that deserve some more eyes, such as Blood Simple, Fandango, Vision Quest, The Company of Wolves, Code of Silence, Follow That Bird, Return to Oz, Day of the Dead, Explorers, The Legend of Billie Jean, Year of the Dragon, After Hours, Remo Williams, Silver Bullet, Elm Street 2, Trouble in Mind, To Live and Die in L.A., Smooth Talk, White Nights, Runaway Train, and Enemy Mine. But what's the main theme of the year? There's a lot of styles to choose from. It was a year of science teen comedies, science horror movies, science binge drinking with Peter O'Toole. It was a year of foreign movies being re-edited for an American release, a year of female names that start with M, Marie, Maxie, Maria's Lovers, a year of water, a year of Christine references, horror comedies, 50s and 60s nostalgia, Chevy Chase having the most appearances in 85, with 5 credits of the year, but the real winner of 85, transportation, whether it's via road trips, via bicycles, trains, buses, spaceships, and the beloved DeLorean, which incorporates all the themes of nostalgia and science as well. That's why I declare 1985 the year of transportation. We'll see you next year for 1986 in film, the year in which cinema also hits the highway to the danger zone.
Whoa, wait a minute, Doc. Are you trying to tell me that my mother has got the hots for me?